It's been 86 days since the Toronto Argonauts achieved ultimate Canadian football glory, and now all 9 teams have begun to prepare for a new journey up the mountain, looking to reach the top. Some teams look to build off last year's momentum, while some look to build a new foundation, and some just look to hold on to what they've got. While many questions have been answered already, many of them still remain. Can the Argos make the necessary moves to go back-to-back? Will the Bombers do what it takes to return to the dance for a shot at redemption? What will the Ticats all do to try and end the drought in their home stadium? As a new era begins in Calgary, what kind of impact does Dave Dickinson make in his first free agency in the GM chair? Can the Rourkeless Lions bring in the pieces to set VA up for success? Will the Red Blacks be as aggressive in free agency as we've seen before as they look to turn things around? How do the Riders plan to address the issues at offensive line? And with the questions in the boardroom aplenty, can the Alouettes still find the answers they need on the football field? And of course, what does wild card Chris Jones have up his sleeve in Edmonton? These are some of the questions we look to start answering today with the opening of CFL Free Agency. Who will make the biggest splash? Who will make the right moves to win it all? It's CFL Free Agent Frenzy 2023, and it starts now. Hello, everyone, and welcome to CFL Free Agent Frenzy 2023, episode 200 of the Canadian Football Countdown. What a convenient time that is. A proud member of the Canadian Football Podcast Network. The CFL Free Agency window officially opens in just 2 hours, and we're here live for the next 8 hours to break it all down, all the news and signings as they happen. Got the usual crew in here today and throughout the day, and a handful of special guests joining us later on this afternoon as well. If you're joining us on the YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch feeds, we've also got a live chat going throughout the day. Feel free to send in your comments, send in your questions there, and that's all made possible by our presenting sponsor, Game Time TV, which you can learn more about by visiting GameTimeTV.ca or Facebook.com/GameTimeTVMB. I'll bring in the whole panel here in just a moment, but first we'd like to acknowledge that the Canadian Football Countdown is brought to you from Treaty 1 territory, traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Ojibwe, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and the homeland of the Métis Nation, as well as from Treaty 4 territory, traditional territory of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Lakota, Nakota, and Métis Nation. Well, let's kick off Free Agent Frenzy 2023. I'm Ryan Coop. I'll be one of your hosts for today, and I'm joined by the rest of the Canadian Football Countdown crew here off the bat. First up, it's the great Michael Garrell making his 2023 debut. Mike, you've been away for a little bit, but you're back today for the big one. How are you doing today, and what do you think about episode 200?
You know what? It's weird, Ryan, because you and I were doing episode 100 after our first grade up in 19. That was the 3-hour show. Only reasonable, but almost double the line, double and then some for number 200. I already fear what we might have up if and when we get to number 300. Nonetheless, good to be back on this show. It is a playoff game day today for me, so the day started bright and early. And then it's probably somewhere around midnight tonight, but I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, long day for you. It's going to be a long day for all of us here, but a fun day here. Happy to have you here today, Mike. And joining us here throughout the day as well is the great Trey Colbeck. Trey, how are you doing today?
Fantastic, boys. Laptops updated. Got some Red Bull and coffee. We're all good for 8 straight hours of Mike telling me about his sources. I'm loving it.
What's the over under on number of Red Bulls Trey's gonna drink today? Mike, do you have a guess?
3.
All right, I'm gonna say 4.
You would probably be right. I only have 2, so unless I do a quick run to Shell at lunchtime, I don't know if it's going to be more than that.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And well, unfortunately, he can't be here all day. He will be popping in and out throughout. It's the great Adam Stewart. Adam, how are you doing today?
Hey, doing good. Just running around at work, and thought I'd take 2 minutes and join you guys. And I guess congrats to you and Mike and everything on 200 episodes for starters. And exciting day today. It seems like chaos hit about 2-3 hours ago, and it seems like it's going to hit like a wrecking ball all day here. So
Yes, lots of news to come throughout the day, and the CFL dropping a bombshell right before, about 2 hours before CFL Free Agency. I think we'll start there, and then over the course of this first hour, we'll take a look at, we'll talk about the CFL negotiation window. We'll talk about all of the pending moves we'll see when free agency officially hits at 11 a.m. as Central Time as well. Starting at noon Central, we'll have guests from around the Canadian Football Podcast Network joining us there, so you can look forward to getting some of those perspectives. But let's talk about the bombshell news here. The CFL taking over ownership of the Montreal Alouettes just hours before CFL free agency begins. We knew there was some trouble in paradise, so to say, over there. Question marks about the ownership of the team. They let their team president go about a week or two ago, and now the CFL's taken over ownership and brought him back in as the interim president. Adam, let's go to you first on this one because you've got limited time here this morning. What do you make of this and the particular timing of it?
well, the timing is absolutely terrible. I mean, you've got free agency where people are trying to figure out where they want to go for maybe 2-3 years potentially, and they want that stability. And right now in Montreal, there's no stability whatsoever. You don't know who the new owner is. You don't know if he wants to keep what's there. It's a very bad time to be a Montreal Alouette as a player. As a fan, it might be a little bit exciting because you know what? You're going to have new ideas, new perceptions, and new ownership coming in. So maybe there'll be some new things coming along the lines for the Alouettes. The one thing, though, that the CFL did say is the Alouettes are here to stay. They're going to be around, which is encouraging at the least. But that being said, I don't think I like the timing. Absolutely, it's a terrible timing for what's going to transpire here today with a bunch of guys trying to figure out where their new home is, and they want to make sure that they've got a home in Montreal.
Yeah, it's got to be tough. I know we've seen this before. I forget which team it was. We saw a team once not have an official general manager. I want to say it was maybe the Argos, like leading in the day of free agency, and it was the assistant making all of the moves. But it's a little wild to see how do you sign guys when you don't really know who's paying them? Mike, what do you think of everything going on here with the Alouettes?
It's just weird. I'm gonna hope that we're further along the line toward finding new ownership than we're led to believe. Maybe we should have seen the alarm bells coming with what was coming 2 weeks ago. To be honest, I'm not really surprised because I mean I'm surprised in a way that the CFL took them over, but I really shouldn't be just given everything that seems to be coming out of Montreal. Nothing should really surprise people. Um, it's just very interesting how all of this has come and good news, I guess, for all of us who are doing this show to have, this information to talk about, but it's the most inconvenient of days. Um, to me, you couldn't have done this 2 days ago. To me, this isn't a story that has kind of developed overnight here between last night and this morning. It's just really interesting, and there have been little hints about trouble in paradise to steal Ryan's line, but you know something is amiss here because weren't we led to believe that the estate was running the team, and then everything that happened with Jerry Stern, like it's not really adding up. Maybe now we kind of start to get some clarity.
but like the timing's rough, right? Like maybe now is not the best time to get clarity. I did see some chatter about the particular timing of this. Convenient. The CFL is trying to sneak this under all the other news of CFL free agency happening today. But go back to the summer. All of the talk was on Gary Stern and the ownership there with the Alouettes, and his big presence on social media, really hyping up things for the team there. And I think, like you said the other day, things seem to have soured on him pretty quickly. Trey, what do you think of this news today that the Alouettes are being taken over by the CFL?
Oh man, I think this is just another thing where you can say CFL's being Bush League. Like this should have happened December, you know what I mean, or January. And to Mike's point, if it's been slowly happening and more is happening than we're led to believe, then why didn't this happen weeks ago? And the CFL, they're not big enough to slide a news like this on free agency day, especially when free agency day has pretty much been a week already of us knowing half the players of where they're supposedly going, right? Like it's. I don't know, man. Uncle Gary, I thought he was doing good, and like we've said, he's spent his time here and he's got sour, and it's not. I don't think we're gonna remember in 10 years. We're gonna remember that Gary guy. I think we're gonna remember the last few weeks over maybe the first few weeks a little bit more, and that's is unfortunate. But it's glad to see that they're gonna stay. I didn't actually think they were gonna move when people were kind of joking, talking about that or to fold or whatever, but you got to get your ducks in a row here, and I just think that it's not a great look for the CFL.
Yeah, most definitely. Adam, I know you got to run here anyway. You got a busy day involved. You'll be back around 12:30 Central Time, though, to talk a little bit of riders and all the other news. So thanks for popping in this morning, and we'll look forward to seeing you later today. All right, and Adam is off, but we are here, and of course, we are all live for the next 8 hours here. Lots to talk about. The free agency window opens at 11 a.m. Central, 12 a.m. Eastern time. I mean, one of the biggest storylines today will definitely be what do the Alouettes do? Because we're gonna, we've already seen some issues with Trevor Harris, supposedly leaving off to Saskatchewan. Gino Lewis on his way out, Jake Winicki on his way out. These are some major pieces the team is losing that it remains to be seen how they're going to, fill those holes. So we'll watch that throughout the day. We'll watch a number of things throughout the day. But I want to get your guys' take here next on the CFL's legal tampering window, if that's what you want to call it. Thanks, Ed Hervey. It's the window, a week before free agency where teams can start discussing contracts with players that are on other teams. And that occurred this past week, and there was quite a flurry of activity. Mike, do you like this? I feel like I ask you this every year on this show. What do you think of it? Do you like this negotiation period? Do you wish it, there was no chatter until today? And what do you think in general of how much activity we've already seen?
I like the window. I don't like that everything's basically being broken before signing day today. It's like saying, hey, you're getting a Christmas present. Here's your Christmas present a few days early in the form of a new football player for your team. I understand why they did it. Because otherwise, if the window was to open at 11 o'clock and people would start talking, then you might not have your first signing till an hour later. I get that. Let's be clear. Legal tampering window has been in existence as long as we know it. It's just public. Tampering happens all the time. It just is now legal, as in people admit that it happens. Yeah, I don't know. I tend to miss the days of it's news to everybody on the day of, but they do it the way they do it, I guess. And now I'm curious to see, right? Because there's that 48-hour window where teams go back to their old teams, and their old teams have rights to review those offers. I'm curious if anybody watched back on their in-principle agreements today, or is it just going to be smooth sailing what we already know? That to me is going to be interesting. Um, but again, I think you need to do something, and this was just a way to do it. And unfortunately, in the day and age of Twitter, people talk and information gets out, and it's often used as a negotiation tactic. Hey, this guy's going here for that amount of money. Maybe a shot at their old team to try to match or decline. So I'm neutral to the whole thing. Um, I think it speeds up now, but like at 11:02, 11:03, we're gonna have some major signings right off a hop instead of waiting. So my long-winded answer is I like it and I also hate it. Um, but I'm curious to see what changes. Quickly, guys, I think there's something here going to happen today that we're not going to anticipate, and that's going to be the cool part. Everything just seems to be so nicely tucked in a row. Where's the chaos coming from today? That's what I'm watching for.
Yeah, I hope we get a lot of chaos today. As somebody who roots for team chaos, like that's really what I'm hoping for. Trey, what do you think? Legal negotiation slash tampering window a week before, lots of activity already. Are you a fan?
We might have to make a note because this might be the first time me and Mike 100% agree on something. I like the idea of it. I don't know if it was in the NBA's had it for a while too, and if everyone remembers the Kawhi Leonard and their drones are following him around on the airplane as he's going from LA and Toronto and all these teams. Where's he going to sign? Like that hype was great, right? And nobody knew. Again, kind of like Bo, he's buying property in all the cities that apparently he could be playing for, and the hype was unreal. I just don't like all these tentative signings. I think that's something. I don't know how you can get rid of that, or you can't because it's nice. I maybe when did this start? Almost a week ago. When did it officially start? Monday?
February 5th to 12th, I think, was the window.
That's too long, maybe. You know what I mean? Like you could do it just Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and have free agency start today on the Tuesday, right? You just have 3 days. You allow the guys to go out there and talk about it, and that gives their time. They have their agents, doing their thing. Gives less time for guys like Naylor and Farhan to spill all the beans, right? And it I think it still works out. And like Mike said, who's going to walk back on it? We saw it last year. Guys walk back on these deals. And the tampering period, even without it, it happens. Miami lost a first-round draft pick for talking to Tom Brady too early, right? And so it happens in every league, and so I like that they make it a thing, but I just cut it down a couple of days, I think, and I think it'll be good.
Yeah, Randy in the YouTube chat's got an interesting comment here. I wonder how many of these pending announcements are actually just guys toying with their teams a little bit to get more money and aren't actually leaving. There's, that's part of this, right? Is I'm going to go out and negotiate with all of these other teams. Okay, I've got 7 contracts on the table. What are you going to do to match that? And in some cases, you just can't. We've seen guys sign to contracts that their teams just cannot match. And we had a very interesting case, I think, of this, due to this negotiation window, where BC Lions wide receiver Dominic Rhymes requested a trade from the team because he was being paid around $110,000 for this upcoming season. And he's been seeing all of these reported contracts that these other wide receivers are getting. And to his credit, he probably deserves somewhere in that upper echelon. He is one of the best receivers in the game. It was a quick less than 24 hours before the Lions said, oh, shoot, okay, we can't afford to lose this guy. And they managed to sign him to a 2-year contract extension, give him a big raise, and get him under contract to skip next year's free agency there as well. So, there are so many side effects to these negotiations that have gone on that I like this window. I think it's fun. It makes a really hyped up week leading up to free agency. And yeah, there's always the concern, what are we going to have to talk about for 8 hours today? Well, we have these moves to talk about as they become official. We have the additional ones. There's still tons of players left on the board. There were over 200 players as free agents coming into free agency. So there is still a lot of news to chat about here. And I think it's going to be a fun day here throughout the next 8 hours and beyond. And
just to jump in here quickly, something that's intriguing me here is I'm scrolling a bunch of timelines. According to Justin Dunt, there's a lot of interest in Greg Ellington, who used to play with the Blue Bombers last year. I am curious just how much, and I'm saying this in a general sense, just using Greg Ellington as an example. Guys that had a lot of injuries and missed a lot of time last year, how that affects their dollar value. Or are they going based on past performance and player history? It sounds like Greg Ellington has a lot of interest elsewhere in the league and in general around the league. So I'm curious because Greg Ellington was one of the best receivers in the CFL prior to his injury last year. What does that do? My immediate sort of reaction and thought process will be the Saskatchewan Roughriders with those old buddies over there and Trevor Harris. But I could be proven wrong. So it's interesting, right? Because there's some free agents out there that missed a lot of time last year. But what's their dollar value? Is it Are we scared because you missed a lot of time because of injury, or are we paying you based on past performance, and how does that work?
Yeah, and we'll take a look at the free agency board here. The players currently available near the start of hour number 2 around 10 a.m. Central Time. We'll start taking a look at those. But I think before we can take a look and get a full appreciation for all of the pieces still available, we need to take a look at the pieces that were going to be available and already have those, tucked away in the drawer contracts heading to new teams. Because a lot of the biggest names at some of these positions are off the board. So let me pull up our free agent tracker that we'll be using here throughout the show today. That I've spent the past month building in preparation for this and excited to use it heavily here today and take a look at some of these pending transactions. Again, these are ones that have not officially been announced by their teams, but have been reported by a variety of different reporters. I'll scroll through these here and then we can start discussing some of the ones that stand out to you guys the most. Let's start off. The Ottawa Red Blacks look to be signing Javon Santos Knox to a 2-year contract at the linebacker position. The Riders signing Jake Winneke to a 2-year contract, supposedly. Kenny Lawler, one of the biggest wide receivers, going to the Bombers on a 2-year deal. The Elks getting a little busy at wide receiver with reported deals in place with Stephen Dunbar and Kyron Moore, so overhauling their wide receiver core. The Lions bringing in backup quarterback Dominic Davis on a contract length that hasn't been announced yet. Trevor Harris to the Riders on a 2-year deal. We'll look at these in bunches. Let's start with these couple of transactions we've looked at here. Any of these in particular stand out to you guys as major intriguing points? Let's go to you first, Trey.
Yeah, the two that stand out, I have two. Eugene Lewis to Edmonton. I really like that because Edmonton, because my goal leads in my second one, Lawler to Winnipeg. I think those were two very intriguing because I don't think would Eugene Lewis be going to Edmonton if Edmonton re-signed Lawler? Probably not. And maybe, and then Lawler to Winnipeg, I find intriguing. Where's the salary cap coming from? I know it's a soft salary cap in the CFL, and I know the Bombers have had great financial success over the last few years, but I think Kyle Walters is definitely loosened the purse strings a little bit this offseason to keep the band together and also get the old band member back, Lawler. So I think that's very interesting. And I think what these two signings show is the market for receivers. Like, these guys are getting paid, money that traditionally looks like quarterback money in this league, right? To receivers. And I just find it's very intriguing. And I also like James Butler going to Hamilton. Will Hamilton actually have a run game this year with Bo now, And I hope that's just the guy that his talents don't get squandered in the East that decides to never run. Mike, what are you liking?
I like a couple of things. I'm going to stick with Hamilton. I like Casey Sales. There was no way that the Bombers were going to be able to keep him, given guys that were requiring pay raises. He quietly was under the radar guy for me last year. Time to find some new guys in camp. I really liked what Saskatchewan done. Trevor Harris, Trevor Harris, Jake Winneke, a couple of other signings already been reported. Listen, I would not be surprised to hear Greg Ellington's name at the end of the day in Saskatchewan. Um, you know, we're talking about teams throughout the day here that need to do something. That is Saskatchewan, and I'm curious when Adam comes back and some of these signings get officially announced what his thoughts are. But if there's a team that has to do something today, it's Saskatchewan. There was a lot of unacceptable that happened there. That was below normal Saskatchewan Roughriders standards. If these reports are accurate, which we assume they will be, I like what they've done so far today. Big question, Ryan, like you said in the opening, what does their offensive line look like? They had, a lot of injuries and retirements in that particular area. Trevor Harris isn't the most mobile of quarterbacks. He is when he wants to be, but it's very interesting when it comes to that, right? It's like who's gonna protect the quarterback, right? Quarterback doesn't have time to throw the ball. That's interesting. The other one that I think is gonna be surprising. I'm not sure if it's on your transaction tracker yet. Is the BC Lions of Michael Couture. Interesting, but he fortifies that lineup a little bit there on that offensive line. Kind of fell out of favor in Winnipeg a little bit, and you could kind of see it toward the end of last year. He was healthy but didn't play. Uh, Chewy Eli, I think, is back on a 3-year term after taking the last year off, so that kind of fortifies that depth situation. You got Jeff Gray in there. You got Stanley Bryant, Jamarcus Hardwick. The list goes on. There was somebody expendable. As the Bombers saw last year, they spent most of the year without Michael Couture, so it's not really surprising that he goes on to BC. It's you win some, you lose some, right? You can't keep everybody, and Couture, he deserves to be a starter. He's a starter. It's just not going to happen in Winnipeg, especially with the way Kowalski played in his absence, which was, to me, a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, a lot of these deals we're going to get more details on throughout. We already got some on that that Eugene Lewis deal that you were talking about there, Trey. Justin Dunk reporting. Thanks, FM fan, for putting this in the YouTube chat. Eugene Lewis, the highest paid non-quarterback in the CFL with a $320,000 contract from the Edmonton Elks. That is some big money there. We know they paid Kenny Lawler $300,000 last season, so they're paying a bit more to Eugene Lewis this upcoming year. And again, I mentioned these two moves already. I really like the additions of Stephen Dunbar and Kyron Moore there. I like what the Elks are building at wide receiver here. You're talking Kyron Moore, Stephen Dunbar, Eugene Lewis. You've still got Dylan Mitchell, who I think was one of the top wide receivers in the CFL later in the season last year. And I expect Dylan Mitchell, I mean, maybe not as much now because there's too many other mouths to feed, but I expect him to be a young guy that can really just jump near the top of the wide receiver charts potentially and take the league by storm this year. So you have them, and then you have Manny Arsenault, that big veteran presence there as well. So great wide receiver crew there for Taylor Cornelius to work with this year. We'll see what other moves the Elks make to supplement that as well. Looking at some of the other moves, I mean, you guys talked about a few of the other ones up here on the charts here as well. An interesting one is Wes Hills. Ticats running back Wes Hills originally reported to be going to the Ottawa Red Blacks, and but there's talk now that this one may be not a done deal, and he may be looking elsewhere. And I have to wonder if he's looking at those BC Lions, who currently don't have a starting running back. With James Butler going out and a lot of the other pieces being signed there. I wonder if Wes Hills is like, maybe there's a bit more of an opportunity here for me as well. The Ticats, Jameer Thurman, Casey Sales, James Butler all look to be pieces they're going to be bringing in today. They've been busy. Stephen Banks on the defensive line looks like some help for the Riders there. Despite all the chaos at the ownership level, Cody Fajardo looks to be signing a 2-year contract to the Montreal Alouettes. I guess let's go there next. Let's talk about that next. The Alouettes and the Riders swapping quarterbacks essentially for this season. Fajardo, we've talked a little bit about what could we see from Trevor Harris in Saskatchewan this year with the overhauling they're doing there. What do we think of Cody Fajardo going to Montreal and being reunited with Jason Maas there? Do you think it's a good fit, Trey? And how do you think this is going to play out?
Like I said on our last episode, I said, who do you hate more, Fajardo or Dane Evans? Because that's the one I would send to Montreal, and I feel bad for poor Cody, man. And Dane Evans might still end up there too. You never know, but oh man, how bad of a dumpster fire can that place be if Saskatchewan looks like a good place to go for Trevor Harris? You know what I mean? Like Trevor Harris, like, yeah, I'm going to get out of here and go to Saskatchewan right now. Oh man, I don't know. It's just a lot of things happening. I just don't even know. What, Mike?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were done there. My bad.
No, go for it. I'm kind of speechless with this one. Like, I didn't think Fajardo would go there. I thought it would be Evans out of the two, and I honestly thought Fajardo was going to be the odd man out, maybe getting signed in May or June if there's an injury or something, just because there's nowhere else for him to go. So, Mike, you go, man. I'm kind of speechless.
Yeah, this was a head scratcher. Especially with all he didn't reported. He didn't get along with Jason Moss. There was friction there. Kind of funny because I'll say this as politely as possible. Sometimes when you say something, you have to be very careful because the reported stuff that happens between you and a coach might wind up being you might wind up needing that person again. So I think one of two things happened. I think either this Jason Moss, Cody Fajardo issue, OC the quarterback was greatly under exaggerated and sort of over reported in Saskatchewan, or they found a way to mend fences because I think having a quarterback, a head coach, having Moss as your head coach, I think is a little bit different than your OC. Um, but still, I mean, Montreal was like the last place I saw Cody Fajardo going to. A little bit surprised now. Maybe we shouldn't be. Um, I thought maybe and I think you were along the same lines as this, Ryan or Trey, or maybe even Adam. Calgary to me looked like a logical spot. Toronto looked like a logical spot. But now that it seems like McLeod Bethel Thompson's coming back somewhere.
Well, that one remains to be seen because I think it was Farhan Lalji was reporting last week that McLeod Bethel Thompson is looking for options out in the States in the different leagues there first before coming back. And if so, he's pretty openly stated he's only coming back to the Argos and won't be looking somewhere else. But that's a big unknown that we're going to talk about as the day goes on here as well as McLeod Bethel Thompson.
So it's very curious to me, right? Because this reported rift between Fajardo and the Rider coaching staff, while the primary member of that coaching staff, the Cody Fajardo dealt with, is now his head coach on his new team. So maybe they mended fences a little bit, and time kind of heals all feelings and emotions.
Well, I was gonna say Moss was coaching for his job, right? Moss is coaching for his job in Saskatchewan. So if they're, you know what I mean? I'm sure Fajardo realized that, Fajardo only got benched because Moss didn't want to lose his job mid-season, right? So,
but to be honest, I don't like the way things ended in Saskatchewan for Cody, and I think that destroyed their playoff hopes. There was a lot of. My guess is there had to be a lot of behind-the-scenes discussions for this to happen. I'm really surprised, and you know what? I'm not going to judge a book by its cover, but something happened here in the last few months that we are not aware of. But made this situation okay. And I'm curious if over time that'll come out. And Fajardo's really rose to being a good quarterback in Saskatchewan when Zach Polaros got hurt, and very it's very intriguing now what's going to happen.
Well, I think I said this on Twitter this week that Cody Fajardo to Montreal, to me, is a deal of necessity for both sides, right? Like, Montreal needs a starting quarterback. Cody Fajardo is the only available option left on the free agent market, unless you trade for Dane Evans, who's being held captive by the Ticats right now. Other than that, there aren't a whole lot of QBs available out there. We'll take a look at them all in just a bit here. And on the other side of things, where else can Fajardo go and potentially get a starting role? This is really the only team without a clear starter. Maybe he could get in a 1A, 1B situation. But, even though it doesn't seem like a great pairing and a great fit right now for Fajardo and the Alouettes, it's a deal of necessity, and it's something they're going to have to work out with one another. And is that something they can work out, right off the top? Is that something they can work out, is it going to take a couple of games to do so? Is something that I'm intrigued to see once they hit the actual football field over here for the Alouettes.
I find it interesting too. What if they went with VA? Do you think VA would have re-signed in Montreal if they didn't? Let's say they traded Harris to BC. It's always hindsight's 2020, but that's kind of what's been in my mind lately is did they make the wrong choice by going with Harris in the long run, over VA, and VA's got the faith of BC now and, has control for the next year or two. Right. So yeah, it's a very interesting day.
Yeah. So hindsight's 2020, right? We could go back over free agency over the last couple of years and track those as things go along and see what kind of impact that would all have. Let's take a look at a couple other pending signings coming along the way. One of the top defensive players available on the market was Folarin Orimolade, who looks to be signing a deal with the Toronto Argonauts. Another former Stampeder going over to Toronto. Color me shocked. It seems every year they bring in the guys from Calgary there. Michael Wakefield along the defensive line looks to be signing with the Red Blacks. Same thing with Taron Vaughn along the offensive line. Kwaku Boateng is a really intriguing move to me for the Hamilton Tiger Cats. The Ticats are busy. We've already talked about or scrolled through a couple of moves they've made over the last week or so here. And Kwaku Boateng's a bit of an underrated one because you look at the stats sheets from last year, he didn't show up on them because he got injured in training camp and missed the entire season due to it. But when he was with the Edmonton Elks, he was one of the top defensive linemen in the league, really good at pressuring the quarterback there. So I think this could be one of the more underrated signings. And it kind of goes back to what Mike talked about earlier of what do we make of these guys that have been injured and what kind of deals they're going to get going forward here?
It's interesting because football is one of those sports that you can take a year off and you're almost maybe better for it. There's an injury, but if you didn't hit the field every day, there's a lot of things that do get right with you. We see it a lot in the NFL. Guys take a year off, come back, and they're probably even better than the year before. We saw Lynch, Gronk, guys like that. And it depends on what kind of injury it is. Is he Strasburg from the Nationals who's been on the ace for the Nationals for 10 years, but I think he's only played something ridiculous, like he's never completed a full season? Is he that kind of guy who's just getting his arm hurt every day, or was this just a once in a lifetime kind of thing and he'll be fine for the next year? It's gambling, they're gambling on these guys, and I like what Hamilton's doing though. Too bad they didn't do this. Sorry, I'm getting confused. Good thing they're doing this because they got the Grey Cup this year. This is what Saskatchewan should have did last year and went all out and did this. You got Bo. You got Butler. You're making your defense kind of more structured, like Hamilton of the past. And I'm liking where Hamilton's going. And I think we're gonna say this for the 1000th time, but maybe the East might be better this year. Who knows? And we'll see because Ottawa looks better, Hamilton looks better, Montreal might not be great, and Toronto is the defending champs, right? So you never know what the East is going to look like.
Yeah, for sure. Scott in the YouTube chat asking, is Jason Maas the offensive coordinator and head coach, or just the head coach in Montreal? I just pulled up the team website. Looks like they don't have an officially listed offensive coordinator. So I would think maybe Jason Maas takes on that role, but they do, as quarterbacks coach, have, one of the greatest quarterbacks in CFL history, Anthony Calvillo. So, those are two really good guys at the QB position in the past in their careers. Anthony Calvillo, Jason Maas. I know Maz's game plan has been critiqued a lot in his time in Saskatchewan there, but there are definitely some bright football minds there to shape the offense for the Alouettes. It just remains to be seen what that Alouettes offense looks like this year. Some more pending transactions. Kevin Francis, linebacker, was to be signing with the Edmonton Elks. Big special teams guy for him there last season. Shaq Evans, one of the Riders' top wide receivers, looks to be headed over to the Ottawa Red Blacks. I really like this deal for Ottawa. I think that is, Jeremiah Mazzoli is going to hopefully stay healthy this year and hopefully have a bounce back season. And I think Evans needs a bit of a bounce back season himself. So that's a big addition there. Pair him with Jalen Acklin, Nate Bahar. You've got some of those other young guys there, like Justin Hardy, who came out on strong late last season. Could be a nice addition there. Hey, the Alouettes did make another move. Justin Lawrence looks to be signing along the offensive line. He's one of the top options available there. Oh, yeah, and if we weren't done talking about all the moves the Ticats have planned for today already, Joel Figueroa along the offensive line to protect Bo Levi Mitchell. And then they give him one of the most explosive receivers in the CFL with Duke Williams looking to sign a deal in Hamilton this season as well. And, they've basically booked their ticket to the Grey Cup for this year if they can lock down Jagarrett Davis with 6 straight seasons. Jagarrett Davis has gone to the Grey Cup. He's never not played in the Grey Cup in his career. Really, every team should have, backed up the money truck for him this year because he seems to be the good luck charm for at least getting there. But Mike, you talked a little bit about some of those Ticats moves earlier, but how much of this is the team just really, doing anything they can to get themselves to the dance when they're hosting the Cup at home this year as they try to break that drought?
I did those much better than that. I just believe I Mitchell effect. I really do. I mean, sure, you look at some of those offensive players that they have and trying to put themselves in absolute position to win the Grey Cup, starts with getting your quarterback. And, Bo Levi Mitchell, probably one of the most sociable people in the CFL as far as players that he knows from other teams, either from Calgary or wherever, right? It's, players talk, and I think there's something that I think there's something to be said about, you bring in a quality quarterback like Bo Levi Mitchell. Okay, now you're starting to get belief in everybody, and now he seems to have a new batch of weapons to work with offensively, and their defense to me hasn't really been an issue the last little bit. Uh, they did take a little bit of a step back, but I don't believe that was because of their defense. And I think too, you have it. There's no reason why Hamilton shouldn't be parachuted to the top of the East Division on paper here this morning, if what we're led to believe is going to be happening. Um, but again, I hate to say it, but football games aren't won on paper in the middle of February. It's, what happens starting in June, and most notably, you guys hear me say this all the time, the season starts after Labor Day. Again, I like what Hamilton done. You know, I just like, to me, Duke Williams never worked in Saskatchewan. Just to get back to what you were asking me, um, Duke Williams never worked in Saskatchewan. If it didn't work in Hamilton, I mean, yeah, sure, you got a quarterback that can throw you the ball, but you know what I mean. It's yeah. I don't know. I don't know. It seems like once you do something on a certain team, I hate to say it, but I think you have some kind of label on you. And it's sad because Duke Williams has all the talent in the world. I hope, for the sake of himself, that he learned from that and has a great season because this to me might be a 14-4 football team on paper right now. Full predictions in hour one, but okay, 14-4, 12-6, not that far out of the question. But again, we've seen great teams on paper in February, and then season comes around and injuries happen. Most notably, I think my example was the Ottawa Red Blacks. I had them much higher in the standings last year, and a couple things went wrong, and well, yeah, we all know what happened because of that. And it's interesting, right? I mean, I like them right now. I like what they're doing. It's the bully by Mitchell effect. It's everything. It's Atlanta Steinauer too. Him and Michael Shea are probably two of the marquee coaches in the league as far as being personable to players, and it's interesting because I think Ryan Dinwiddie is also getting into that fray as well, where these former players know how to relate to players and create a culture. The long-winded answer to your question, Ryan, is I think it starts with bully by Mitchell. I think it starts with retooling some things. I think it is Tim White that they brought back.
Yep.
Looks pretty good to me. Question is, does it work on the field?
Quick mic check. My mic good? Yes. Okay. Cool. It's finicky sometimes. Yeah, a lot of moves here. A lot of moves for the Ticats throughout the day today. And you're right, Mike. Like you can go out and do a lot on paper when free agency hits, and we've seen it different levels of effectiveness. We've seen the Ottawa Red Blacks buy themselves a championship in free agency before, or at least a trip to the Grey Cup in their first couple of years after the expansion. We've seen teams like BC's done it before, Toronto's done it before, Ottawa last year, they bring in every free agent possible, and it seems like on paper, it looks like it's going to be a good year for them. And they just don't end up gelling out on the field. So I think there is a mixed bag of success when you do this, but certainly at this point in time, all we can really judge is what we see on paper until we see them out on the field. And things look promising here for the Ticats in that category. Let's take a look at some of the other pending names here. I guess there's just a couple of more that we have at this time. Gary Johnson, linebacker with the Riders last year, he's heading over to Ottawa. The Riders themselves making a move and bringing Micah Johnson back along the defensive line. Former Rider there, ended up going over to Hamilton. That is a big piece for them back on the D-line there. And perhaps maybe they had that in the plans when they did release AC Leonard a week ago there. I mean, Anthony Lanier, Pete Robertson, Micah Johnson, that's pretty solid D-line there for the Riders. And then the other pending one, Carriel Brooks, was just let go by the Ticats. Kind of shockingly, earlier this week, looks to be signing with the Red Blacks there as well. So, there's a lot of transactions here that are pending on this list here, and we're going to add so many more of them throughout the day here as well. Anything else on these pending transactions that stands out to you, Trey?
No, I don't think it counts as pending. I'm really interested in Edmonton and the whole Litre situation, but I don't know if that's a pending one.
We can talk about. We can get into some of these official ones too.
Yeah. That's what I'm wondering about is how do you sign a guy and then within 30 days you're like, no, we're gonna release you. Like, I hope he got a bonus or something at least in there where something went on. But because that was weird. Because who's Edmonton now gonna go for? Is that where a guy like West Hills maybe goes, or something like that? I don't know. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, Edmonton's a team. I think they're set at running back this year with Kevin Brown. I'm really high on what Kevin Brown did late in the season last year. James Wilder Jr. also still under contract there. I wonder if Litre is a guy now. Maybe I feel like I'm going to say this when we talk about any running back today. Is BC a possibility? Because I have no idea what they're doing at running back yet, right? Like they have David Mackey under contract. He's more of a fullback role there. which is what Litre plays. So I don't know if that's a fit. But yeah, it's interesting to see you brought the guy back, and then supposedly it was just a salary cut a month later that Ante Milanovic Litre was. So I don't know if this was Chris Jones not expecting that he was going to be able to sign 3 of the top wide receiver free agents out there, and was like, oh shoot, I don't have the money available. So okay, you're gone. But I don't think. I think the Elks will be fine at the running back position. It's just one of those unfortunate things that, the business side of football that ends up happening here. But you did bring up some of the official signings here, and let's talk about some of those as well. A lot of these guys being re-signed by their teams. I want to talk about what the Toronto Argonauts specifically have done at the running back position. And get your take on this, Mike. Andrew Harris brought back for one final ride with the Toronto Argonauts for this upcoming season. They have Daniel Adeboboye as a sophomore running back, 15th overall pick, I believe, last season. He thought maybe he's going to, it's going to be a 1-2 punch of him and Harris. And Ouellette is going to be, let go in free agency, perhaps off to BC again. And then all of a sudden they bring Ouellette back also. So all 3 running backs back once again for the Argos this year. What do you make of that, Mike?
Sorry, there'll be some technical hitches here as the day goes on. That's better. I hope you can hear me. But no, I like it. That was part of their success last year for sure. How do I feel about Andrew Harris going back to Toronto? As a Bomber fan, as a Winnipegger, I don't like it, but I understand it. I wish we'd see more of AJ Ouellette. To me, the most underrated running back in the CFL. I think he deserves to be a shot at number 1, and maybe that'll be the case after this year, along with that young kid who we saw glimpses of last year. I mean, it's time to see football, particularly in the CFL. It's known as a passing league for the most part. I wish more teams would do the running back tandems like we saw with Brady Oliveira, Johnny Augustine here. I really like what Toronto's doing. They strike me as a ground and pound team that will run the ball and dare you to stop them. And if you do, well, they got some offensive weapons that can burn you on the pass side. Plus an underrated defense that we saw in the Grey Cup. I still have nightmares of Chad Kelly running, but that's besides the point. But no, I think more teams need to employ a 2 to 3 running back setup. You could use the young Canadian if you wanted to as the tip returner, punt returner. Use him into a role that way. What also comes to mind is 2 punishing running backs. I mean, Andrew Harris can punish the defense with his first move, and that's then he takes 2 steps and it's 5 yards. Roulette is much the same way. Just so unfortunate that it's just so unfortunate that the running game kind of gets underlooked at times. But yeah, we saw at times how important it was last year, and you know what? I think right now, given everything that we see on paper, it's gonna be a battle between the Argos and the Ticats for the East. And I can be proven wrong. It is February, and there could be surprises. But this is the Argos saying we want to show that victory against the Blue Bombers wasn't exactly a fluke, and we want to back it up. And if you have uncertainty at quarterback, you might want to add some certainty. You might want to add some certainty at running back, and we all know how I feel about those receivers. I like what Toronto's doing here. almost as much as I like what Hamilton has done so far. So, yeah, I don't think we're in the mood for preseason predictions, but I think I just gave 2 of them, and we're an hour into this thing.
Well, I'm sure we'll have a bunch of random predictions thrown out throughout the show here as well. Trey, what do you think of what the Argos have done thus far? Adding to the running backs, they've re-signed a number of their different players here this offseason as well. Do you like them bringing back the crew for a chance to run it back?
Yeah, we got to stop the podcast again. Mike and I agreed for the second time today. That's what's going on. Because I like what he's saying. Why do we not use these running backs more? And, everyone knows me. I'm a big NFL guy too. Every NFL team, Ryan, you probably learned this having your first year in fantasy. You could start your third string running back of a team and he could still get you 90 points on fantasy, man. Like, they run all 3 guys, sometimes 4 guys. We saw it in the Super Bowl on Sunday. Kansas City handed it off to everybody. Philly does it too. That's what you do in football. Now, is that a luxury the NFL has because they have the 4th down? Maybe. But, when you got a guy like traditionally Harris, hasn't been the same over the last year or two. But, Olette, he's almost the same kind of style of running back. You just got to keep pounding them the ball. I'm actually a little surprised that they have 2 power backs. You maybe usually want to go one of each, one power back, one kind of more speed elusive guy. But I have no problem with what they're doing. And kind of what I alluded to too. I don't even know who I would pick as my number 1 team in the East right now. If I had to do, free agency rank them right now, I'm pretty torn between Toronto, Hamilton, and Ottawa. I think that right now the Ontario teams could definitely each have a good shot at it. And I'm sure, though, I did say last week that Hamilton would host a playoff game. I feel like I said that, so I got to put them in. I got to put them in the top 2, and I also said Saskatchewan would, so I got to put them in the top 2 later. But I like what they're doing. Sorry, I'm reading. I got to stop reading comments when I'm talking because I'm so ADHD. But yeah, like Noah says in the group chat, he isn't just a power back. He also had that run. Didn't he go down? Wasn't it Olette that had that big run that he didn't get touched for like 30 yards? Like,
Yeah.
he's also got speed and, and someone, I can't remember who else, but someone asked who has a better beard, me or Olette. And it's obviously me. I grow this out just for you guys. So I like what Toronto's doing. And I think they're putting themselves in a good position to go create their own little dynasty and maybe have back-to-back Grey Cup appearances. I'm not a prediction per se, but they're definitely setting themselves up for it.
Well, we're just about an hour away from the kickoff of CFL Free Agency. We'll go in through all of the signings as they happen today. We'll take a look also at the ones that have happened thus far and start digging into some of the different teams from around the CFL as well and seeing what moves they've made. We've got guests coming in to talk about their respective teams in the afternoon. And before then, we'll try to touch on the other ones we don't have guest coverage for. But next up, what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the free agents available on the board. We're going to take a quick 2 minutes here just to reset things. The stream will still be running. You'll see a "We'll be right back" screen. And then we'll be back in about 2 to 3 minutes here on the Canadian Football Countdown for another hour of CFL Free Agent Frenzy 2023. Make sure you stick around. We will be right back. And we are back here on CFL Free Agent Frenzy 2023, hour number 2 here on the Canadian Football Countdown. We are live until 5 p.m. Central Time, another 7 hours to go. CFL Free Agency officially opening in 1 hour from now, roughly. So lots of news to come here, lots to talk about for sure. Ryan Coop here, Trey Colbeck, Michael Garrell here as well with you for the next hour here on the program. We've got the live chat still going. Make sure you put your comments, put your questions in there. But we're going to see a lot of names come off the board today. So let's start by taking a look, guys, at the names that are out there on the board right now, still not including the ones that we just talked about as being pending free agents. Let me pull up the free agency tracker here. Let's start at the quarterback position. Only 5 names available on the charts here currently, based on all the moves that have happened. Again, we talked about McLeod Bethel-Thompson already a bit before. Will he come back to the Argos? Will he go to the XFL, the USFL, one of those leagues? Look at one of those opportunities. Question remains to be seen there. Caleb Evans, had some time as the starter, had some time as the backup over in Ottawa. Antonio Pipkin playing that third string role over in BC. Dakota Prukop, the similar role in Winnipeg. And Michael O'Connor had a backup role, got in for a start there in BC, but then got injured and didn't get in the rest of the season really there. So not a whole ton available at the quarterback market left to go, but not really a lot of teams necessarily looking for somebody there. Hey, Mike?
Sorry, did you call on me? Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, no, it's interesting. The only thing that really kind of intrigued me here is what certain teams are going to do at number 3 quarterback. Most notably the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. BC Lions apparently in the running to sign a quarterback, but would likely need a third string. So I'm wondering, I'm wondering if something gets done there. Calgary to me might have an opening. I'm not sure how interested you are in Tommy Stevens as a number 2 right this minute possible. To me, to me, this whole thing comes down to somebody that's not a free agent today, and that's Dane Evans. I've been something that has to be done. I don't really see a scenario where both him and Boldy by Mitchell are around. Maybe.
And Matt Schultz. They also brought back Matt Schultz.
So, that looks kind of to me like a pretty good quarterback depth chart to me. Something happened to Boldy by Mitchell that, some pretty good options. But one of your quarterbacks, most notably Dane Evans, taking up a lot of your salary cap. Dane Evans. It makes me wonder if he goes to Toronto, especially with MBT kind of, is slow making his decision and whatever that looks like. But somebody's going to have a very good 1A, 1B scenario, and that might as well be the Hamilton Tiger Cats. But, to me, I'm just very curious. Like this year, to me, the quarterback, availables are very scarce, to say the least. So that's kind of the interesting part for me here right now.
What about you, Trey? What stands out at quarterback for you for teams looking to make a move today?
Let's say just hypothetically, even if Harris and Fajardo have enough 100% officially signed, that's sad that Harris is the best quarterback available, or Fajardo, right? Other than Bo, I guess, but Bo would be official, right? Because he was traded, so it's a signing, right? Right, yeah, he's 100% official. The other two aren't as much, but that's what I mean. It's just I'm more worried about the state of the quarterbacks in the league when right now, Bethel Thompson and Caleb Evans are probably your top two guys that are unsigned right now, and like kind of like Mike was saying, it depends on backup situations and it depends on where Dane Evans goes when and if he gets traded, right? And because looking at these guys, how many of them do you think, other than Bethel Thompson, who's been the starter, but would he be the starter in Toronto? You don't know. Evans was the starter, but could he start? Like, how many of those guys are actually starters up there?
Not very many on this
Yeah,
list here, right?
maybe Bethel Thompson if he comes back, right? And other than that, it's backup. So yeah, it's whoever wants to go hold a clipboard and where they want to hold it. I think at this point.
I think Bethel Thompson. I think if I'm an Argos fan, I'm really hoping McLeod Bethel Thompson comes back for another season. And I don't know if all Argos fans would necessarily agree with me on that one, but I've been high on what MBT has done throughout his past couple of years here. Everybody talks about Chad Kelly leading them to the Grey Cup last season. No, Chad Kelly came in and played one good drive. MBT is who got them there. I'm not as high on Kelly's abilities to be a starting quarterback in the CFL at this point as a lot of other people seem to be. So I think, if MBT comes back, you have a 1A, 1B situation maybe. If he doesn't, then I look at maybe bringing in a guy like a Dane Evans or a Caleb Evans to, support having Chad Kelly there. But I'm not sure I'm confident going into the new season with just riding with him as the number one guy with not a backup plan in place. I mean, it's possible. Look at what the Lions did with Nathan Rourke last season. That worked out pretty well for them, obviously. But I don't know if I think Kelly, I would put him, I don't think I'd put him necessarily in that same category there. Let's bounce around to some of the other positions here. We'll go to the one people have asked about in the chat first. Noah in the chat's asking about the kicking and punting position. Well, there aren't really a ton of free agents available. Michael Dalmagala, the only one listed as a free agent currently. Looks like teams have their names under contract for next season, more so than usual at the position. BC's got Sean White and Stephen Flintoff handling kicking and punting duties. Calgary, Rene Paredes coming back another year. Cody Grace in the punter category. He has been a stellar player in that regard. The Elks have Sergio Castillo once again this year. He's brought back for another year. Seth Small, real good rookie kicker last year for the Ticats. They bring him back. Maybe they look to bring in a punter because Michael Damagala, did do a lot of the punting there for them. The Alouettes have David Cote, Joseph Zima in their kicker punter role. The Red Blacks, Lewis Ward, Richie Leone. The Riders, Brett Water, Kari Vedvik. The Argos, Boris Beatty and John Haggerty. And then the Bombers have Mark Leggio doing all kicking, field goals, kickoffs, punting. He seems to be doing it all currently for them. So that's where teams are currently at. There's no real CFL free agents on the board at the kicker punter position. There are some intriguing names, though. Liram Haralahu has been talked about many times. Will he come back to the CFL one day? And what happens with Brett Maher after the disaster for him with the Dallas Cowboys? Could we see him make his return here? Which teams stand out to you guys at the kicker position? Is there anybody you have concerns about that you would like to see make some sort of upgrade and bring another piece in here? Trey, you're nodding your head.
I was like, what team do you think I'm going to talk about that needs a better kicker? I mean, Leggio was fine. I think I'm all serious. I think he just needs to get the jitters out, and I think that was his thing. More than anything, God, better not sign Mayer. And his last thing I saw, Liram said he's going to spend at least the next season or two bouncing around practice rosters to still get his NFL opportunity. Yeah, no, Leggio's the only one I would consider. He did have a good year. You can argue and debate about that last kick in the Grey Cup. Would he have made it if it wasn't blocked? Yeah, I don't know. But other than that, I think it seems like there's a lot of experienced guys. Like, Beatty's 33, Lothar's 32, the two at Ottawa are over 30s. Like kickers, oh, geez, Hamilton's got young kickers. But other than that, kicking is one of those roles that you need a guy. The young kid doesn't do it quite often. You need that 30, 35-year-old who just knows how to nail it down the middle from 40 plus consistently, right? And that's what most teams have, I guess, except for Hamilton and Winnipeg. So that would be the only thing I would look at. But Noah's making good point. Like I said, it's a second year. First year as a starting kicker. He had the jitters. I agree with everything he's saying. Like it's going to take time. It's just as Winnipeg, we got spoiled with why is his name escaping me right now?
Money Madlock, Justin
Madlock. There we go. Holy, I should definitely get my Blue Bomber jersey taken away for not remembering him. But yeah, Medlock. I think we got too complacent with him. The punts and kicks that he would pull off, and the onside kicks that he just decided to do on his own. We got spoiled with that for the last couple seasons, and now he's starting fresh. And no FM fan, I would stay away from Mayer. He can stay on Mike's Cowboys if he's still there. Mike, what do you think? Would you make if you were Jerry Jones, would you make the trade Mayer to the Blue Bombers right now?
I can almost virtually assure you that Brett Maher will not be back as a member of the Dallas Cowboys. That's one thing pretty clear. As far as Mark Lidio, I'm not wanting to go there. I think he should come back. Seasons aren't defined by one kid. Yeah, he struggled toward the end. Find me a guy that can do all three and do a pretty significant job at it. Remember, this is the guy that had his first part of his rookie season sort of cut short because he lost his job to Sergio Castilla, which wound up being good because I don't think we win that Grey Cup without Castilla. The second one against Hamilton in Hamilton. If people dislike Mark Lidio, well, I can tell you the Bombers had a win locked up, but he hits one off the pipe, which happens. He gets a field goal block, which is in the Grey Cup, which is a great play. It doesn't get blocked, who knows what happens. Are we having a completely different discussion here if that field goal goes through in the Grey Cup? I think we are. I mean, just because we didn't make a kick in the Grey Cup, which, we've all seen every other kicker in the CFL occasionally have, a kick blocked. It happens. I think there was more of it went wrong on that game-winning field goal attempt. But again, that's it happens, and I'm with Noah. I believe that that's going to be a breakout season. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. The kicking position in sports is like the starting goalie of a National Hockey League team.
True.
Last line of defense in most cases. I really hope the Bombers take a long look at the overall track record instead of what happened, on one Sunday in November. And I still think that the fact that the Bombers came within an earshot of winning that Grey Cup, to me, I'm still really, really disappointed, I think would be the appropriate word here, at the long Chad Kelly run. I think if that doesn't happen, they'd kick the ball away, and the Bombers probably run the clock out, and that field goal is a non-issue. So, there's a lot of things that go well. It's like, yeah, you gave up 7 goals in a hockey game. The goalie doesn't look very good, but if the team defense in front of him doesn't look very good, well, he may be slightly excused, for that effort. And it's a what have you done for me lately business, much like the quarterback, much like the coach. Sports has become very, in the day and age of social media, very scrutinizable, and people only see the bigger picture. It's kind of like the Super Bowl. I could pull that to an example. Everybody's talking about, the hold. There was more of it went on in that whole second half than the hold. How about if you're Philadelphia, you try to keep Patrick Mahomes off the field for a drive in the second half. You force a punt somewhere along the line. You probably win that game. You tip that punt that sets that drive up a little bit differently, and he doesn't get as big of a run back. That's a completely different, animal to have to deal with. It's not just the holding call. Much like the Grey Cup didn't come down to the tip as much as everybody wants to talk about. There was a couple interceptions in there too that weren't very good. And in hindsight, the Bombers won a lot of those games where they, didn't necessarily deserve to win, and this one, it just didn't go their way, and I don't believe that that's a reason for a new kicker.
I think there's a couple teams in that category. Sorry to cut you off there, Mike.
Yeah, no worries.
I think there's a couple teams in that category that got a bit maybe disappointing performances, but guys, if you look at the overall track record, are pretty good over the course of their careers. I mean, Boris Beatty only completed 78% of his field goals, but we know him to be a solid kicker at times. Brett Lauder seemed like maybe he took a bit of a step back there with 82%. Lewis Ward, we're used to him being the tops in the league. So I think teams are going to be banking on bounce backs at the kicker position. I don't think we're going to see much movement today from them. If anything, I think the global position or the global draft is where we're going to see it, because a lot of these, second, third string guys at the kicker punter position seem to be those global players there. So we'll take a look closer to then at that as well. Let's go to the linebackers here, because I saw some questions in the chat about Darnell Sankey, the biggest fish at the linebacker position out here in free agency. 120 tackles for him last season. What a year for him. Seems like the Riders couldn't get it done. It supposedly offered him a contract, not the numbers he was looking for, and he appears to be headed to free agency here. Other big names still on the board. Henoc Muamba is a free agent. Could we see him go on to retire at this point? They just brought in Jordan Williams on that trade with BC for a first-round pick to kind of fill in that same slot. So what happens to Henoc Muamba here? Haven't updated the free agency tracker here quite yet. And Darius Pickett looks to be off to the Toronto Argonauts, supposedly, once free agency opens. But, I mean, I'll scroll through the whole list here for you to take a look at slowly at the linebacker position. But do you think this is a position with a number of big names out there for teams looking to make upgrades, Trey?
Oh, yeah. Sankey, Muamba, Pickett, which we know got signed, Simone Lawrence. Like, this is probably I wish we had this much talent in the quarterback position or some other positions so we could talk about. This is the position that kind of really, because that linebacking core, that's usually the center of your defense, right? Like, that's usually the guy, the middle linebacker and the linebackers in there are the ones that definitely are the leaders on your defense and kind of the quarterbacks of that system usually. So this is a big pick right here for who you're going to get. And forget salary cap. I'm going to let my Blue Bomber come out a little bit. Sankey, come over down to Winnipeg and play with Jefferson and Big Hill. I know Big Hill's there. Come play with these guys. And, that would be a crazy defense. Or even Muamba come back to Winnipeg. That would be something I would like to see. Muamba, wasn't he rumored to maybe be retiring? Because Toronto also keeps picking up middle linebackers too. So they're kind of foreshadowing maybe his departure there. There's a couple guys on this list that I would definitely love to see in blue and gold. And I think that if some of these guys go to the Hamilton, if Hamilton continues to build, Toronto continues to sign these guys, Ottawa gets a couple of these guys, the East is going to have good defense for sure.
Yeah, I'm intrigued what a team like the Ticats do at the linebacker position here. I mean, you've got a couple of names on the list. Cameron Kelly, Simone Lawrence has been in Hamilton for absolutely forever, it seems here, right? That's a name that, as of this point, they have not been able to lock up. I know they brought in Jameer Thurman, which is a huge pickup there, but could we see the Ticats? They're continuing to build and throw money around and try to bring in a big day here at free agency. Could they be, if they even have the money still to afford it, could they get a guy like Darnell Sankey to come in, or could we see them bring in some of these more underrated players here? I think they're, as we scroll further down the list, there's some intriguing options that could be primed for bigger roles with their squads as well. Let's take a look. Let's jump back to the offense here and take a look at running back, because that's a position that intrigues me here. There were a number of names out there at the running back position, but a lot of them are going off the charts. Are off the charts already. James Butler reportedly going over to the Ticats is a big one there. The Argos bringing back their trio, as we talked about in hour number one. Pretty thin crop at running back here. If you're looking for starter quality, potentially, it's Walter Fletcher and it's William Powell. Powell's had injuries over the past couple of years. Is he still able to play at the top level? Seems like Walter Fletcher is really the cream of the crop available once noon Eastern time hits here today for teams looking to make a move. And as for teams that are could potentially be looking to make the move, I think the BC Lions are the biggest one, and I would be shocked almost if we don't see a guy like Walter Fletcher go over to BC, because David Mackey's their starting running back right now at 29 years of age, 94 yards last year. Again, more of a fullback role for him there. The Stamps are set at running back for very well for this season. The Elks, I mentioned earlier, I'm really high on what Kevin Brown did last year. I think he should get more of a role this season. The Ticats, you mentioned it, I think, early on, right? They brought James Butler in. They're bringing Sean Thomas Erlington back. Are they going to run the ball is the biggest question mark. You pay for these big pieces. You got to use them effectively. Montreal's got William Stanback, hopefully healthy for a full season this year. They also have Jeshurun Antwi, who had a solid season. The Red Blacks, potentially a team to watch here. Devontae Williams, Jackson Bennett, supposedly Wes Hills, although talk that maybe he's going to look to sign elsewhere as well. Riders, Jamal Morrow, Frankie Hickson, they're well set for this year. Argos, again, we talked about already, bringing back their two big pieces, Andrew Harris, AJ Ouellette. And the Bombers, they've got their 1-2 punch of Brady Oliveira and Johnny Augustine. So really not many pieces left to put together in the puzzle at the running back position here today, is there, Trey?
No, not really. Sorry, someone tweeted at me, so I was kind of listening to that. But yeah, not a lot going on in running back. There's some interesting guys though, and what Mike was saying earlier. If some teams decide to go to that 2-3 man rotation, these are guys that could definitely fit in there. Oh wow! When I saw Akeem Hunt, I thought it was Kareem Hunt for a second. I was like, since when is he in the CFL? Thought he was just on Cleveland. But yeah, you know what I mean. Fletcher, Powell. Guys like that, if you got them at a good price, would not be a bad second stringer, right? But there's no one here again that teams are probably willing to break the bank for, right?
Yeah, I think a lot of those names again were taken off the board already or re-signed by their respective teams, and maybe there's some names lower on this list. Maybe there's some names brought in training camps that we see that we don't know of right now that will be the guys that we're talking about at the top of this list next year once they make a name for themselves in the CFL. What position do you want to take a look at next year, Trey?
Let's look at the big boys, the big hogs on the O-line. That's always an interesting one, and that's one that can always make and break. Brendan Labatt. Another guy, if you want some veteranness, and if you just want to piss Adam off and take away a guy like that from the Riders O-line, I think that would be a good one. Let's see here. Because it was their Couture going to BC. I like that one for them. I don't know if he ever played with Suk Chung, but, 2 ex-Bombers now being in BC, and I like that. I like that dynamic. Adam in the live chat. What do you think about the O-line? The Bombers re-signed pretty much 99% of theirs. Saskatchewan's a team that needs to definitely look at something. What do you think Saskatchewan's going to go for a full line if you were O'Day?
Yeah, it's a position I think they really need to focus on, obviously. They gave up by far the most sacks in the CFL last season, and you can bring Trevor Harrison, you can bring Jake Winicky in and say, yeah, that's going to improve the offense a little bit there, but that's not going to if Trevor Harris ends up on the floor, and I think he's even less of a mobile quarterback than Cody Fajardo was to escape some of those sacks. So I think this is, if any position, the Riders need to focus on the offensive line slot here. There's some big names available on the list. There's a lot of Canadians here at the top of the chart that have been around for quite some time in the CFL. Maybe you look at a guy like Darius Siracco, a good piece for the future, 27 years of age, with the Ottawa Red Blacks after playing in Hamilton the year before. The Red Blacks brought him in as a big piece on that O-line last season. It didn't end up working out there. But then you look at a guy like Peter Godber over in BC, with BC bringing in Michael Couture. That's another piece available now on the offensive line. Philip Blake, Colin Kelly. These are guys that have been around the league for quite some time. Hunter Stewart as well. There's some real veteran presence on the offensive line here. And I think maybe that's something, if you're the Riders, you're looking for a little bit this year, just to settle things down there a bit. I feel like they, due to injuries and just different pieces not working out, ended up rotating through quite a few rookies. And if we take a look at who the Riders currently have under contract, of their projected top crew at the position for the Riders, most of them are under 30 years of age. So I think there are some veteran pieces you bring in if you're a team like that. You'll notice a lot of the names on this free agent list at the offensive line position, former Saskatchewan Roughriders, because they will be moving on from them. So I think they're a team to watch at the position. I think, Edmonton is a team to potentially watch at the position if they can afford it still. They ended up spending a lot of money on wide receiver. You got to be able to protect Taylor Cornelius to find those guys there as well. And Hamilton, we've seen them make a move already with Joel Figueroa. Seems like they're pretty good on the offensive line. I mean, Brandon Revenberg, one of the top in the league. Chris Van Zyl, if he's healthy, one of the top in the league. That's going to help Levi Mitchell stay upright and find his guys there as well. So I expect tinkering a little bit between different teams around the CFL, but most notably, I would say the Saskatchewan Roughriders and the Edmonton Elks are teams I would see wanting to make an upgrade at the position this season. Let's stick in the trenches here and go over to the other side to the defensive line next and take a look at who is available there. Sean Lemon, the biggest piece on the list, he just tweeted a bit ago that it was something like lemonade for sale starting at noon Eastern or something like that, because looks like he'll be headed to the free agent department here. A guy that's bounced around many different teams, has almost completed the Kevin Glenn special, and seems to be out there on the list again. A number of big names here. A lot of veteran players here as well. Anybody standing out to you on the D line as a team who needs some extra pressure on the quarterback might want to bring in?
They're older, but again, I'm wondering if Bo Levi can recruit his ex-teammate Sean Lemon to come down to Steeltown again. Maybe even Charleston Hughes. Like, again, those veteran guys that could complement a team like that. It's all price too. And again, depends on how much Hamilton wants to go over the luxury tax salary cap, right? Like, it's kind of things like that. Other than that, I think, again, the real thing that stands out to me is when you look at all these free agents, you see a lot of teams, but you don't see Winnipeg very much, right? There's one guy on this list from Winnipeg. That's what stands out to me is they re-sign everybody. You know what I mean? They're not going to and then they still have free agents. That's kind of the crazy part too. Other than that, I don't know. Who do you stands out to you? Like, some of these names, like a lot of these names, they're not like jumping out at me, like they're probably good pickups, but again, there's not many of those guys that you're willing to give, a 2 or 3 year fully guaranteed contract to, right? To any of these guys. So like they're either old or they're kind of still young and trying to make a name for themselves.
Yeah, and that's definitely the case. I mean, you look at some of the younger options. Thomas Costigan played 18 games last year. He's the youngest one who's made an impact on the list. He was with Montreal Alouettes most recently. I think may have gotten traded there. I think every team kind of has a different thing they're looking at the position, at every position, really. Some teams are looking for more of a veteran presence. Some are looking for those pieces to build for the future. Like a team like the Bombers, if they can get them in on a cheap deal, may look at some of those younger pieces for when a Willie Jefferson, a Jackson Jeffcoat, is done playing. A team that, has some young pieces may look to, or wants to make a run at it this year, may look to bring in some of those veteran players as well. Charleston Hughes, Sean Lemon, definitely at the top of the list there. But the thing I find intriguing is like you can see the pieces and things moving around where teams don't, you can see why some of these guys are free agents. You look at like Julian Hauser from the Ticats being a free agent, and Micah Johnson, who ended up is already going to be going back to Saskatchewan. And you can see they've already been replaced reportedly by Casey Sales coming in to Hamilton, by Jagarrett Davis being a reported signing there. So you see the rotation of these guys out, teams that have already managed to fill the holes and bring in some pretty significant pieces. It doesn't mean that, a guy like Hauser is, on the decline or anything. No, I think he's still one of the top options available on the defensive line here for a team that wants to make an upgrade there. So a number of big names to look at on the defensive line position. Any team in particular that jumps out as a team looking to make a move on the D line that you would like to see get a little bit more pressure on the quarterback this season?
That's kind of, let me think about it. I want Hamilton to be a little better. Hamilton's like team that just always traditionally you think of having a tough defense, right? And I just don't think they were up to the Oskee Wee Wee standard last year. So I want them to do something. It doesn't need to be the D line necessarily, but just something on defense. Maybe even Toronto. I know they ended up beating, Winnipeg obviously in November, but I don't know if you would say it was because of the defense. It felt more like the Bombers just didn't show up as good that day as they had for the previous 5 months. But, I think I really want the Ontario teams to really kick it up a little bit this year. And well, of course, I do want Montreal to. We'll just see if that's going to happen or not. But for sure, the three Ontario teams, and Ottawa too, those teams look like they're going out and actually putting some things together. So it would be nice to see if they get a little bit more strong on the D.
Yeah, Montreal making a move to they released defensive lineman Mike Moore, who was one of their biggest pieces last season. So he could be an addition for somebody looking to add a piece there yet today. You'd have to think if they're doing that, they're looking to bring in one of these guys on the defensive line here. I think Ottawa, Lorenzo Malden's the big piece. They brought back Michael Wakefield, Cleon Lang. Those are notables there. Could they try to improve the defense a little bit there in Ottawa? Those are the kinds of teams I'm looking at along the defensive line today. Just catching up on a couple of reported news items here that FM Fan has been kind enough to put in the YouTube chat for us. Farhan Lalji reporting that the Ticats will look to make offensive lineman Joel Figueroa the highest paid in the league at close to $195K. So it seems to be a constant battle between these teams of, we just 2 weeks ago on the podcast talked about Drew Desjardins being the number one piece on the offensive line at about 155,000, I think it was. Now it looks to be it's Joel Figueroa that the Ticats have topped that here, which kind of leads to Mason's question in the chat. Who's the biggest spender today? As we're going through these positions, let's stop down. Who do you think overall is likely to throw out the most money on the opening day of free agency? Seems like the Ticats have the inside track based on all the deals we've talked about. But is there anybody else you expect to be particularly active across the board today, Trey?
For Adam's sake, I hope Saskatchewan is. Because right now I'd put them kind of treading water in the West against the other four teams. Same with Montreal. I feel like Montreal, they've been a little behind. We haven't heard much from them because of everything going on. So hopefully with whatever's going on that the people in place now can still make a splash today like that. I hope they don't get that far behind. So Montreal in the East and I guess Saskatchewan in the West.
Yeah, I would agree. I think the Riders are a team. And don't count out the Ottawa Redblacks. They like to throw the money around in free agency. I think we haven't really talked about BC yet. They're an intriguing team to me because Nathan Rourke's off the books. Vernon Adams has a pretty cheap contract. Granted, I don't know how much additionally they paid him when they restructured it to sign him to an extra year. But Brian Burnham's contract is off the books now because he's retired. That's a big hole potentially they have to fill. They've made some changes across the board here they're a team whose starting quarterback is going to be pretty cheap. And I think any team with a cheap starting quarterback, has a lot of money to throw around at other positions. And that intrigues me because I think it's a fun, interesting strategy to look at for a team there. Adam's in the YouTube chat saying Montreal is going to spend a lot to get guys to forget all the ownership problems. That's an interesting piece to talk about with any of these deals. Is it's not particularly what the match is going to be on the field, but there are outside factors, and I believe somebody asked this much earlier on in the show. In the chat, for Montreal is making this announcement about the future owner today a stability thing to actually help them bring free agents in, because do you want to go sign a deal when you don't know what's going to happen with the team and if they have an owner or not? I think there are a lot of things to consider in that regard, impacting players' decisions. And there's a lot of other outside factors too. I mean, we had Jordan Williams asking to be traded from BC to Toronto because he wanted to be closer to home or where he runs a business. We had Dominic Grimes, we've talked about already, wanting a restructured contract or to be traded because he didn't feel like he was being compensated similarly to other players. There is a giant web of connected strings when it comes to all these free agency signings. And it's intriguing to see how they're going to play out today and when we actually end up on the football field in May and June when the season starts. Let's pull the free agency tracker.
We just throw one thing here. We got a question from Ken about what is the penalty for salary cap. So I've been researching that. From my understanding, right this year, CFL salary cap is astonishing $5.8 million. That's actually that might be one reason why the Bombers are under it. I was thinking it was because I thought last year, 2 years ago, it was 5.3. So that's a pretty significant increase if it went up to 5.8. From my understanding, there's not a lot on the player salary cap. There's more on that operations one. But from my understanding is if the teams go over 100,000, they have to pay $1 for every dollar they're over in a fine. And then over 200,000 to 300,000, you pay $2 for every dollar you're over. And then 300,000 plus, you have to pay $3 for every dollar you go over. So there's some significant financial thing at play here. But then you look at a team like Winnipeg, who's had a home playoff game for the last few years, sellouts, seems to be doing a lot. They might be able to afford that, right? Because that's what I'm finding. I could be getting it confused with the operations one, but in a report from 2010, the Bombers got fined for being over the salary cap that year. So, it seems something that happens a lot. It's this classic CFL where it doesn't make news as much as you would hear it about your Tampa Bay Lightning and stuff playing with the salary cap.
Hey, it's effective. It works.
Well, it's like the whole circumventing taxes. There's loopholes for a reason. Is it really illegal if the loophole's in place? No. Is it greasy? Yeah, but it's in the rules, right? So.
Yeah, absolutely. Some chatter in the chat here about the Calgary Stampeders. We haven't really talked about them much yet. We're going to talk a lot more about them later on this afternoon. We've got Ryan Ballantyne from the Horseman Radio coming in to chat all about the Stampeders. But quick takes on that. Asking, does Calgary will Calgary sign anyone today? They're not normally active in free agency. I wonder if this year that changes, though. Again, we've talked about this in previous episodes of the podcast of, Dave Dickinson's now in the GM chair, John Hufnagel, handing that role to him. Does he handle things anything differently than what John Hufnagel would? Seems like the Stampeders have been losing a lot of pieces so far, or will lose a lot of pieces in free agency. So surely they've got the cap room to spend, and maybe we'll see them make a big splash. Farhan Lalji are reporting, that they've been in on names such as Darnell Sankey, one of the top names at the linebacker position. That would be a huge get for them there. To be able to bring in a piece like that. Rasheed Bailey at wide receiver potentially. Is that a piece that if Kamar Jordan's not coming back, they look to bring in a guy like Rasheed Bailey from the Bombers? So I think I have hope that this year we will see Calgary make a notable move on the opening of free agency day here. Also a question in the chat. You think Hamilton will spend over the cap because once they trade or release Dane Evans and his $425K? Yeah, I think you and I chatted about this at one point, Trey, right? Of Dane Evans, when will he be released and what point does that make sense? If I'm the Ticats, I mean, it's a crappy thing to do from a player relations standpoint, and maybe that's a difficult thing to navigate here also. But from strictly strategic, take the emotions out of it. Yeah, if I'm a team like the Ticats, I'm holding on to Dane Evans for as long as possible to keep him away from another team. You don't have to be cap compliant until the season starts, and even then, you mentioned it's more like a luxury tax. So do you just hold on to him so another team can't and spend over the cap? That's the amount that's going to come off the books. You can go that far over it. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think Dane Evans will get released here by the Ticats some point today, or when do you think it's going to happen? Because surely he's not going to stick around on the roster.
I feel I don't know. From the business aspect, I guess if I'm Hamilton, maybe you hang on to him until the salary cap comes into effect, right? And which doesn't come until training camp or regular season, right? So keep him till then. But from just the normal, would you not hate that if your job, you're like, oh, there's two people doing your job and you're not going to do your job, but you have to come sit, you can't go work anywhere else, because we're not going to let you out of that. It's, but where would he go? Like, that's the thing. And because again, I think he's going to be sitting in either a backup or that 1A, 1B kind of position. And our team's going to want to trade for that. Probably not. Right. I agree with what Scott's saying in the chat. I think he should go to Montreal, but does Montreal really want to give up a couple draft picks, for a guy that's ultimately going to be probably released if no one touches him, right? Because this isn't Bo Levi where you're willing to give up the first rounder to just be able to negotiate with him for an extra month. He is a decent quarterback, but I don't know. And then
it's like a game of chicken, right? It's like, we want to bring him in, but we don't want to give the Ticats anything for him because they're going to release him. And the Ticats are like, well, we're not going to release him because we want you to give us some assets for him. So something's going to have to give eventually here. But the Ticats seem to be the team with all the power in that regard.
Right. And it depends what they're asking for. Are they asking for draft picks or are they asking for now players too? Do they want something to help them this year when they have the Grey Cup? And no, it's very interesting. And just a real quick point, I want to touch against Scott, the classic CFL, because Scott has 5.5 million being the salary cap, where Google says 5.8. So even the CFL doesn't know what their salary cap is. So, everything says everything else. And it's just interesting because I don't know. It all depends on what Hamilton's asking for, right? And it's kind of sucks because in football, the players don't seem to have the power. We just witnessed the NBA trade deadline and guys are going cross country because they just say, oh, I'm not playing anymore. Guys in this league, Dane Evans has no power in this situation unless he says, well, if you don't trade me now, I'm just going to go to the XFL or USFL and I'm an invaluable asset to you, which I don't know. And does he want to be a backup? He was already kind of a backup to Mazzoli. So does he even want to go to a team where he's going to be that 1B guy? I don't know. It's a real big mess. And I thought he was going to be the one going to Montreal because I thought Fajardo wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot stick, but Fajardo did. So that would make things even more interesting. Yeah. Where did Ballsy have Fajardo going? That's the real question. Did he have it right this time or?
Maybe. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see how that plays out. It looks like we've got a pending signing coming in. The John Hodge from 3 Down Nation reporting defensive back Godfrey Anyeka is likely headed back to the Saskatchewan Roughriders. So and a small re-signing there for the Riders. Let's bring our free agency tracker back up here on screen and keep going through the other positions that we haven't talked about yet. I think this is the most intriguing position to watch of them all, is the wide receiver, because it's the spot where there are so many big names out there still on the list. I mean, the heavy hitters for the most part are off the board. Eugene Lewis looking to go to Edmonton, Tim White being back in Hamilton, Kenny Lawler looking to go to Winnipeg, these and many more are the biggest names that seem like as soon as free agency kicks off, 12 or so minutes from now, we will get those contracts coming in. But there's still quite a few other pieces here on the board as well. Darvin Adams, Darrell Walker, Markeith Ambles, Rasheed Bailey, Greg Ellingson, Kamar Jordan. That crew up top to me is a pretty darn good set of receivers. And some of these guys could be your number one. I think most of them are kind of in that category right now where they could be your number two, number three receiver. But if you're looking to make an upgrade, these are guys that you could potentially bring in at the position there as well. You've got some more interesting young pieces as well, like a Ryan Davis, a Sean Bain, looking through the list here, and some Canadian options there as well. Who's the most intriguing free agent left at wide receiver for you that if you're a team needing to make an upgrade of these guys, give me your top three here that you would like to see a team make a play for today?
Deron Carter. No, I'm just kidding. No, I like probably the top for sure. Oh, Bailey. Bailey's probably number one. I think, he's 30, but he's still got some years left in him. I think, I would definitely take him over Ellingson and probably Adams and Walker, kind of your top guys there. Even Kamar Jordan, maybe too. I'd take Bailey over him. I take Kamar Jordan probably second now, seeing him. I like those two guys. They got good, they put up decent stats over the years. And after that, Darvin Adams, it was kind of interesting because I felt like he was a little underused in Winnipeg near the end because he was kind of that deep bomb guy, and Nichols didn't exactly have that in his repertoire, so he didn't get the ball as much. And I think he would have been good more with Collaros because Collaros does have that pop. And unfortunately, we didn't really see that too much in Ottawa. But, if I'm going out with that, I guess, what you said, my top three, Bailey, Jordan, Adams, I guess would be my top three. But then, Walker and Ellingson are probably right up there too. There's going to be a market for these guys. I think it's going to be slow moving just because like the top end guys, like we saw Lawler and the other guys getting 250, 300,000. So these guys are going to be that tier just below, but they're going to wait to see and probably get every dollar they can.
Yeah, a lot of big money spent at wide receiver so far by teams that are, throwing around some of those big contracts for the pieces we've touched on that aren't currently on this board, which means how much money is left for guys like this and how much are teams willing to pay them versus take a chance at a guy in training camp to come up and have a big season. I wonder how much a season like what Dalton Schoen had last year gets in the minds of some of these general managers today. A guy that the Bombers brought in for dirt cheap in free agency and ended up being the leading receiver in the CFL last season as we welcome Mike back here into the show after stepping away for a little bit as well. Taking a look at the wide receiver options here right now. There's some Canadians on the list. A lot of the biggest names, Dembski, Curly Gittins Jr., they're off the board back to their respective teams. But there's some younger pieces here, some potential other options like a Justin McInnes, a Shaq Johnson, a Hergy Mayala at the Canadian position. Seems like Jawan Breskison looks to be headed out of Toronto. So there are options for teams looking to sign free agents at wide receiver. Mike, let's go to you here on this one. Is there any team in particular at the receiver position you have your eye on today as a team that you think should be active in the market?
I want to see a couple things, and I think they kind of talked about this when I was on last. The teams that I'm going to be watching for are Saskatchewan and Hamilton. I think, if those couple of those free agents come to be, which it seems like they will, they'll already have strong receiving cores. BC to me is also interesting. They have some really interesting depth guys, but I think we'll get a look at a starting role, particularly with the absence of Brian Burnham. It's going to be very interesting in the receiver market. Trey, I think it was you that started in our fantasy pool, Horn in Montreal young receivers toward the end of the year. I think they're going to do pretty good despite losing some pieces, presumably in Eugene Lewis and Jake Winnity. I'm looking at guys like Phil Pott to step in um, and assume bigger roles among other young Canadians for presumably cheaper costs, which will maybe allow them to spend in other areas as well. So, receiving to me, I'm an offensive guy when it comes to free agency in football in general. Where the quarterbacks go, where the receivers go, where the running backs go. I can't get excited for whatever reason where the defensive guy goes. Maybe because I watch football for the offense and not necessarily the defense. But I really like it the ownership situation in Montreal throws a wrench into this whole type of scenario. But I do like the young Canadians that they occupy there, and with the presumptive signing of Cody Fajardo, I like that too. But I do think it's going to be a little bit to kind of get your head around with chemistry wise. But we saw some spurts of that young receiving group in Montreal starting to do good things last year, and I want to see if it continues.
Trey, you've got some breaking news here for
I
us.
do. So we got someone, kind of a friend of the show, has pledged his allegiance officially to a CFL football team. I'm getting word. Our buddy Brandon Sanders, the college fantasy guy, which we should get him back on this year because he was right on show and he had some good intakes on some of those NCAA guys that come up here. I'm doing it all, man. I'm doing the podcast, I'm betting on horse racing, and I'm getting breaking news for you guys. He told me I can report this. It's going to be better accuracy than some people from Saskatchewan have on reporting news. He's pledged his allegiance. He's coming on down to Winnipeg, he said, because of his boy Dalton Schoen that he told us about this time last, or whenever he was on, early summer. So we got a new Bomber fan as a friend of this show, and he said, quote, poor Adam has another Bomber fan he has to deal with.
Wow, breaking news here. I love it. Yes, Brandon, a big supporter of this show. Shout out to him. Thanks for tuning in, and welcome to the CFL bandwagon. Welcome to the Winnipeg bandwagon here as well. Let's take a quick look at another position here before we move on and take a quick break before free agency opens here shortly. We've talked about wide receiver. Yeah, Montreal, I agree, is a team that I think needs to make some moves after losing Eugene Lewis and Jake Winnity. That's probably the team I have my eye on most here. Let us look at where haven't we looked here yet? I don't think we've looked at the linebacker position. No, we have, because we talked about Darnell Sankey. We've talked about the defensive line. I think it's just defensive back and long snapper. So free agency window kicks off in a couple of minutes. Let's get through looking at all of these remaining positions. Then we'll take our quick 2-minute break, get set up, come back and start talking about some of the signings as they roll in. So let's talk linebacker or defensive backs here. Available out on the free agent list. There are a number of guys available on this list as well. I've had an intriguing time trying to figure out what to sort the free agent tracker for, because what are you looking for most from a defensive back? Are you looking for a guy that makes a lot of tackles, but does that mean, that teams are picking on him? You're obviously looking for interceptions, but those are, lower numbers generally. They don't really get involved in the sack category. So I've sorted it by interceptions to take a look here. Big names available on the board here. I think a couple from the Ticats, Jamal Roll, Deontay Evans. Those can be top tier defensive backs. Abdul Kane, Shaq Richardson, Brandon Dozier. I mean, the names go on here. If you're looking for good Canadian options, Nick Taylor from the Bombers, Mike Edom over from Saskatchewan, Eli Buka from the Calgary Stampeders. Those are big names that I think are available and teams could be making a play for today. How does a guy like Greg Reed from Montreal, had some really good seasons, but only played one game last season? Where does he fit into things? That kind of plays into what Mike was talking about earlier with the guys who had limited playing time last year. Same thing with Sherrod Baltimore, who only played 13, but can be one of the top defensive backs in the CFL when healthy. So some big names here out on the list at defensive back. Let's go to you, Trey. Anyone in particular here you want to bring in for your team?
Well, yeah, to talk to your point, DBs having a lot of tackles could be the awful stat because that means he's allowing the ball to get caught. But it could also be good because he's a guy that runs across the field to help out. There's a couple of guys I would take note to. The two bomber guys that near the list, Nicholas Taylor. I didn't realize he was 35. Still could have another good year or two in him. He's a guy that, it's DBs are one of those positions that there's not always a lot of official stats there for them because there's knockdowns, tips, or just good. You can't really give a stat for good coverage, or a quarterback overthrows because of your coverage. But I'll give it, so Nicholas Taylor's one guy, and also Mercy Maston. I think those are two guys that could definitely be looked at. I know he's got no stats, but it just, again, coming from that bomber lineup, you never know what could happen.
Yeah, he had I think he's had 2 straight years with a season-ending injury too. So yeah, I feel like he's the pinnacle of the do you take a chance on a guy that's been injured?
Right. You got to look at that. But then I'd also say that some of those younger guys, maybe Mike Jones and Blaise Brown, DB, the kind of weird position where you need the experience, but you also need a guy who's young and quick and agile because you have to keep up with those receivers, right? A lot of people don't realize DBs. People always think DBs are just receivers that can't catch. You know what I mean? So they put them on defense. Sometimes it's the other way. Receivers are ex-DBs that can't tackle, right? So these guys could just be just as athletic as some of those guys they're facing up against, right? So I would take a chance on some of these older guys or even a guy with an injury because, let's say Maston does get an injury early in the season. He could come back September, October, and could be that guy. How many times have we seen guys come back after September and fill into your lineup? Mike, what are you smirking about? Are you smirking at me or something else?
No.
Okay, because I'm like, if you want to fight, man, it's only 1 hour, 2 hours in, man. Like, we haven't. Let's go.
No, I'm good, man.
Okay.
Leave it for the parking lot after the show, boys.
Yeah. I'll meet you at the flagpole at 3:30, Mike. Like, don't worry, man.
No. I promised myself I'd be nice today.
No, my girlfriend said, "Are you gonna fight with Mike today?" And I was like, "Oh, we'll see."
We've already agreed on things twice, so this is a record for those that.
It just means it's gonna go downhill, man.
Only.
What, Mike? What are your thoughts on the available DBs here?
Yeah, you know what? It's a pretty deep pool. But again, right? Do you want to die in free agency or do you want to go the bomber route and find a rookie in camp at the minimum, right? Every team needs some experience. And, you need some veteran players to help, but at what cost, right? Because as we've seen, offensive linemen go pretty premium, receivers go pretty premium, quarterbacks go pretty premium. How much of the big piece of the pie are you willing to give up for something like that? And there's a couple of guys that are probably weighing free agency as well, or free agency, sorry, retirement. Because of other jobs and other circumstances and all that. So it's pretty interesting. And then the last comment in the chat, the bell has rung, folks. It is now 1 minute into free agency.
Yes, 18 new signings to announce already. No, they will trickle in over time over the next couple of hours. We're going to take our quick break in just a moment here before we move on, start breaking them all down because they'll start coming in shortly. But yes, CFL Free Agency is officially open. With Jared in the chat put some news in here. I believe it was Justin Dunk reporting this. I saw as well that Charleston Hughes would like to finish his career going back to the Calgary Stampeders. He's got multiple teams in with offers on him. We know where he wants to go. We'll see where he ends up landing. FM fan in the chat also mentioning that John Hodge reporting a solid chance or a decent chance Dakota Prukop back with the Bombers in 2023 as that third string quarterback there, where they like to use him for some of those gadget plays also. Only position I think we haven't talked about as options available is the long snapper. You gotta. What better way to kick off the official free agency window than giving some love to the long snappers, right? They don't get enough love for the job that they do. There's two guys here on the free agent list. I'll run through them quickly for you. You got Tanner Dahl, Louis Philippe Barassa from BC and Ottawa as the only two free agents. And you've got three teams looking to add a free agent at the long snapper position. The BC Lions, the Ottawa Redblacks, those guys are gone. And also Pierre-Luc Caron retiring from the Alouettes to become an air traffic controller. So always interesting to see what CFL players do in their future jobs there. But other than that, every team seems pretty locked in. Every team seems to have their Canadians, like to go Canadian at the position. A lot of them, higher up there in age for a CFL player. You've got Edmonton and Hamilton with a couple of young guys in Peter Adjei and Gordon White. Three teams, two free agents on the board. These two will likely go to one of BC, Ottawa, or Montreal. And then somebody will probably bring in a name through training camp, the draft potentially, or develop them as the season goes along. So we'll see how things play out at that position there. Any thoughts on the long snappers here, guys? There's not a lot to go off of. Offensive line and long snapper I find to be the hardest positions to project where guys are going to go, just because I'm a stats guy. I'm an analytics guy. I don't have stats and analytics to really go off of for these positions here. So, we can talk about their names and how long they've been in the league and games they've played and stuff, and their veteran presence, but not much else there unless you guys have anything.
No, I'll just say, like you said something about their age, but the long snapper, that's a guy you don't want to see on the field like a punter, right? They're only out there for when you're kicking the ball away. But when they are out there, you don't mind having a 35-year-old guy who's out there maybe 3, 4, 5 plays. I'm sure he's out there. Other teams might have him out there often, but his main goal is to be out there 3 or 4 times to make sure the punter gets the ball correctly. I don't mind, a guy like Benson being 36 or Jordan Hughes or whatever in Saskatchewan at 33. Same with Crawford, 36. You want that. And these young guys, good to see. Get the young guys in the league. And, it's a position that if it wasn't for long snappers, these guys might be doing their 9-to-5 job, right? So I'd like to see it. Mike?
Well, it's interesting because I think, now that I'm thinking about this more logically, and we've actually had a discussion on this one a little bit, the value of having a good long snapper goes a long way. Because quite honestly, if you fumble a couple long snaps, well, that's not good field position wise. As a unit, you need to work well for your punter to have success. I'm surprised it doesn't get a lot of play for most important position on the field now. But I think about it, even bringing those field goals back, right? Because one little misstep in timing, things don't necessarily work out for the kickers. So, as much as we talked about, Mark Ligio's struggles, I think when a field goal kicker doesn't do well, as much as it's on the kicker because the kicker gets the limelight, it's a letdown kind of on the whole unit, and more particularly, long snapper, holder, kicker kind of needs to go as a tandem.
We can make a point too. The long snapper has like protection rules that get on them, just like the quarterback and kicker does, right? Because he has his head down. Not many positions have that. We see guys getting clocked, and it's like, oh well, you're a runner, so now you're free. But the long snapper gets protected, and the quarterback gets protected, right? So
yep, yeah. So it's very interesting now. A very underrated position as well.
Well, we've taken a look at all the positions and all the guys available on the free agent market. We'll keep updating and taking a look at the board throughout the day here. Again, the CFL free agency window is officially open. The news will start to come in shortly. Over the next hour, we're going to take a look at all of the signings as become official. We'll also start taking more of a deep dive into the things the teams have done, specifically planning over the next hour or so to take a look at the BC Lions, the Toronto Argonauts, the Hamilton Tiger Cats, and the Ottawa Redblacks, as we have guests coming in to talk about some of the other teams throughout the afternoon. So We're going to take a quick 5-minute break to reset some technical things here. The stream will keep going. You'll see the "We'll be right back" screen. You'll get some music playing on a loop here as well. And we'll be back in about 5 minutes here on CFL Free Agent Frenzy 2023. The fun is officially beginning, folks, and we'll be here live throughout the rest of the day until 5 p.m. Central Time. Back in a couple of minutes. Stay tuned. See you then. back for hour number 3 of CFL Free Agent Frenzy 2023 here on the Canadian Football Countdown and live 8-hour special. We'll be live until 5 p.m. Central Time here. The free agency window is officially open for the start of free agency. News and deals are going to start coming in very shortly, I imagine, and throughout the afternoon as well. And we're here to break it all down. This hour, we've got, I'm Ryan Coop here again. Michael Garrell is here as well. Trey is here. Trey, give me a thumbs up whenever you're ready. Trey is ready as well, with a special guest joining us also here, an unannounced special guest. We cannot see our special guest here on the screen. Hey, look who it is. Trey, who is this?
This is little Xavier, little Trey, one of my Trey juniors. Just woke up from nap time right when free agency started. So I thought,
Right on.
And then he can tell his older brothers that he got to come on the show today.
Oh, he's the star of the show. I mean, you're showing us all up already. Oh, welcome here, Xavier. Happy to have you join us here for this hour.
I don't know if he'll make the hour, but we'll see what he has.
Yes, hour number 3, boys. Make sure you stay hydrated. Make sure you get some food at some point throughout the day. We're on a marathon here as well all day long, and the CFL teams are going to be hunkering down also and busy. We don't have, I think, any new signings officially dropping here yet, but we'll talk about them as they come in. So let's start off in the meantime, guys, by taking a look at what I feel like we haven't talked too much about them here yet today. So I'll pull them up on our free agency tracker here and take a look at the Lions. What have they done leading up to free agency? Well, let's take a look at the guys they've re-signed. At quarterback, Nathan Rourke is out this season. He's off to the NFL with the Jacksonville Jaguars, but they've restructured the contract with Vernon Adams to bring him back for another year. At running back, they've brought back most notably fullback David Mackey. Dominic Rhymes is a restructured contract. The big thing at wide receiver, bringing back a couple of key pieces along that offensive line. Same with the defensive line here. Linebacker Bo Lakombo, one of the top linebackers in the league, he's brought back on a contract through 2024. And quite possibly their biggest signings, TJ Lee at defensive back and Gary Peters. Those are huge deals there for the BC Lions to bring those guys back in. Sean White, one of the most accurate kickers in the league. Who have they brought in or reportedly bringing in? Not too much here in free agency. Nathan Anderson on the defensive line, Kieran Burnham at kicker. That's all we have there for them so far. But let's scroll through the list of guys they're losing here as of now to free agency or guys that have signed elsewhere. Nathan Rourke's the big one at quarterback. James Butler, their leading running back, looks to be on the way out. Burnham retiring at wide receiver. A couple key pieces on the O-line there. Defensive lineman Obum Gwacham, the most notable. They make that trade sending Jordan Williams to the Argos. Delvin Breaux retiring at defensive back, and then Tanner Dahl's a free agent at long snapper. So, Trey, let's go to you first here. Trey and Xavier, what do you both think about the BC Lions and where they stand as free agency opens here? Is this a team you want to see be active today, or do you like where they stand with what they've got?
I'm sure they got pieces that they need to improve on, but let me weave this before. I'm going to say Nathan Rourke going to the NFL might kind of be a blessing in disguise in a way. So then they don't have to drop 500,000, 600,000, 700,000 on him and salary cap. They only got to pay whatever they pay Vernon Adams, so it could be kind of a weird blessing in disguise that they have more money now to put a team around Vernon Adams. And I really like what they have on offense still, other than Rourke and Burnham retiring. They haven't lost heck of a much. They improved their O-line already. I think it's just time to work on that defense and make sure their defense can compete with the other defenses in the West, right? Right, Mike? I don't know what else BC can do, or Ryan, whichever one of you want to touch on that. I don't know, other than a little bit defense here and there. Their defense wasn't terrible. Their defense was pretty good still. And then too, they were only like a drive away from being in the Grey Cup last year, right? So I'm not too worried about BC. I think that they'll be near the top again this year, Mike. Or Ryan, whoever.
Yeah, sorry, I was just waiting to see if there was any news coming out. No, I think I subscribe to Trey's theory that perhaps it's a blessing in disguise, but he goes to the NFL to save them some cap money. The other side of this is the CFL needs star players that Nathan Ward in the league uh, to make it watchable. Uh, to have that star appeal in each market, preferably. But now we get to see Vernon Adams as a starting quarterback, and presumably with some backup help as well. And I'm curious to see just how much of a drop off there is, if any, in that regard. Um, I'm not too sure, but that changes kind of the outlook of the BC Lions. We did see their record kind of be around the 500 mark, with Nathan Wood out with injury. Um, but again, it's how do you attack the upper echelon of that division? Presumably, Winnipeg, Calgary, uh, BC right now would probably be the third in that division. BC, Saskatchewan, Edmonton. You would have to think is better. Gonna be better, but so does that come off of Winnipeg's win total? Does that come off of Calgary's win total? Like, where do these presumable wins go off and on the board and kind of flip spots? Um, to me, something we haven't really seen yet is the balance of power shifting. I just don't think it's heavily skewed out west. Um, I fully actually believe that this is going to be a crossover year if they're not careful. Um, but again, it's one of those things of the balance of power. Did BC do enough to overtake tops? Remains to be seen, right? You got that aging Winnipeg team, but it's like that. This is probably the last chance for the majority of that group. If you subscribe to what Kyle Walters has said to the media, one last chance. Uh, I mean, you're a blocked field goal away from being Grey Cup champions three years in a row. So it's not all doom and gloom, but you would have to suspect that, Saskatchewan's going to be a little bit better if their free agent signings come to be. Uh, where do these wins come from? Where do the losses drop to have teams improve? Doesn't really look too good for particular teams, but I've been proven wrong. A lot of chaos can happen. Um, I really like BC what they've done. Um, so far, and I would suspect again that they'll be in the running for a home playoff game. Knock on wood, health wise.
Yeah, I really like where the Lions are at for the most part here. We have another question in the chat here. People keep asking where they can find the free agent tracker we have up on the screen. Unfortunately, there are some logistical issues where I'm not able to make it a publicly accessible site at this time. So unfortunately, there is no link to the website, but we will have it up on the screen here and be scrolling through it as we go on throughout the day here, as well as we're currently taking a look at the Lions. The biggest question marks for me on BC really are the running back position. I think that's a clear hole for them. I want to see them bring in a guy like Walter Fletcher in free agency here. Maybe there's a trade you can make at the position as one of those teams with lots of depth there. But, one of Mike's go-to favorite lines on the podcast over the last 200 episodes is that running backs are a dime a dozen. And I think we're more likely to see the Lions give a guy a new shot in free agent or come training camp than we are to see them go out and make a trade if they don't bring in one of those few available pieces left there. Other than that, wide receiver, I still think they're really good there. Maybe a guy like Alexander Holland steps up and takes the Brian Burnham slot. Maybe they go out and make a move there today. They've already brought in Michael Couture to shore up that offensive line a little bit. Defensively, I think they've got some solid pieces to build around here. Maybe linebacker. Linebacker's probably a spot I'm looking for them to make a move because they shipped out Jordan Williams because he wanted to be traded out east. So, that he was their leading linebacker last season. That's a guy they're going to need to find a way to replace here in free agency as well. And then, of course, the long snapper. They currently don't have one under contract. So that's where I think we stand with the BC Lions here right now on free agency. Let's move over to the Ottawa Redblacks here and take a look at what they have as we scroll through moves they've made. They brought back both of their quarterbacks for next season. Nick Arbuckle, Jeremiah Mazzoli are their 1-2 punch at quarterback. Mazzoli likely the starter there. Jackson Bennett, they re-signed him at running back after he got in for a few games down the stretch. Few wide receivers here in Nate Behar, Devon Smith, Marco Dubois, and Devontae Dedman. Dina Boyd on the offensive line. Lorenzo Malden, the biggest free agent re-signing for the Red Blacks. Looks like they like what they have on the D-line, so they've tried to bring a lot of those guys back. A couple linebackers here. And basically, they're a good chunk of their defensive backfield, while some options are still out there. Lewis Ward, Richie Leone re-signed there as well. A couple notable additions to the list that are pending and are likely to be finalized. Wes Hills at running back, add him to the mix. It seems like there's a rotation there for the Red Blacks there. Shaq Evans, the big name at wide receiver. A couple of guys, Drew Desjardins, one of the highest paid offensive linemen in the CFL, added there. Javon Santos Knox, Gary Johnson, Michael Wayfield, and Carriel Brooks, some nice pieces to add on defense. And I'll scroll through the guys they've lost here, to free agency as well. William Powell, Caleb Evans, a wide receiver, a couple big free agents, Darvin Adams, Ryan Davis, RJ Harris, notable along those. Few of their offensive line additions from last season. Also, Hunter Stewart, Darius Sirocco, Ucombre Williams, who has retired. Davon Coleman, Kwaku Boateng on the D-line. Avery Williams out at linebacker because Javon Santos Knox has been brought in. And a couple of their biggest defensive back guys, Abdul Kene, Antoine Pernod, Sherrod Baltimore, all out. So let's go back to you here first, Mike. What do you think Ottawa this year? They were active so much last season. Do you see them being active here again? I guess quickly before I hand it to you over on that, looks like we've got some news per Dave Naylor that Canadian wide receiver Justin McInnes going to the BC Lions. So there we go. We just talked about maybe they'll make some moves there at wide receiver, and looks like they've got one that started things off already. Back to you, Mike, though, on the Ottawa Red Blacks here. What do you think of what they're going to do today?
Following along the same train of breaking news, the Montreal Alouettes have just confirmed a 2-year contract for former Rider quarterback Cody Fajardo.
Okay, so Cody, I guess we're going to bounce around to things a lot throughout the day here. I'll pull up the transaction here. We'll find the Cody Fajardo one. I will mark it as official here as I update the list shortly. But let's find Fajardo, 2-year contract. Here are his stats from last season. Now that it's official, what do you think? Give us your quick. I know you gave us a longer thought earlier, Mike, but give us your quick thought on Fajardo to Montreal.
It's interesting. It's the Moss Fajardo relationship. Has that been repaired? Was it as broken as it was? Was it as broken or as unattainable as it was being reported in Saskatchewan at the time? I'm going to make an interesting kind of take here. Being out of Saskatchewan will be the best thing that could ever happen to both Jason Moss and both Cody Fajardo. I think Fajardo thrives with those young receivers, and maybe is the key to perhaps the Alouettes getting a home playoff game, assuming their ownership situation gets figured out, which we've already addressed in the first hour. If you missed it, it'll be the CFL temporarily owning the Alouettes and bringing back the president that they fired or I guess moved on from 2 weeks ago is in an interim basis. So pretty interesting times here in Montreal. I like it for a lot of reasons. To be honest, I'm not sure about Jason Moss as the head coach, but that's another whole discussion in itself. I would wager the Jasper Trey is probably finding a prop bet for a number of broken headsets. Um, that might be a good prop bet to kind of start things up. And I say that tongue in cheek. Um, no, so a pretty good quarterback, but makes a lot of sense um, as well.
Any quick additional thoughts for you, Trey?
Oh, this was the one that I was hoping that wasn't true. I was hoping for Jordan, the one that someone would go back on, because I feel bad for poor Cody. But it does make sense, because again, where else would he go, right? Does he want to? This is the only place as of now that he has a clear shot at the starting role, right? Everywhere else would probably be a backup or competition. It makes sense. And like I said earlier, it's probably, like I said, Moss probably was coaching for his life. They're big boys, right? This isn't the childhood playground where Fajardo's going to be mad because he got picked last, right, by Moss when it was time for pick teams, right? He understands, I'm sure he understands. Moss could have lost his job too at the same time, and then they're both sleeping on the couch, right? So it's going to make sense. Hopefully they can build something now in Montreal. Xavier, shut up. Thank you. Sorry.
Quickly, just to jump in here again, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers have made the signing of Kenny Lawler official. Kyle Walters and Kenny Lawler will address the media at 12:30, so in just under an hour.
All right, that's another deal that we talked about earlier as a major one. Kenny Lawler going back to the Bombers after a year over in Edmonton. We also have James Tuck going to Montreal, so at the fullback position there, a move for the Alouettes, according to Farhan Lalji. I'll get the free agent tracker updated here as we go along, as we're discussing things over the next hour, and then we'll dive more into these individual signings when we have them pulled up here officially on the board. But we were just talking about the Ottawa Red Blacks, so let's go back to them and back to you here, Mike. Where were you at? Take us through your thoughts on the Ottawa Red Blacks, Mike.
Try that one. There we go. For those that were watching on our preseason predictions, I believe I was the one that said the Ottawa Red Blacks will be first in the East or very close to it. Obviously, didn't happen. But hey, they almost made the playoffs under Bob Dice, who's now the head coach there. So happy for him. He did an opportunity. Um, but it's interesting, right? Because Jeremiah Mazzoli, we presume, will be 100% right off the hop from his injury. Nick Arbuckle presumably is backup. Caleb Evans, currently a free agent. Interesting to see where he goes. But again, I like a lot of what Ottawa did. Now, they lost Anton Pruneau on defense to a retirement, I believe. So, some holes to fill with some. I just don't think that at this point you could say that Ottawa's done enough to be one of the top teams in the East. Now, we haven't seen what Toronto done at quarterback. That could change my mind, but it's either Jimmy McLeod, Bethel Thompson, or Chad Kelly, unless they start to pull something that we haven't seen yet. But I just find it real hard. Going to be real hard for Ottawa to compete in this division. I think they're going to take a step forward this year, but um, that step forward to me, I don't think will result in a home playoff game at TD Stadium. I think they're going to be hard pressed to make it in third. Um, again, I like a lot of what they've done, but Rome wasn't built in a night. Rome wasn't built in a day. This is going to be a bit of a stepping stone process for Ottawa. And anything I think is better than the way last year ended. to me, making the playoffs would be an appropriate step for the Red Blacks this year. Do they do that with what Hamilton and Toronto have? I'm not sure. Ottawa, for me, will probably hold the key to what happens with the crossover, and then Montreal might be surprising too. So I don't know. It's really hard to handicap on paper here on February the 14th, but all in all, I expect Ottawa to take a step forward. I just don't know how big of a step forward.
Here we go, Mike. First thing we disagree on the day. Ring the bell, right? I think on paper, Ottawa can match up with almost any team in the East and maybe even most in the West. Like, I'm not saying they're first. I'm not in the East. I'm not saying they're even second, but I do think I don't know what about their roster needs that much, and like their quarterback, their offense anyway can definitely compete with most in the league. Maybe their defense still has some holes, but I think every team has some holes. So I don't know. I think the only team there's two teams I have real big question marks about, and that's Saskatchewan and Montreal. Other than that, I think the other 7 all have a fighting chance for those 6 playoff spots, right? So
Yeah, for me, the Ottawa Red Blacks, I like what they've done at quarterback. I think Jeremiah Mazzoli, hopefully bounces back well from the injury, and Nick Arbuckle is a great piece to bring in as that second string quarterback. He's not the most mobile guy, though, so could we see them bring in a guy like an Antonio Pipkin to be that third string mobile quarterback? I could see a move like that potentially coming down the pipe for the Red Blacks today. Running back position to me is one I like. Jackson Bennett and Devontae Williams. I think they're intriguing pieces if the whole offense as a whole can improve, which I like what they have at the coaching staff here to lead to that I think they could be integral pieces on cheaper deals here for the Red Blacks. Again, not a whole lot of options out there to improve based on what they've got there at that position. Wide receiver, this is an underrated crew to me. Jalen Ackland's the big name. Nate Bahar, one of the top Canadian receivers. Shaq Evans on a bounce back year, hopefully. Here is what they're banking on coming over from Saskatchewan. Then you've got young pieces like Justin Hardy, Sayosi Mariner, not necessarily young, but newer in the CFL, making a name for themselves. And Devontae Dedmon, if you put him in on offense, one of the fastest players in the CFL. And they've signed Quan Bray, a former Montreal Alouette, had a couple of really good seasons there with him before, he ended up having some legal troubles and was out of the CFL. He is back now under contract. That's a pretty stacked group at wide receiver for the Ottawa Red Blacks. Question for me is going to be, can they keep Jeremiah Mazzoli healthy and upright? And I think that's going to depend on the offensive line. You bring in Drew Desjardins, who's a big one of the biggest free agent signings you can get at the position. And you've got a lot of younger guys here, right? Like Zach Pelhos, Cyril Hogan, St. Don. Those were two of they went back-to-back O-linemen in the draft last season. So could we see those guys develop a little bit more there? I like what they've done on the defense. Maybe we see another piece on the defensive line from this team. And some of those defensive backs like Sherrod Baltimore, Abdul Kene that they've let go. How will they replace those guys? Somebody like Carriel Brooks, who they've brought in, could potentially be the answer there. So I don't think there's a ton of holes for the Red Blacks here based on what we see on their current roster as there was last season for Ottawa. Let's go back to our free agent tracker here and take a look at some news here. It looks like the Saskatchewan Roughriders, well, they've lost one Canadian receiver in Justin McInnes. Not quite updated here yet, but he is going off to BC. Thanks to Adam in the chat. Farhan Nalji reporting that Jawan Breskison off to the former Toronto Argonaut off to the Saskatchewan Roughriders. So this is a guy that, has had some real big injury issues the past couple of seasons, had a really strong breakout from Calgary when he was with Calgary initially, ended up going to Toronto, wasn't as effective there. Not a whole lot of Canadian options at wide receiver on the board. Mike, what do you think? Jawan Breskison going over to the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Do you like it?
Didn't hear what I said that to say. I like the move a lot. It helps fill a hole that I think is needed in Saskatchewan. They have a little bit of money to play with there because Obviously, Dude Williams not coming back. So, but again, offensive line to me. How is this going to fit the offensive line in Saskatchewan? I keep coming back to that. You can have all the receiver toys, all the quarterback toys, all the running back toys. But if you can't keep the quarterback upright to get the ball out of his hands, whether that's Cody Fajardo or whether that's somebody else, when in this case we probably think it's Trevor Harris, um, you're going to be in for a bit of a long year in that West Division, which is offensive line heavy. The way teams have built those offensive lines out west. Um, nice pickup. Let's see some work on that offensive line, Riders.
Now let's talk about some of the other deals that we just talked about. I'm updating the free agent tracker as we speak. But tell us about fullback James Tuck going from the Riders to the Alouettes here, Trey.
I just want to make note of it because he was one of my two fullbacks that I put in my fantasy football last year, him along with Mike Miller. And he actually picked up, I think, some good points for me that one game because it was near the end of the year when they started having some injuries, and I don't think they had a running back, so they went with the fullback, and he got it done. And then another breaking news, Adam says Gainer's officially a free agent too, on the free market. So do the Bombers need a third mask or a fourth one if you count the green drop and Boston Pizza guy? Can we fit Gainer into the mix? Can he fit under the operations cap, do you think?
Yeah, do mascots count under the operations cap there?
Oh, Adam, I like Adams just now. Greg Ellickson to Montreal, according to Dunk. So that's the. Where was he before? Ottawa, right?
Greg Ellington was in Winnipeg. Before that was in Edmonton, Ottawa before that, and Hamilton before that. So he's getting up there on the Kevin Glenn bingo card with now 5 teams there. Let's talk about that one because that's one of the biggest free agent pieces here at wide receiver. Greg Ellington, 34 years of age, only played 8 games due to injury last season, 598 yards, 3 touchdowns. Do you think at this point with the injuries that he's had, let's go to you, Trey, do you think Greg Ellington's got it left in the tank here? They lost Eugene Lewis. They lost Jake Wieneke to free agency reportedly. Do you think Ellington can step in and be that number 1 receiver for the Alouettes?
No. And I'm feeling like Montreal, they're at this point right now where I think they're just going to fill up the roster, and this might just be a wash season already with ownership kind of in limbo and everything. I think this is going to be a year where they're just hoping that Curtis Rourke comes to the CFL. I got the 2 first overall picks mixed up in my head there, different leagues. Curtis Rourke comes to the CFL, so they get the first round draft pick on him. But I don't see a lot happening in Montreal unless there's a huge turnaround in the next month or so. I think this is just filling out the roster, showing the fans, oh, look, we're doing something. And so they can field a roster. I was really I never was high on Ellickson coming to Winnipeg last year, even a couple of preseason games and early in the season. He just didn't seem like the guy that the hype was all about, especially when you're lining up next to a rookie like Schoen and the receiving core that Winnipeg had. So he could be fundamental to it. I just don't. He's not going to be the leading. If he's the leading receiver on Montreal when it comes to October, Montreal's 0-18. I think they need to have more than that.
Well, here's the thing. I agree with you on one point, and that is that I think he got lost in the shuffle here. When you have Sean, when you have Wolotarski, when you have in last year's case Rasheed Bailey. I mean, you could make the argument that he was maybe the 3rd best receiver on the team at times. But again, health, maybe an opportunity for him to be number 1. I was really disappointed we didn't have him for a lot of last year. So bounce back, but it's that now we have a new offensive wide receiver for Cody Fajardo. So it made sense. The question is, does it hold up over 18 games? I'm not sure.
Ellington's one of those guys that is Mr. Clutch when it comes to second down. And I'm actually interested to see him going to Montreal. I had him pegged as a guy going to BC because Brian Burnham was in that role for the Lions for many years. And Ellington kind of seems like he'd fit in that role very nicely there as well. But No, over to Montreal. I think that's position they needed to make some moves. I'm happy to see them make the moves that they've made, or that as a starting point. They've got some young pieces there. I think that's a good big one here for the Alouettes. Appreciate people sending, by the way, in the live chat, sending us the deals as they happen. I have so many things going on across my two monitors here that there is not enough space to constantly refresh the Twitter feed. So having it in this convenient place is very, very helpful. Thank you to everybody who's been contributing there. And the live chat's been going great all show long. Keep those comments, keep those questions coming. We've got our guests starting to come in about 15 minutes time here. So I want to take a bit of I want to go back here and take a look at some of the other teams that we won't cover as much later on in the show. Let's go to the Toronto Argonauts and take a look at them. We talked a little bit about the running back position earlier. We know there's that question mark at quarterback. What do you guys think of what else they've done so far in free agency, though, here? To me, the big thing is the big pieces they've re-signed. Curly Gittens Jr., top Canadian receiver in the CFL, one of the top three at least. DeVaris Daniels brought back there. A couple of guys on the offensive line that they've re-signed that didn't really get into too many games last season. Robbie Smith, the Grey Cup hero with the blocked field goal brought back on the D line. Winton McManus at linebacker. Deshaun Amos, Royce Metchie, Robertson Daniel at defensive back. Boris Beatty also at the kicker position. Maxime Latour on long snapper. In terms of new pieces we'll see in Argos uniforms, Falera Narimalade on the D-line, Jordan Williams, they traded from at linebacker, Darius Pickett also there. What do you guys think? Trey, where do you see the Argos needing to potentially be active today, if anywhere?
I think they did a good job, I think, so far with the defensive pickups. But I think at times their offense seemed to stall. I don't know if maybe, I guess it all depends on Bethel Thompson. I'd almost want to give Kelly the keys. I know maybe some fans don't want that, or I give him another year and take Bethel Thompson over him. But if Bethel Thompson does go southbound, see what he can do. He's got some, a decent running back, some good receivers, and I think that is Adam giving us another defensive ad here? There's a couple defensive key pieces, and I think Toronto could be one of those. It's so tough. I wish I could. I usually like throwing the predictions around, but I don't know. The East is kind of a tough one here, but I definitely see Toronto being in the mix. Maybe just a couple more pickups on offense. Mike?
I should learn, but I turn my microphone off when others are speaking. I'll figure that out probably by 4 o'clock today. No, I liked a lot of what the Argos did and are doing. Their linebackers. Sorry, I'm having a little difficulty seeing that. But yeah, no. So their team for me should be a lot like the Bombers. Try to retain as many guys as possible. We've already discussed in earlier hours their running back situation. Obviously, they signed Pickett, which is going to help the DBs. So, again, are they an upper echelon team? Probably. I mean, Ryan Dinwiddie's had them at the top of the division now for 2 years. And they have one Grey Cup championship to show for it. The other one they lost to Hamilton in the East Final. People, myself included, need to understand that the Argonauts are a good football team. I know me personally, I keep finding ways to discredit them, but when all is said and done in November, they're there. And I would expect nothing different this year.
Yeah, I like what the Argos have done. I think, they were a team last year where the big thing for them, they had so many injuries, right? And they managed to still, especially on defense, and they managed to have the depth to get past it. And yeah, maybe they've lost a few pieces here and there at the positions, but they had the depth to overcome it. And I know there's always the talk of, it's the weaker division, and they made their way to the Grey Cup through a weaker division there. But I don't know. I think they're a team that has depth at a lot of the positions that you need to have the depth at. And so if we just get some clarity on the quarterback position, that's my main question mark coming into this year is what does the QB look like for them? I think they could use a few smaller moves to, I guess, get past, some of the pieces they're losing there. But I like what we've seen so far from the Argos overall. Lots of news and signings coming in here. Ared Malade to Toronto is official now, according to the team account. Julian Hauser on the defensive line going to the Calgary Stampeders. So the Stampeders finally making an official move here to undo, I guess, some of the pieces they've lost there. The NFL negotiation window closed, and Keon Schaefer-Baker and Dalton Schoen both did not sign NFL contracts. A little surprised by Schaefer-Baker after he had about 12 workouts there. So it looks like they'll be back with their respective clubs. Peter Godberg going over to Saskatchewan. So that's one of the biggest names on the O-line available in free agency. The Riders have started to make their move there. I will continue updating the free agent tracker here. Trying to keep up with all the news as it comes in is proving to be difficult, but we're working on it, folks. And we'll scroll back through them throughout the day. Also, let's talk quickly, though, because we got 10 minutes still. We need to take a break before we kick things off for our next hour here. The only team that we don't have a guest to chat about this afternoon that we've talked plenty about them, but not really taken a look through where they're at, is the offensive line, or not the Hamilton Tiger Cats football team. They are the most active team in free agency, I think. Not really with bringing back their own guys. They brought back Bowie by Mitchell after trading for him, Matt Schultz, Sean Thomas Erlington. Tim White could be one of the biggest free agent re-signings of the offseason. He was their entire offense at times, it seemed, last year. Malik Carney and Ted Laurent, two big pieces on the defensive line. But the Ticats seem to be looking elsewhere. James Butler, Duke Williams, Joel Figueroa, Jagarrett Davis, Casey Sales, Kwaku Boateng, Jameer Thurman. The list goes on. These are names the Ticats have brought in. So we kind of expected them to be the team that was going to be the most active today, didn't we, Mike? And now we see the Ticats. What else do you think they have up their sleeve today based on everything we've seen them do so far? Are there any outstanding holes based on all of these signings that you still see for the Ticats to continue to be even further active today as we scroll through the list?
Their D line to me could add a piece or two. As it looks like we're getting news of Caleb Evans joining Cody Fajardo in Montreal, which is very, very interesting. I think a very good fit over there. This is the Hamilton team loading up for a Grey Cup. I don't think they could really do too much today to change a lot of minds about what their goals are for this year. But again, I totally subscribe to the theory that they should go bargain bin hunting closer to the next couple of days of free agency, and then just try to fill out their team around that. I didn't think they were all that bad last year. Couple of injuries and quarterback inconsistency, which they seem to have fixed. It sounds like another comment. Philip Blake apparently is an offensive lineman going. I'm assuming that's the Blake that is being referred to in the comments. Philip Blake to the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
So the Riders now, Peter Godber, Philip Blake, that's two big offensive line pieces.
We've got Adam I'm already feeling much better about that team than I was even 15 minutes ago.
We've got Adam jumping back in around 12:30 Central Time. We've also got Steve from the Piffles podcast joining us at that time, so we'll get their takes on the defense on the Saskatchewan Roughriders and the moves they've made on the O-line so far. The Ticats here, they've made a lot of moves. I think linebacker is the spot I'm most intrigued by. Is Simone Lawrence still going to be brought back yet? Or what are they going to do to replace him? Cameron Kelly, Javon Santos Knox, basically their whole linebacker core is going to look different this season. It's led by Jameer Thurman, but I think you need another piece or two there for the Ticats. Defensive back, same thing there. I think they've let a number of guys go. So yeah, they seem to be putting all the pieces in place on the offense here, the Ticats do, to get ready for, give Bo Levi Mitchell the tools he needs to succeed. But they've been more of a successful team on defense than offense the last couple of years. And I feel like they may be doing a little too much work to trend in the opposite direction here of, okay, let's focus on the offense, but neglect the defense a little bit. I would like to see them bring in some of those other pieces on the defensive side of the ball yet too. They're set at running back with James Butler. A wide receiver, I said they needed to make some moves there. Well, they brought back Tim White. They've brought in Duke Williams, reportedly in free agency as well. Pair that with Braylon Addison. You got some younger pieces in Poppy White, Anthony Johnson, Keandre Smith to build around there as well. I think I'm feeling better about the Ticats at wide receiver and options for Bo Levi Mitchell right now there. So, Hamilton's made a lot of moves so far. I think there's still more to make. And what happens again with Dane Evans is the big question mark on the Ticats here. Let's go back to the quarterback position real quick before we take a break at the top of the hour here. The biggest free agent option besides McLeod Bethel-Thompson, who'd only go back to Toronto, seems to be Caleb Evans, and he is now reportedly going to the Montreal Alouettes with Cody Fajardo. Mike, what do you think about Caleb Evans going there? Do you like that fit of him and Fajardo?
I like that fit. Yeah, I like that fit an awful lot. Somebody that has CFL experience in behind Cody Fajardo also tells me that they're not sure what they're going to get from Cody Fajardo. If you're going to go and get a guy like Caleb Evans, which is smart. Now the other question that I have is, where does Dane Evans go? I'm beginning to wonder if maybe he stays right in Hamilton.
I don't think they can afford the contract.
Well, that's the problem, right? I mean, you may be forced to outright release him.
And I think that will happen at some point. It's a cat and mouse game.
For him better in a trade than releasing them.
You can try to get something for him in a trade, but if nobody else really needs a starter, then nobody's going to fork over some big assets there. So that's kind of the holding pattern at quarterback right now. Not great treatment of Dane Evans, but I would like to see him released, get an opportunity, but I also understand the strategic side of that as well. But Caleb Evans over to Montreal, I like that because him and Fajardo seem like similar pieces.
Quickly, Ryan, if you're other teams, don't you know that Dane Evans is either going to be released? So wouldn't you try to pay less?
Oh yeah, teams aren't going to fork over money for him.
So again, if I can get a guy for free because he's probably going to be released, that might be a better tactic than trading for him.
All right, we've got our guest for the top of the hour backstage here and ready to go. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here to reset things for the start of hour number. What are we at? Almost hour number 3? No, we're almost the start of hour number 4. We're 3 hours in already here on CFL Free Agent Frenzy. We'll put up the "We'll be right back" screen. Give us about 3 to 5 minutes here. We'll be back. We'll be talking with Joe Pritchard from the Rouge, White, and Blue podcast about what the Bombers have been up to and all of the other craziness that's happening currently in CFL Free Agency. Stay tuned. We're here live till 5 p.m. Central Time on the Canadian Football Countdown, CFL Free Agent Frenzy. Back in a couple of minutes. We are back for the start of hour number 4 here on CFL Free Agent Frenzy 2023 here on the Canadian Football Countdown. Free agency has been open for an hour. The moves have been coming in like crazy. We're working on getting our free agent trackers up to date. And we've got some guests starting to come into the building here to talk about everything that's been going on. Ryan Coop here with Michael Garrell, Trey Colbeck back again. As we have been all morning long. And we are now joined by our first guest of the evening, which I will welcome in a second. And then I'm going to hop out for a quick lunch break while the three of you talk Bombers and everything they've done thus far. He's from the Rouge, White, and Blue podcast. It's the great Joe Pritchard. Joe, welcome to the program. How are you doing today?
Receiving core will be doing this year.
Sorry, I think I had your mic muted for a second there.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty well, but I'm not doing as well as the Bombers receiving core is going to do this year.
Yeah, obviously they made a couple big moves there, Kenny Lawler being the biggest one. Before I dip out here, let's start the conversation off there, the three of you. We haven't really talked much about it. What do you make of Lawler coming back to the Bombers this offseason? Did you see that one coming, Joe?
I didn't see that one coming just simply because I wasn't sure the money was going to be right, but it's really nice to be the team that players will take less to sign with. I remember, gosh, it was less than a decade ago where players were demanding a premium to come to Winnipeg, and now the shoe's on the other foot.
Joe, great to have you on here, obviously, as our first guest here this afternoon. What do you make of the whole discussion? You know, I don't know if you've listened to our podcast in the past, but Trey and I have had this debate about, you know, bringing guys back versus trying to, you know, keep it together for one more run. Where do you sit on that? Because I've long said, you know, a blocked field goal at the end of a Grey Cup away from a third straight Grey Cup, you know, deserves another run at it. Where do you sit on trying to bring these core guys back versus the core group of this football team potentially aging a little bit?
Run it back as long as you can, I would say, and slowly try to start working on the core. If we lose one player from our core each season and replace them, I think we're in good shape. The only worry I have is like the entire core either leaving all at one time or all of them losing their battle to Father Time in the same season. But I also have faith in Kyle and Mike to go ahead and make the changes they need to make so that that sort of thing doesn't happen.
Just one more for you, Joe, here before I pass it on to Trey for a couple of questions. Chewy Eli is back with the team on a 3-year term. Michael Couture reportedly off to BC. Where do you see on that trade-off? Because I had long said earlier in this show that, you know, Michael Couture was somebody the Bombers could afford to lose, number one, because Eli comes back, number two, because of the play of Chris Kolonkowski in the past. Is that kind of an embarrassment of riches on the offensive line, but you can maybe shuffle the money that you gave to Couture, use it somewhere else? And then was there maybe a message sent later in the season, but Couture didn't really play even when he was healthy toward the end of the year? So was the writing on the wall then, or how do you see this Blue Bomber offensive line shaking out?
Well, yeah, they made the decision. It seemed like as soon as Couture came back that they were just going to roll with what they had. It was working. Kolinkowski fit right in after Couture went down. So there was no need at that point to screw around and try something new, even though Michael Couture is it's a polished product. Why change the chemistry when things have been going so well? And then once you know that you can do that without him, take some of that money and go get Kenny Lawler, right?
No, right. And I'll be honest, after the Grey Cup, I said the Bombers' record next year will be the same thing as Winnipeg's favorites convenience store, 7-11. And then I changed it to 9-9 after Rourke left. And now with Kyle Walters kind of saying screw it to the salary cap, I might be going the other way a little bit. But let's just say, what do you think the Bombers need to add, if anything, going forward?
Between the offensive line being as solid as it's been, and the embarrassment of riches they have in the receiving core, the offense is coming back almost better than what they left with in November, and that was darn good. I don't see them dropping all that much. Sure, maybe 15-3 is a lot to ask, but that's a lot to ask for any team. I still don't see a team out west that's going to top the Bombers if they can play like they did last year, and I see no reason why they couldn't. They haven't lost very many core pieces. Irreplaceable players, they haven't lost that. They've lost pieces. Every team's going to lose pieces every year, but they haven't lost the foundation stone.
Is that not a little shocking though? Like, because again, my point after Grey Cup was like, how are they going to bring all these core guys back? And Kyle Walters found a way. Is it just the winning culture in O'Shea?
It's the winning culture in O'Shea. I'm sure part of it is the community getting around the team. Players like Adam Bighill staying around for a lot less because they're building a life in Winnipeg. That's an advantage that Winnipeg has over pretty much any team out east, and probably BC as well. The community coming around and saying to these players, hey, we want you to stick around, we want you to be in Winnipeg for life, what are you doing after football, and helping them achieve those goals are going to keep players around. I know that Adam Bighill took a lot less to stick around a couple years ago because his life is in Winnipeg now. So you keep doing that, and you keep having an organization that has a good philosophy and good people running it, and you're going to be able to achieve a lot more with your salary cap money than you would normally be able to.
Just a question before we veer off to kind of talk about the league as a whole today. Just some breaking news as well. Dominic Davis is officially signed in BC. Um, Joe, while we have you on here, I want to talk about a bit of a bombshell that came out of Montreal this morning. I don't know if you saw it.
Mm-hmm.
The league assuming ownership of the Montreal Alouettes again. What is the idea of doing that on free agency day? Like, to me, it seems a little mistimed, and it seems a little bit unfortunate now. Again, remember we had the unfortunate death of Sid Spiegel. The team going to his estate, and then the Jerry Stern fallout and all of this. Unfortunately, what do you make of what's going on in Montreal? The lead assuming temporary ownership, or assuming while that's to fast track the sale. Um, what do you make of everything that's gone on in Montreal, and how do you think that plays out to what they've done today and maybe what they plan to do later on today?
My guess is that the league saw that players were leaving Montreal in droves, not having a lot of faith in the ownership or how the situation was going to play out, and decided to step in and grant some assurances to players that the money's going to be there, the team's going to be operating. There's nothing to worry about on that front. They went ahead and put the Mario Cecchini back in place just to be a reassuring hand, saying this isn't going to be a cluster. This is going to be a CFL organization. It's not going to be a disaster. Yeah, sure. Harris is gone, most likely gone. Eugene Lewis is gone. but this is still going to function like a CFL organization and not be just a complete disaster. So that should give players that are looking right now. I'm sure that most of the teams out in the league are getting close to spending to the cap. Montreal's lost a lot of players. They probably have cap room. So players that put money first in their contracts are probably looking at Montreal right now thinking, that might be the place I'm playing this year. So having that kind of assurance that everything's going to be run as business as usual is going to help Montreal rebuild after all their losses over the past couple weeks.
Just a quick follow-up before I toss it to Trey. There's people that view this as a step back, but all the good in the last 2 years have kind of been erased by this unfortunate set of circumstances with regards to Montreal ownership. Do you worry about a step back, or was that something that the league was trying to prevent in assuming? I mean, I realize you kind of answered that question already to say that, money isn't the problem, all that kind of thing. But what do you think about the momentum in Montreal? Now we're going to be joined by Cliffy D from the Alouette Like That podcast later on today, who will have some thoughts for sure. But do you worry about the stall of momentum with this, or does the CFL kind of stepping in kind of prevent that from happening?
I think that's exactly what they're trying to prevent. They put Mario Cecchini back in place. He had been let go by the previous ownership, but he's been running the team with success for the past few years. They obviously had a conflict of some sort, and Cliffy could probably tell you a lot more about the situation on the ground and what's going on there. But bringing him back and letting Danny Machocha run with things is a signal that are saying we're going to try to keep what we have going here going, and we're willing to step in to ensure that happens. And if they can find a local owner that can keep the momentum going, this whole thing we're not even going to remember in a few years.
What do you think of the pre-tampering window? Do you like it? Do you like that everything's kind of disclosed early, or does it remove the drama of today? Where do you sit on that?
It removes some drama, but it slowly lets the news trickle out over the course of a week instead of, hey, if you can't pay attention for 2 or 3 hours on free agency day, you're going to miss a whole lot. So it helps as a fan to see things trickle out as opposed to having it all slammed there. We know teams were talking to players before they were officially free agents anyway. Making it legal for a short time window, it eliminates some of the temptation to try to game the system. Everybody playing by the same rules just makes it look a lot better when free agency hits and all of a sudden the top 10, 15 free agents are off the board within the first hour.
Trey?
Yeah, so I apologize to whoever made the tweet, but I saw a tweet saying that last time Montreal was under league ownership, a lot of the financial strain came down on the 3 community-owned teams. And as you're a podcaster of one of the 3 community-owned teams, and I'm a big fan of them too, that's my question. Should we, the Bombers, the Rough Riders, and the Elks, should we be funding the Montreal Alouettes? And kind of a part B, if there's some unstable in Montreal, what do you think that looks to does that affect Atlantic Canada?
I don't think Atlantic Canada is something we need to be worried about right now. It's been talked about and talked about and talked about, but until there's a stadium plan in place out there, that's all it is talk. So really what we need to focus on is keeping the 9 teams strong. If it means that for a short time the league is footing the bill on the Alouettes to ensure that the team gets into the right hands to proceed and keep the momentum they built over the past few years, a few dollars out of the community-owned teams' pockets plus other teams too. They also were paying a part of this. It's just we don't know how much because the 3 community-owned teams have public disclosures and the private teams don't. So a few dollars here and there to keep the league moving forward and trying to build momentum in Montreal where there was none. If it works, it's definitely going to be a solid investment.
What do you feel about Prukop coming back for another year? You know, he's kind of been the new Strevler kind of type play. Do you think that's a bring him back into the fold for those third and shorts?
Yeah, because he knows what he's doing on that. The Buck Pierce playbook is very well geared to the second and third and shorts. I've been paying a lot more attention to those because A, there's been a lot of creativity coming out of the Bombers, and B, the guy before Prukop, Sean McGuire, happened to be from my mother-in-law's hometown, so I had to pay a little bit closer attention to that anyway. So it makes it a lot more fun on the second and third and shorts when you have somebody in there that knows what they're doing, and teams have to plan around the potential for a big play on a play where most Canadian quarterbacks will just dive forward. Having creativity there and scaring the other teams into giving you that yard makes it so much more fun to watch.
All right, perfect. I'm gonna throw it over to our resident Saskatchewan Rough Rider fan. I think he'll have some good questions for you. He threw one in the chat and we missed it. Adam, let him have it. What do you think about what questions you got?
Well, the big question I've got again on the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, I think, is two things. One, the kicking game. Thanks, Trey. Thanks. Anyways, the kicking game, I think, probably was maybe one of the weaker points, maybe in the Winnipeg team. I mean, you looked last year, there was those odd kicks when they needed that odd field goal that maybe would have won them a couple games. Again, you can't complain with the record, but that's one thing I think maybe Winnipeg might be wanting to look at. The other thing I got a question, though, for you, really, Joe, is on the defense. This is starting to become an aged defensive line, and we've seen in other places that sometimes that isn't the most advantageous. You look at the secondary or the linebacking core of Winnipeg. Yes, Adam Big Hill is still an elite player, but how long is this going to go on until they need to start bringing in some young blood, or do they have that young depth behind them already?
And the defense is what I worry about more when we're talking about aging on this team. But I'm not overly concerned, just as long as the whole defense doesn't decide to get old at the same time or leave or anything like that. As long as it's bits and pieces, I have faith in the scouting from this team. Ted and Danny, I have faith in them to go find the next guy that steps in for Willie or Jackson whenever it's time for them to go, or having somebody that's going to be able to step into Adam Big Hill's shoes and take a position that's a 10 down to, an 8, something that's, you're never going to be able to replace an Adam Big Hill straight up. But to be able to mitigate that loss, I have a lot of faith in this team to be able to find the next guys coming up.
I guess with that being said, I just heard what you were saying about Montreal. I totally agree. I mean, you need to have some definite help, and if the league can go and do something with the Alouettes and hold on to them for a few months until they find the right owner, it makes total sense what you were saying there. Another problem that we have in the league again is still the attendance. I believe is still an issue in Toronto. Is there anything a guy can do with this, or what's your thoughts on that?
I think what the league needs to do is find a way to make attendance money less important. And the only way to do that is to have a better TV deal. They're stuck with TSN for the next 3 years, I believe. And it's been a good partnership. TSN takes care of the league pretty well. I know that there's complaints out there that they don't get on CTV, that there's not a lot of promotion, but you know where to go find your games. That's important. I know that they're also looking into the U.S. for more TV money. That's always gonna, it's always gonna be tantalizing to go, hey, look, the NFL's making billions. Let's see if we can make millions in the U.S. That's going to be a tougher sell. But if they can make TV money more of a percent of what they're doing, it'll be easier for teams to make it easier to drop ticket prices, drop concession prices, try to make the atmosphere more attuned to people that we're a different generation. Our generation, we've got a lot more ways of entertaining ourselves than our parents did. So trying to reach our generation and younger, You're going to have to find a way to make it cheaper, make it more of a party atmosphere, make it more worth their while to come on out. And if teams are relying on attendance revenue as a huge chunk of how they're going to make their money, it's harder to make gambles like that. So if they can find some more TV money to play with, it make it easier to try to draw a different kind of fan out. Otherwise, we're going to sit here and talk about attendance here in 10 years and say, oh, they need to raise attendance to pay their bills. If we're just still doing that in 10 years, we're in trouble.
Does the CFL have a problem in the fact that they look different than the American game? And my question, I guess, is, does going to 4 downs if and when one day, and that's a debate that will never quiet down as far as I'm concerned until it actually happens. So my question, Joe, to you is point blank this one. Does changing it to potentially 4 downs fix any problems at all?
No. And here's why I say that. There is a very hardcore group of fans that go to the games, that watch the games. It's very tight-knit, hardcore group of fans that you would alienate completely by making a change of that magnitude. In exchange, you're trying to reach people, and the idea of trying to make that change is to reach people that watch the NFL exclusively. The problem is they're watching the NFL exclusively because the NFL is the big dog in town. They're the ones that bark the loudest. Changing the CFL game to 4 downs makes the comparisons negative, because if you keep it to 3 downs, if you keep the kicking game rules, keep the field rules, you at least can sell that you're a different game. You're a different product. Come take a look at us, because we're doing something different than the NFL is. The more your changes align with what the NFL is doing, the more that the production values and the advertising make it clear that you're second rate. And you're not going to, A, get those fans you're chasing, and B, you're going to chase away the fans that have been supporting you from the get-go.
Last one for me here real quickly. Are you surprised that Dalton Schoen and Keenan Schaefer-Baker did not get NFL contracts?
I'm a little bit more surprised by Schaefer-Baker, honestly, because I have heard the whispers about Schoen being NFL scouts saying that he's a product of the Waggle. Who's to say? But he did seem to have a quality of being able to find an open hole in his own, and that's a really nice skill to have. So I'm going to be really happy to see him back.
I just want to go back to you talking about, I find the whole NFL CFL debate, because I'm just a big football guy. Anything I can bet on, I'll watch. So then what is the difference? Because why is there just what in your eyes, why is there such a nose up in the air from the CFL, like from other people looking at the CFL? And you made a point also of you're going to lose that dedicated CFL hardcores. But can you not make the argument that maybe the CFL is killing itself by pandering to those fans and missing out on the fans that are more NFL and American driven?
That's possible, but you're not going to reach those fans by changing your game. You're going to reach those fans by being louder, by throwing money around left and right. And that's just not something the CFL can do. It's not really a choice between the games for the people that choose the NFL exclusively over the CFL. It's simply because they're the biggest, they're the biggest. They have the first dibs at talent. They come across as, hey, we're the best. We're the only game in town, even though there's 4 or 5 games in town now these days. I mean, really, between the XFL, USFL, all that. But pandering to the hardcore you don't really have to do a whole lot of that, but you also can't rip away the foundation of everything that their traditions rely on. I know that there's people that build their schedules around Labor Day, the rematch games the week later, Grey Cup in November. You screw around with that, and you screw around with their game, and if they're not coming, who is?
I got one more question.
That's the biggest. The idea, finding new fans to be a part of that group is the biggest challenge the CFL has, and there are no easy answers.
No, I agree with you. I find I like you said, I like it. The CFL, the rules were different. We're Canadian, we got that. But then you also have to find a way to get that money to become the big dog and be louder. But my last question, Mike and I got pretty heated about this sometime. Does home field matter?
Oh, I would say so. Yeah. It's not.
Okay, well,
It's not.
I
It's
instantly don't
not.
like you anymore.
It's
But
not. It's not as big of a thing as could be as some make it out to be. But just being able to have your own routines, being in the same city you're in, being used to the field conditions, it's worth 3 points in my brain.
okay,
As a
Mike, you
guy
have
that
one
goes
person that
and
agrees with you.
yeah, and as a guy that does other sports like myself with hockey, I mean, you always want the home ice advantage. I mean, it don't matter. You're in your own rink, you're in your own barn, you're in your own dressing room. You know how to set up. You're going home at night. You don't have to drive for a long distance or go for a long flight. It just totally works to have that home field advantage. I just wanted to bring up also the 4 down thing, in my opinion here, because the guy was asking here. No, I'm with Joe. I mean, take a look at what the XFL right now. They're a week away from starting their first ever game. They're not sold out. They are having
Oh,
the
and they
same
never
problems
will
as
be.
no. And I mean, they play the similar game to the NFL. It's not the game. It's not the issue of the rules. It's the issue of the marketing and getting people exposed to the Canadian football game. And I think if you have a big following in the United States, you'd eventually maybe slowly pull the guys back in. But it's not the game itself that's the issue here. I think it's always the marketing, the advertising. And again, it's the big thing is, I think it's the fact that you don't go into the United States. And again, that's probably an error from back in the 90s when they went in there. But the US doesn't feel connected to the game because it's all Canadian.
No, they don't.
So
I can tell you that from personal experience.
yeah. I mean, there's like little pockets though. If you ever check it out, Vegas, I know there's a pocket of fans that love the CFL because the CFL was there. Same thing in Miami, actually, in Florida, there is a diehard set of Manatee fans, and of course in Baltimore, where the Stallions were, there's a little packet of CFL fans. But if you could go and you could advertise out the rest of the Canadian game out to those teams and out to those cities, I think you probably have a better chance, and you don't have to change the game.
Right. And the way you do that is by getting players' colleges involved. There are players from the big colleges, Alabama, Ohio State, what have you. You get those schools. You get people that love those schools and tell them, "Hey, remember that guy 3 years ago that made that big play against your rival? Hey, he's playing in the CFL. You can watch him on this channel at this time. Come take a look." You start doing that and you start selling the game that way, and you have at least a half a chance of drawing a decent following. You're never going to hit NFL numbers in the States. It's just never going to happen. But you can get yourself a few more $1 million and a nice cushion if you can make people want to come watch the game.
Well, Joe, I know we're here at the end of your time here joining us here today. We appreciate you coming on to talk about Bombers and all this other stuff here on CFL Free Agent Frenzy 2023. Before we let you go, where can people find your podcast or anything else you got going on? Go ahead and plug your stuff.
Yep. So you can find me on Twitter at USFL Tecmo. You can find our show, The Rouge, White, and Blue, wherever you find your podcast for the most part. And the podcast is also on Twitter at RWB Podcast.
Right on. Well, thanks for taking the time to join us here today, Joe. Enjoy the rest of the day, and we'll see if any more big signings come in. I'm sure there will be plenty. Enjoy the rest of the off season as well. Take care. All right, and as we say goodbye to Joe, thanks again to him for joining us here. We moved from talking about the Bombers to the other side of the prairies. Adam hopped back in just for this specific little piece because we've got Stephen from the Piffles podcast joining us here on the show as well. Let's welcome him in. Good day to you, sir. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, gentlemen. How you guys doing today?
We are doing great. It's a busy day. Lots happening. Lots to keep on top of here. Thanks for taking the time to join us. You, of course, with the rest of the crew on the Piffles podcast, cover the Riders regularly. So we figure this is the perfect time to dive into what the Riders have done thus far or need to do here on free agency. Let's talk about the two most recent big moves. The offensive line, Peter Godber, Philip Blake, both reportedly coming over to the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Stephen, what do you think of that?
Honestly, the Godbear signing shocked me a little bit, only because we all expected Dan Clark to be our center again next year. He's the guy. You just expect him to be the guy. But as soon as they were linked to Sirocco out of Ottawa, you started to wonder what was really happening. And the more I thought about it, the more I liked it. I'm still hoping they bring Clark back as either that sixth O lineman, or more realistically as a fourth Canadian on your starting O line. But it's going to be a different look. It's a good signing. And Alex said it best. He wrote an article not long after the Blake signing. We righted a wrong bringing Philip Blake back. We never should have let him walk a few years back when he was here the first time. We were weak at O line at that point, or sorry, we were strong, but we watched four guys walk out the door in one off season, including Blake and Bladek, both to Toronto. So seeing Blake back is good. Obviously, shoring up the O line was an absolute necessity, and that's what they've done.
So if you can also go, Steve, and talk a little bit, I guess, about, because we're definitely shoring up that offensive line pretty well in Saskatchewan. Probably another one that I would probably talk about, you just mentioned him, Philip Blake. He's a guy that can play almost anywhere on that line, right?
Absolutely. He's played guard, he's played tackle in his career. He was in Toronto as a tackle last season. That's what made me think we still see that Dan Clark signing as, your three interior. You've got Logan Furland, you've got Godbear, and now and then Dan Clark, because Clark's played guard in his career. And then you can move Philip Blake to the outside. It gives you so much flexibility to be able to play 4 or 5 Canadians on the offensive line. And Blake is that guy that if you do run into issues where somebody gets hurt, he can move around. And if you've got Dan Clark at guard and say Godbear gets hurt, you can move Clark to center, Blake to guard, and you won't see much of a hiccup. So it's one of those kind of shockingly versatile training or signings that you absolutely need, especially given how bad our O line was in 2022.
We've got another signing, looks like, being reported here for the Riders. Wide receiver kick returner Sean Bain, formerly of the Calgary Stampeders. We know the Riders wide receiver core is going to look different this year. No Kyron Moore, no Shaq Evans, no Duke Williams. Seems like Keon Schaefer-Baker, surprisingly, actually still sticking around and not off to the NFL. So they're going to look a little bit different. Jake Winicky added in already, Sean Bain now. I guess let's talk about Trevor Harris and his new arsenal of weapons. What do you make of the rest of the offense of what we've seen here so far?
The only thing that worries me is as it sits right now, obviously there's still an entire off season, there's training camp, there's a lot of time to go, but the Riders don't have a clear number one receiver right now. Bain is a great, that second, third, fourth guy. He's going to bring a lot of speed to the receiving core. Probably replace Karen Moore. Basically, that's a similar player replacement right there. Jake Winicki's a top receiver, but he's coming off of a pretty bad year, and he would agree with that, I would assume. So you don't count on him as your number one. They lost Shaq Evans, they lost Duke Williams. That's a lot of quality at the top end of your receiving core. There's still, out of any position on the field right now, I think that's the position that they really need to look at and resolve, because it's worrisome.
I'll argue a little bit on that one, Steve. I think that you could probably go and you could probably count Keon Schaefer-Baker as the number one receiver in Saskatchewan. I mean, last year he had a lot of receptions thrown to him. He had a lot of plays and a lot of good touchdowns on there. However, you're right. There's a guy always that goes and drags him off of Keon Schaefer-Baker. That being said, you've got Jawan Breskison coming in. What can you tell us about him? I mean, he seems like a guy that just, if he could stay healthy, I think he's probably one of the guys you'll probably rely on quite a bit going forward.
He'd be another guy that kind of fits into that 2-3-4 spot right alongside Bain. Great receiver, but the key word you mentioned is if he stays healthy. He hasn't played a lot over his last 3 seasons in the CFL. That's scary, and he's now hit his age 30 season, so that's when you start to see that drop off. and he's already hit it from an injury perspective. But I'm one of those. As soon as he tweeted out that image, I can't remember who it is, but the green and white guy, I was first in there like, I hope this means you're coming here, because he's a great receiver and he's even an even better person. If you ever follow him on Twitter, he's one of those positivity first guys, and I love people like that. So I was very excited to see him sign here. And if he can stay healthy, he's one of those that does add a dimension to the team. Now, you mentioned Keon Schaefer-Baker. The thing that worries me about putting him in at that number 1 spot is he's never shown enough to be that guy yet. He's always had, Shaq Evans, Duke Williams. He's had somebody above him, like you mentioned, taking that number 1 receiver, number 1 defender off of him, leaving him open to get a ton of yards and a ton of receptions. Do I think he has the potential? Absolutely. I'm just not ready to go into a season with him as our top guy.
So if there's anybody on the roster, there's nobody on the roster that you think would be number 1 right now. I think the only one that you maybe add there is maybe Tevin Jones. But again, he had only 1 season so far with Saskatchewan. So that's pretty tough to give him an opportunity to just be the lead guy. Although he did look pretty good last year.
Jones looks good. Again, we've got a lot of those, those bottom half of the receiving core guys that you do need. You need a team. You can't just have number 1 receivers. You need those guys that can come in and take spots up. And Jones looked okay. I'm not ready to say he looked great or that he's, anything more than he was last season, but he's a guy that they can count on for those, 200, 300, 400 yard seasons type of thing. I don't know what he's got yet. And again, he's touching 30. I'd rather see them look at younger guys for a longer term potential, but we all know in the CFL, long term isn't necessarily with your own team anyways, especially in this day of 1 and 2 year deals. So that's the part, again, that's the position that worries me more than anywhere else. And it has since free agency kicked off, or at least since we got to this tampering window.
For sure. The one question I also have for you, I guess, is I got to get your thoughts on the quarterback situation. I mean, everybody in Saskatchewan, can the people around here calm down already? I mean, it sounds like it's going to be Trevor Harris. If the contract is what it's been reported as, I don't know if I'm as comfortable with that, especially with the 37-year-old quarterback coming in. But what's your thoughts on Trevor Harris?
You know what? If you know anything about us at Piffles, we loved Cody Fajardo. We worked with him on a charity event. Great guy, wonderful human being. But something happened over the last 2 seasons. He wasn't the same quarterback he was in 2019. I loved what I saw from him when he came over. And it just something flipped. And yes, his O-line wasn't professional quality last season, but a lot of those sacks were him holding the ball for 3, 4, 5 seconds every play and getting hit. There was no quick release, and that's what I love out of Trevor Harris. Is he's the guy that he doesn't take hits. He gets the ball, throws it, he's done. He walks away from it. He's not the guy that runs. He's not going to get you a ton of rushing yards, but he doesn't take a lot of sacks, and that's what they need. And that's why they need a lot of those, those not necessarily your number 1 receivers. You need those quick slants, quick outs, quick plays, and that's where you need to start making moves. I love the Trevor Harris signing. We all know Bo Levi was the number 1 choice. That's who the Riders wanted. That's who everybody wanted. But I'm excited to see what Harris can do with this offense. And yes, he's 37 years old, but I mean, I'm 38, and I compare my shape to Trevor Harris. Those numbers are not the same. He is in incredible shape. We saw that when he signed in Edmonton. He's yeah. I'm not too concerned about his age, again, because he's not that guy that takes a ton of hits.
We've got a small signing to announce here. BC fullback Mario Villamazer off to the Toronto Argonauts. So Declan Cross retiring. I guess he's coming in to fill in that role. Trey, let's get your takes. We haven't heard you talk too much Riders today. You swapped out the hats, a man of many hats. You've got the Riders one on now that Still don't know how you ended up with that, but you did. What do you think of what they've done so far and what remains to be done still?
Yeah, don't tell anybody, but I look damn good in green right now. I can't imagine, like, when you took the video away for a second, I was like, oh man, I was tired. I wanted to keep looking at myself. But let's go. I'm gonna go. Adam took a couple of my rider based questions, so let's go league wide here. What signing are you kind of most like, oh my god, that actually happened? Is there one? Is there one that you kind of, is it the Bo one? Is there something else that kind of you meant to go, oh wow, as if that happened?
I don't think Bo Levi's signing should really shock anybody. Once you trade a guy for or trade for a guy's rights, we've seen that time and time again in the CFL. It's a foregone conclusion you signed with the team that took your rights. The big one to me, I have to say, was Gino Lewis to Edmonton. Um, Not just because he left Montreal. There was a lot of talk about him in Saskatchewan. There was a lot of talk about him talking to basically every team. But seeing him sign for over $300,000 to me, we saw last year what that did with Kenny Lawler. When you see that huge jump in salary from your top guy, you never come back from that. And now we're going to see these receivers start to sign up in the high 200s, low 300s, and I'm interested to see what that will do with the salary cap as a whole. Where's that money coming from? Who's taking a hit on the rest of the field to make that money happen? Because you're going to see this more and more. Next year, is somebody going to top that deal? I don't think so, but who knows? I don't think we would have thought that somebody would have topped Kenny Lawler's deal from last year. So it's the money that's getting thrown around more than anything that's been a surprise.
Do you think that the money getting thrown around, some of these teams just saying, oh, it's a soft cap, it's a luxury tax, so what if I have to pay a fine?
Well, I think Edmonton in kind of a unique position, much like BC was last year. They're not paying their quarterbacks much of anything. They were smart and signed Cornelius pre-salary cap last year, so a lot of his signing bonus was on last year's cap. So him and Trey Ford are making next to nothing. So they could afford to do this. And that's why we saw what BC did last year. They did the same thing. They took that money that they weren't paying and unloaded it on their offense. I just don't know that Edmonton has the quarterback to make that work. Cornelius is not Nathan Rourke. Trey Ford, not Nathan Rourke. Trey Ford, I think, has more potential, but I just don't see the same correlation there. But as soon as you see one team have any kind of success doing that, the CFL is very much a copycat league. You're going to see other teams try it, and Edmonton's next up.
And I just got one more quick one. And I asked our last guest. I think I'm going to ask every guest that I'm on. Home field, does it matter? Yes or no?
Absolutely.
Oh,
Without a question.
Everyone's against me.
I can't see how it wouldn't. You get that noise. You get just penalties alone make a difference. There's a reason why Vegas always gives the home team a 3 to 4 point advantage on their spread. Home field advantage in the right market matters. Toronto, when they weren't selling out, or when they didn't have
matters. Ask the Bills.
Yeah.
Ask some of those. Ask Tampa Bay. Like, it doesn't always matter, right? But yeah,
it doesn't guarantee victory, but it sure points you in the right direction. If you have two evenly matched teams, I'm going to take the home team every time. It doesn't matter.
I got Mike so mad after Grey Cup on that conversation, and I just have to bring it up now, and just because I want to get him worked up again.
Yeah. Hey, it's a home field advantage for Saskatchewan. As long as we don't play Winnipeg in the playoffs, we're all good.
Exactly, right?
So, hey, I got to ask you a little bit also about the defense here in Saskatchewan. I mean, we're going to lose a huge piece, I think, anytime now, probably to Calgary, Darnell Sankey. Are the Riders okay still in linebacker, or
Absolutely.
Is there another place you think that we could use something in defense? To me, I'm looking at the defensive back and saying we could use somebody maybe as a Mike Edom replacement at this point. But give us some thoughts on the linebacker and secondary positions in Saskatchewan.
Well, I'd be shocked if Edom doesn't sign back here at some point during the next week or so. I think he, much like Dan Clark, except Dan Clark is obviously the local kid, but he's kind of made his situation here. I see him signing at least for one more year. to me, I don't think the loss of Sankey is as big a deal as we're going to expect. You've got Micah Tights, you've got Larry Dean, you've got Moncrief. That's 3 quality linebackers. Yes, it sucks to lose a guy who, in my opinion, was, if not the most outstanding defensive player, he was right up there last year. Sankey is a top end linebacker, and to me, I would have paid him more than they paid Adam Bighill. I think he's that guy, and he's still young enough that you can rely on him for years. But I think they have the players there that you're not going to notice that drop off. And then when you look at what they've done on the defensive line, I don't think you're going to need to rely on your linebackers as much as you did last year. Pete Robertson, Anthony Lanier, what was his name out of Banks?
Stephen Banks, Micah
and,
Johnson.
And Micah Johnson's the other big one. Lanier and Johnson in the middle, show me a better interior in the CFL, and I'll call you a liar. Those two are line eaters. They're going to do a ton of damage together. Pete Robertson was, to me, the best defensive end until he got hurt. I think between Robertson and Lanier, we didn't see enough of them last year because of injury and missing games to really understand how good they're going to be in 2023. And I think your front seven is obviously your key, and they've got that in spades. And we looked at if you look at last year, we did the same thing. We kind of exploded our defense, and our offense was left to kind of manage the rest. That's the one thing that concerns me, is are we doing the same thing again this year? But as for the defensive backfield, I really like that new kid they signed. And I wish I had his name written down on my desk somewhere. And Lord knows you never see it when you forget or when you need it. But it's the rookie out of.
I'll pull him up. I'll pull him up for you here on screen.
Yeah.
Let's take a look. We don't have anybody at linebacker or at defensive back. Here's who they currently have under contract. Nick Marshall, Roland Milligan, Jordan Bayou, Jeremy Clark, Nelson Lacombo, the biggest names here.
Yeah, it was they signed him late yesterday, and I'm just gonna bring it. I'm gonna bring it up here because it's gonna bug me until I get through to it. Leon O'Neal Jr. He's there at the bottom. Of course, I see it just as I did. He looks great, and I have a lot of high hopes for him. Clark was another big one. Jeremy Clark. That's another guy that I expect leaps and bounds in 2023. And then you added Nick Marshall and Roland Milligan. That's a great front four to me. And that's assuming O'Neal Jr. makes the starting roster. But I think there's enough players there to put together a quality 5. Assuming again that Edom comes back for 2023 and you have that safety back. But nothing in the defensive side of the field really worries me this year. We've shown time and time again that they can find guys to fill those holes. It's the offense and the offense alone that scares me.
So you're good with where they're at on defense. They've started to make some moves on the offense that we've talked about already. A couple of receivers, quarterback, offensive line. Moving forward in free agency here, what's next for the Riders? Where are you looking for them to focus on? I guess you kind of touched on you're not happy with the offense. So what kind of players are you looking for them to hopefully bring in here yet?
I'm really liking I was really high on obviously Greg Ellingson or Geno Lewis as that number 1 guy. I think Rashid Bailey is another guy that they could look at and pick up as a number 1, or at least you throw out 2 or 3 number 2 guys, and I think Rashid Bailey's getting pretty close. The Riders were in contact with Kamar Jordan. He's another guy that I think could come in and have an effect on the starting roster as we've got it right now. They're great at Canadian. You got Keon Schaefer-Baker, Emelis, Braden Lenius. I wouldn't be surprised to see them sign another or draft another when the draft hits. But it's that American receiver, that number 1 guy that they need to find. And I don't know that there's a lot out there. When you as soon as you lost Greg Ellingson off that board, there's no clear number 1 after him and Lewis went elsewhere. So I mean, I would love to see either Rashid Bailey, Kamar Jordan, or somebody like that with that that kind of that number one pedigree to come in and be the guy.
Now, you had the experience over in Saskatchewan of hosting the Grey Cup this past season. And a lot of talk last off season was on the Riders trying to make all the moves possible to get to the home Grey Cup. Seems Hamilton's doing that this off season. I mean, a lot of moves so far for the Ticats. They've been very active in free agency. What do you think of what they've done so far and I guess touch on the pressure of hosting the Grey Cup? This is a question, I guess, for both of you and Adam, as you know, Saskatchewan folks, having just gone through that last year. What is it like watching your team in free agency, knowing the Cup is being hosted in your own city?
There is an absolute spotlight on the team hosting the game every year, and we see it time and time again where teams try to load up for that Grey Cup year. I think the only real exception over the last decade has been Calgary. They don't seem to load up like every other team. It's weird. They've actually made free agent signings today, and I don't know how to feel about that. That just seems odd to me. But Hamilton is, the moment you go out and get a pissed off Bo Levi Mitchell, I think that was the smartest thing they could do. They've made a ton of great moves, and that's a franchise that needs a Grey Cup. They haven't won one in this millennia. That we're talking 24 years in a 9-team league. We used to be the butt of those jokes. Winnipeg used to be the butt of those jokes. Right now, it's 100% Hamilton until they win one. And getting so close like they did 2 years ago, where they lost it at home, and should have won that game. They were the better team that day and lost. I mean, there's a lot of pressure now to kind of load up and get that monkey off their back. We saw what happened with Winnipeg. They hadn't won in 30 years. They win one, suddenly they're, oh, we're just going to do it again just because we can, right? Like, they need to get that pressure off that franchise, or it's going to get harder and harder every year to win it. Teams are going to continue to surpass them. But I do like what they've done so far. I'm genuinely surprised that they haven't signed Simone Lawrence. And I really hope that the Riders sign Simone Lawrence just for the chaos, because I don't think there's anything more chaotic than watching a franchise or fan base have to completely flip script and suddenly love a guy like we did with Dwight Anderson in 2013. It's just entertaining to me. And I don't remember seeing a guy as hated by a fan base as Simone Lawrence is in Saskatchewan. So that to me is, I hope he goes back to Hamilton and he can win that Grey Cup at home. But I'd love to see it here just for the chaos and entertainment.
I'm all in on that one because let's face it, I mean, pretty much Regina will burn as the plane lands. But nevertheless, Hamilton's done a very good job of picking up a lot of good players so far in free agency. I really like actually their signing of Duke Williams, with a caveat on that. I mean, they got to have the coaching, and I think Tommy Condell would be the guy to go and control what he does on and off field. If he does, that's a great signing for the Hamilton Tiger Cats. They got their number one receiver. I was going to just suggest one guy as a number one receiver and see what you think, Steve. I was looking at Darrell Walker. He's 32 years old. He's the right age to be a good veteran in the room. Yes, he hasn't had the 2 good seasons here. Could he turn it around and maybe be a number one in Saskatchewan?
I don't know if I would rely on him again to be that number one guy anymore. For some reason, I keep forgetting he's in his early 30s. It seems like he's been around forever. I could see it, that he's a guy that likely comes in a little cheaper than your Geno Lewis, your Rashid Baileys, those guys that are young with that, the past couple seasons of success. Again, I don't know that I would want to rely on him as your number one. Excuse me. I don't know if there is really that guy left on the board. I just worry. And Hamilton signing Duke Williams, great signing, great player, but you have to stick with him. He is what's that saying? $1 million talent and a 10-cent brain. Like when he gets on the field, it doesn't seem like he can control that temper, that attitude. He takes dumb penalties, but if you can rein him in, he is a clear number one. He is a guy that makes any team he would be on better instantly. There is not a team in this league that would not be improved by Duke Williams at the top of his game.
I got one here. I'm sorry, I got a crying baby in the background. Let's try to get this in. What's your thoughts on your two ex-Rough Riders, Fajardo and Moss, now being the two-headed whatever going on in Montreal? How bad of a dumpster fire do you think that's going to be?
You know what? For some reason, I feel like it'll work there. I don't know why. There's no sensible reason why it should work. Like the two were like oil and water. Something didn't click, but there was no other team that was going to sign Cody Fajardo. He had one starting spot left, and that was in Montreal. So if he wanted to start in the CFL, he had to go back with Jason Moss. It just surprised me after what was very clearly a bad season between the two, where they didn't mesh, and they didn't mesh publicly. That's the part. Like there was no love lost between the two out loud, and yet he's there day one of free agency. It's weird to me, but again, money talks. Right? You're not going to get that starting salary anywhere else in the league, so you might as well go and see if you can work things out. And maybe a different O-line and receiving core will be what does wonders for him.
When you start to think about also with some of these guys, like somebody like Fajardo, who clearly had a tough time last season, that maybe a fresh start without all the off-field distractions is going to be better for him. And then he picks the one place that might have more off-field distractions than there seemed to be in Saskatchewan last year. So I don't know how this is going to work out, but I'm excited to see what happens with it. That's for sure.
But on the flip side, you have to remember he's going from a massive pressure cooker in Saskatchewan, and it became fairly clear pretty early on in 2021 that he didn't seem to handle that pressure very well. And you could see it start to degrade over the last year and a half. Like the comments he made to close out last season were not a guy that had the confidence you need to be QB1 in Saskatchewan. And I think that's why the Riders had to move on. He just couldn't handle that pressure cooker. Whereas in Montreal, they've got the Canadians, they've got the Montreal. Is it Montreal FC, CF? The MLS team. They've got other teams that are the go-to teams where they're the guys, right? He can kind of blend in a little bit more and just be a quarterback, just be a football player and get back to doing what he does best. I just don't know how it'll work, but I think you're right. The change of scenery and that different environment will absolutely be good for him. And I hope he does great. 16 games, actually 17, because he doesn't play in Saskatchewan this year. But 17 games this year, I hope he absolutely goes off. He can win an MOP for all I care. Nothing but love for the guy. There was a clear need for a change from both sides.
Can I bring that up also, the scheduling for the CFL this year? I mean, first of all, you don't have Fajardo going back to Saskatchewan. Next, you don't have Bo Levi going to Calgary. And now you don't have Gino Lewis also going to Montreal. What are we doing here?
I understand that they're trying to save money and build rivalries by having that the different schedule than they have. I wish they would just go back to you play every team twice, once home, once away, and you fill the rest of your schedule with conference games. It's a clear, simple way to do it, and you get the chance to have these, because Bo Levi Mitchell needs to play in Calgary. He has to. And Cody Fajardo in Saskatchewan, he was only here a couple of years, but that's another big game. We saw what happened when Durant came back. It was a big deal on the calendar. You need to see it, and the league needs to go back to that home and away, and you fill your last 3 games with one more conference game. It just makes sense. I don't know why they've changed. I don't get it. I don't like it. But it is what it is.
And that's something we can continue to debate all off season as well, the schedule, until we actually have games to start talking about. Steve, I know we got to let you go here right away. You're a busy guy. You got lots on your plate here today. Thanks for taking the time to join us, first of all, here on Free Agent Frenzy. And plug your podcast, plug anything else you want to plug. Where can people find everything you've got going on these days?
Well, it was absolutely my pleasure, guys. Thanks for having me. If you're looking to reach out to us, you can find me on Twitter at Safamod. Find our podcast everywhere you find your podcast. It's Piffles Podcast. Or check us out. We throw up articles quite regularly, pifflespodcast.com.
Right on. Well, then we'll let you go here. Enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy the rest of CFL Free Agency and the eventual season once it begins.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day out there.
All right. Take care, Steve. Let him go. And Adam, are you sticking around, or you got to drop off here shortly as well?
I think I got probably another 15 minutes in me, and then I got to get going. But yeah, I'd like to start this interview up, at least the next one that's coming up. So.
Sounds good. Well, let's take a quick 2 minutes here to we got to reset things. We'll make sure Daltz is ready to go in the background. You'll see the Be Right Back screen for about 2 minutes here, just to reset at the top of the hour, and then we will kick things off with another hour here on CFL Free Agent Frenzy on the Canadian Football Countdown. We're back here on Canadian Football Countdown, CFL Free Agent Frenzy 2023, kicking off hour number 5. We've been live for 4 hours. We're halfway through our day here already. Some big signings have come in, many more still left on the board. And here to join us to talk about all the major news throughout the day is Robert Dalton from the Rouge Radio Podcast, who looks like he could be joining us live on location somewhere out in the field. We've got a reporter out in the field here. Daltz, welcome to the show. How are you doing today?
Not too bad. Thanks for having me. I think it's too soon to make a spy balloon joke that I'm not that on the scene, but yeah, we'll go with that. That I'm on location. I don't want anybody to know where I am. But
fair enough. Well, welcome here today. Happy to have you here on the program to chat about everything going on with CFL Free Agency. I know you've been keeping tabs on things throughout the day, throughout the past week with the negotiation window as well. Let's start off with getting your takes on what is the biggest bombshell to you that we've seen so far today?
I think with legal tampering, there really hasn't been anything that's any particular signing that really I would qualify as a bombshell. The closest thing would be that as of like 10 minutes ago, the Bombers are all of a sudden looking for a backup quarterback. Looks like Dakota Prukop is heading his way down to the USFL. I know Drew Brown had some quality snaps last year, but looks like the Bombers are going to be in the market for a backup quarterback, and the options are actually really few and far between now that guys like Dom Davis are signed, Caleb Evans are signed. So like I said, the options are few and far between. One thing I really have really surprised of is that Toronto, how manic they are in signing free agents. As a reigning Grey Cup, as much as it hurts this Bomber fan to say that the reigning Grey Cup champions are not resting on their laurels. So I thought maybe that they would try to run it back with a good portion of their team, but no, they're going in there. Just recently making it official that Adarius Pickett is going to solidify that linebacking core.
Yeah, the Argos mostly focused today on re-signing a lot of their own players from last season, but a couple additions like Darius Pickett. They made that big trade for Jordan Williams from BC. I guess let's get your guys' reactions to that. We don't see trades too often in the CFL. This is an interesting one. One of the top linebackers for the BC Lions requesting a trade to go over to Toronto to be closer to home. I guess, at the same time, we could talk about how Dominic Rhymes requested a trade originally before they gave him a raise and a contract extension. So what do you think, Daltz? Is there trouble brewing in BC with, they've lost a couple of big pieces. Now you have a couple of guys that were requesting trades. Seems like it was a good year for them last year, but not sure where they're at currently in the offseason.
I think, I think there were I think there were low expectations for BC last year. I think everybody, myself included, kind of anticipated that with a first-year starter like Nathan Rourke. Outside of Brian Burnham, there were guys that didn't have the CFL pedigree of what the BC Lions receivers had last year. So I think they kind of overachieved. And I'm not taking anything away from them, but I don't think anybody really anticipated the success that they had offensively last year. So I think there was a lot of people that internally maybe they wanted to see what kind of money, what kind of raise that they got, and given how low of the financial windfall that Nathan Rourke was getting them, I think there were some players that kind of saw that, hey, Nathan Rourke's gone. We've got Vernon Adams, who's probably not going to get that much more than what he was when he was traded to BC last year. I'm seeing what the league market for wide receivers are. I want to get in on this, and in this day and age, we're not going to fault the players. I don't agree with the way he went about it when referring to Dominic Rhymes, requesting a trade. Could have just easily said, hey, this is what I want. What can you do to give it to me?
Now we just talked about moves the Argos have made. Looks like they've made another one here, bringing in American defensive lineman Thomas Costigan. Costigan, one of the youngest pieces that was a mainstay on a D-line last year, going over to the Toronto Argonauts there. So another little move for the Argos to make there, probably trying to offset, Jagarrett Davis going across to Hamilton, perhaps Shane Ray being a free agent there. Adam, let's go to you. What do you think on the Argos making a move here?
Yeah, you know what? I'm quite excited to see what the Argonauts are doing here. I mean, they look like they're rebuilding. They're getting younger again. I mean, I don't think they're going to sign Enoch Mwamba back just because of the signings that they've made already this offseason. So I'm kind of excited to see what the Argonauts are actually going to accomplish here in the next little bit. I mean, they've got McManus back under contract. They should be a pretty good team coming up here. What do you call it? Dalton, I got one question here for you, though. I think the biggest signing haul this season here was the Montreal Alouettes being signed back by the CFL, unfortunately. Just want your thoughts a little bit on what's all been going on in Montreal. And is this really going to affect them for signing free agents or not?
Signing free agents, no. Quality free agents, possibly. And the reason why is, the legal tampering period, it's been reported that Danny Machocha was not given the green light to sign a lot of players, or at least talk to a lot of players, specifically in regards to signing bonuses, which is very popular around this time. So I think they wanted to get a leg up with the legal tampering, but they were just handcuffed with what they weren't able to do. Now that the CFL has owned and Danny Mac has that green light, you'll see him a little bit more active in free agency, but the big fishes that you kind of want them to go after are gone. Unfortunately, as you already know, Harris, Eugene Lewis, another name that escapes me, they're gone. So they're going to have to recoup those kind of assets. And not to say that there aren't talented receivers left or isn't talented defensive player left in free agent frenzy. It's almost like a downgrade based on what you're getting compared to what you've already lost. So it's unfortunate that other teams have already had a leg up on Montreal, but as I said before, it's not going to make him ineligible for signing new free agents. It's just the quality of free agents that they've already lost out on. It's going to make playing in Montreal a little bit difficult in the 2023 season.
I guess the only other question I really have for you, because I know you're a little bit of a Bomber fan,
A little bit, yeah.
just a little bit, eh? Nevertheless, what do you think across the border? What is Saskatchewan up to? Do you think they're doing the right things by solidifying this offensive line? And is Winnipeg even caring about what Saskatchewan's up to? Because we seen last year that Saskatchewan kind of collapsed.
Honestly, the way that Winnipeg operates is kind of like the blueprints of what Calgary's was operating and how they operated, where they just operate within and they don't really focus on too much what other organizations. At least that's from my interpretation. As far as Saskatchewan, I don't know if the moves that they made are the right moves. Peter Gopper is a fantastic signing, but I don't know if that is the right move. But to answer your question, I don't, internally there's probably rumblings, but externally I don't really know if Winnipeg really cares what the other 8 teams, much less Saskatchewan's doing. But with Saskatchewan, they had to make moves, and if they didn't do anything on the offensive line, whether or not it actually made them worse, those are moves that you had to make, and to satisfy at least the 7 million so Rider Nation as to what they try to say. That's what they sound like. But that was my Bomber my Bomber nitpicking about Rider Nation being everywhere.
Yeah, they are everywhere. I'm gonna go back to Montreal. I find it interesting. Fajardo now with sorry. 1-year-old in the background has his opinions on Fajardo. I don't know if we can quite have that. You might have to bleep that out. That was baby talk for some swears there. But Fajardo going back with Moss, that seems insane with how things ended last year. But what's your thoughts on that?
Well, as far as I know, is that Moss was a huge fan of Fajardo. Now, whether or not he'll have success with Fajardo, he'll have a better offensive line than Fajardo had last year. The problem with Fajardo is he at the age where, can he go back to his 2019 form? I just don't know, and I don't know if he'll have the weapons available. I mean, right now it looks like Reggie White is back. He'll have I can't remember the names. The twin Tyson.
Tyson Philpott.
Yeah, Tyson Philpott. He'll have him back in the fold. William Stanback will hopefully be a little bit more healthier this year. So I mean, Cody Fajardo is somewhat set up for success in Montreal. It's just that whether or not Montreal will have Cody Fajardo set up for success, if that makes sense to you. But I don't think that it's more of a relationship between Fajardo and Jason Moss. I think that they both respect each other. Based on what I read, it has nothing to do with whether or not they get along. I think they get along fantastic. It is going to be kind of neat to see Jason Moss just freak out and say, "Pardon my French," and in reality, being in Quebec, it actually might be taken literal. But he's not going to be as mobile because I think that offensive line in Montreal is a little bit more stable. So it will be interesting to see. If I was Montreal, if I was Danny Mac, there's one receiver, and I'm not, within the last 10 minutes that I would actually go after. That's Rasheed Bailey. I think that he would solidify that intermediate that game that Fajardo really shined on in 2019. And if they're smart, that would be the move that I would make.
Yeah, Rasheed Bailey, 729 yards receiving, 9 touchdowns for him. Started the year slow, but finished it off really strong there as well. You were talking about Alouettes wide receivers. The biggest new addition for them being Greg Ellingson at the wide receiver position from the Bombers coming over there. One thing we have to, I think, talk about when we talk about free agency that we haven't touched on much yet today is the whole NFL negotiation window aspect of things as well, because we did an episode a couple of weeks ago talking about guys on NFL tryouts, and there was a long list of names, and Nathan Rourke was the big one, obviously, that everybody had their eyes on, and he's going south. There's a couple other guys, that have signed contracts down there. But it seems a lot of these guys have gone for workouts. We thought maybe they were going to go away. And then now it looks like they're coming back. The biggest ones on that list, probably Dalton Schoen in Winnipeg and Keon Schaefer-Baker in Saskatchewan, both sticking with their teams. Adam, I know you got to run here shortly, so I'm going to throw it to you here super quick first. What do you make of guys like this not sticking in the NFL and all of a sudden being back with their clubs for this year? How big of a move is that? Almost more so than a new signing.
Well, for me, I think it's a huge disappointment for those players. I mean, they made the opportunity. If they could make money in the NFL and play in the NFL and get good time in the NFL, that's worth anything to do that. So I feel bad for them that they didn't really get an opportunity or get even a contract offered to them. I mean, especially Schaefer-Baker, who had, I think it was 12 or 13 teams try him out. So yeah, kind of surprising. But that being said, their teams in the CFL. I mean, the Rough Riders need a number one receiver, as we heard from Steven just earlier on here. I still think that Schaefer-Baker could be that number one receiver. Plus, he's also Canadian, which really helps that Saskatchewan Rough Riders receiving core. That being said, on the other side, Dalton Schoen last year, I mean, what else can you say about him? He was the league rookie of the year for a reason. He was absolutely dominant every time he touched the football, and really, as most NFL teams said, really caught on to the wagon really quick in Canada. That could be one of the really dominant receivers in the league going forward. And if Winnipeg can get him long-term, look out. Winnipeg is going to be one of those teams with an already stacked receiving core that could really, really do some damage.
Dalt, what do you think on this?
I mean, at best, I could just say ditto. Just to stretch on that is that I'm completely amazed that Schaefer-Baker didn't have more workouts and didn't stick in the NFL. I think he's got the almost the perfect size for NFL tight end almost. I mean, I can understand Dalton Schoen not sticking on, his size, his as people have already mentioned, the waggle might be something that he has maybe taken advantage of in the CFL. What I'm looking forward to is, it's a pretty stacked receiving core, but how much of Dalton Schoen's success can he maintain? As he's not going to be the number one guy or even the number two guy in Winnipeg. Because of guys like Nick Dembski and Kenny Lawler, Dalton Schoen may actually be the number three guy in Winnipeg. And, I mean, given the weapons, Carlton Agadosi, coming back hopefully from that freak injury, Drew Wolatarski. I don't know if you guys saw my premier photoshopping skills last week. Zach Collaros has got a couple of he's got a brand new set of toys that he's got to play with at his disposal. And we like to say that Dalton Schoen could probably reciprocate or duplicate his rookie year, but given the amount of the times or the amount of receivers that Zach Collaros has available to his disposal, Kenny Lawler probably would be the best bet to be their only 1,000 yard receiver, but I wouldn't say, if I'm a betting man, I'd say Schoen and maybe Dembski would be close to that 1,000 yards, as that ball is going to be spread very evenly in that receiving core in Winnipeg.
Adam, I know you got to run here. You got a busy work day for you. I appreciate you hopping in here throughout the day still as well. Where can people find you on Twitter or elsewhere if they want to get more of your free agency takes?
Well, they can find me at Adam Stewart 1. Usually either you'll see CFL stuff, you'll see a lot of senior hockey being talked about right now in Saskatchewan for me, and of course some farm stuff. So you can find me over at Adam Stewart 1 or Farmer in Saskatchewan, whichever one you're looking for. I know, pretty generic, but hey, that's the way we roll sometimes. And Trey, you keep that hat on. That's all I can say.
Will do, but you got to tell me my points in that pick'em when next time you see them.
Last time I checked, you were tied for fourth, which is ridiculous.
Let's go. No idea about Saskatchewan senior hockey, but somehow I'm winning the playoff pool. So let's go.
resident betting expert Trey will take any will take any opportunity to go in on a bracket challenge. All right, Adam, we'll let you go here. Enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll talk to you pretty regularly going forward, of course, on the Canadian Football Countdown, one of our mainstay hosts. All right, we'll say goodbye to Adam for now. And, well, let's continue talking about the moves that have been made so far in free agency. I believe I have our free agent tracker up to date. I mean, it's hard to stay on top of it fully. I'm going to scroll through some of the most recent transactions here. We talked about Thomas Costigan signing with the defense on the defensive line with the Argos, Sean Bain at wide receiver for Saskatchewan, Caleb Evans at quarterback for Montreal as big one as their backup there to Cody Fajardo. A couple offensive linemen there for the Riders, Philip Blake, Peter Godber. The Calgary Stampeders signing Julian Hauser to well, we don't know how long yet, but signing him to a contract for this upcoming season. Kind of the only big move the Stampeders have made thus far. I know we're going to talk a little more about them later on, but we did have some comments in the chat here. So let's go to you, Daltz. Dave Dickinson taking over as general manager this season for the Stampeders. Did you expect any different of an approach than what John Hufnagel has? And are you surprised by the lack of inactivity from them, but are you more surprised by the fact that they actually have activity today?
I am surprised and I'm not. And I know that, my co-host Tony Allen, who's a hardcore Calgary Stampeders fan, like when we did the memoriam for the Calgary Stampeders last year, is that we thought, one of the things that Calgary has done, like you said, is that they recruit more than they dip into the free agent pool, which is good. Except for Calgary, that motto it can only last for so long. Their last playoff victory was the Grey Cup in 2018. Since then, they've been one and done in the semifinals, and they haven't really looked particularly good doing it. So something had to change. And especially this year, Calgary's lost so many players. It almost seems like they've lost more than they've been accustomed to, that they were kind of expected to make a deep splash into the free agent pool. Julian Hauser, is a very hard-nosed type player that comes in and possibly replaces Sean Lemon and I can't pronounce his name, but whoever the Formula who signed with Toronto. I expect a couple of I'm not bigger fish, but I expect a couple more moves for Calgary, if not today, tomorrow. But that's just from an outsider perspective who may or may not be on location in Calgary at this point. I'll leave that to the discretion up to the mind and up to people's imagination. But what I would do if I was Calgary is I would just be a little bit more inactive or a little bit more active in free agent, because you just kind of have to. You just can't rely on the recruiting process sometimes. So to answer your question, am I surprised that they're not as active? Yes, because of the reasons I just laid out, but I'm also not surprised because that just seems to be their MO. And before Ryan comes onto the program, I'll just say that there's no way that Calgary goes 18-0 this year. No way.
Or watch This Is the Year It Finally Happens. Trey, what do you think about where we're at? We're halfway through the day right now. We're a bit over halfway through the day here on Free Agent Frenzy. We've seen some moves come in. Are you impressed with what we've seen done so far? Are you waiting for more big names to drop here? Let's check in with you and see where you're at here. Halfway through the day.
Yeah, I think that the teams that traditionally make moves and needed to make moves have. And, I think there's a lot of teams that we got a lot of the news over the last week because of the tampering period. And I still don't know how the Bombers got Lawler. Like I'm going to be scratching my head for years, especially if he's getting that big touchdown catch in Grey Cup in Hamilton this year. I'm going to be like, well, thank God for him, but how did we manage that? But other than that, the teams are doing what they need to do. I think Hamilton's doing great now, having the Grey Cup and getting Bo. you know what, they signed Bo to the full 4 years, no 3 years, right? 3 years. I don't know if you got him for 3, but you know they got him for this. I think he'll be decent this year, probably next year. They're taking full advantage of that. Ottawa looks like, you know, knock on wood, might win a home game this year. Toronto looks decent. Montreal, I don't want to talk about Montreal until we actually see what happens there. And then the West is always going to be the West, right? You never. Calgary being quiet might be more scary than anything. It's like, what do they have in the pipeline that we don't know about, right? You know, and things of that nature. And so my real big question mark in the West is Saskatchewan, and for Adam's sake, I hope he doesn't have another year that he had to live through like last year. But at the same time, there's not a lot of room for Saskatchewan to sneak through, because I think Winnipeg and BC are still going to be the big dogs, and Calgary you can never count out. And again, you can't count out Chris Jones in Edmonton, right? So, man, it needs to be June, right? You know, that's always said, like, whatever that CFL motto is it June yet? Like, right now, the weather's getting nice. Where's football, man? And the Super Bowl just ended. I'm not watching USFL. So, like, I need football, man.
We can watch in March when the XFL eventually folds again.
Yeah, pretty much. And then you'll never hear The Rock talk about it again. He's like, oh, I actually wasn't involved, you know, or he'll shut it down like he did with Warner Brothers, man. Like, oh my God.
Well, that's something that's obviously coming up in conversations a lot now, too, is players exploring these other leagues also. I mean, we just had to go to Brewcop is going to go sign in the USFL instead. Probably the biggest question mark is, what is McLeod Bethel Thompson going to do? Is he going to sign USFL, XFL, or come back to the Argos? How much of an impact do you think, Daltz, that these additional leagues popping up are having on free agency decisions for some of these guys?
You know, I'd love to say, see, the talent level sometimes based, you know, the players that actually are going towards the USFL or the XFL, those type of players are replaceable. So I mean, yeah, they're taking guys who have experience in the CFL, and as much as I'd like to have them because they are character guys, it's not affecting the CFL as much as I think a lot of naysayers would have you to believe, because there's always that next guy coming up, right? So it's you know, like if you're talking, let's say, you know, a receiver, like a fourth receiver on a CFL, I don't know if any team is going to miss that fourth check down receiver, because they probably already have that similar player on their practice roster or on their suspended list or what have you, and then they already have that next guy up to replace that said player. If we're talking starting quarterback going down to those leagues, then we're having this conversation about how serious we need to take those two leagues. But as of now, I'm not really concerned with the XFL or the USFL. And to be honest, a league that only operates during the spring in the XFL and a league that has folded twice, I'm not too sure how much concern a lot of people should have with that league.
Oh, wrong button. My only worry with the XFL was because of The Rock, you know, like, because he's a name, and I have a 7-year-old kid who plays Fortnite, and that's the only reason why he knows The Rock, right? So you know what I mean? There's and then now it opens up his movies. And if my kid found out that The Rock owns a football league, well, you know, that was my only worry, was The Rock being involved in it. But I kind of agreed too, until that quarterback. I thought Bo might be the guy where The Rock, you know, The Rock knows about the CFL. Throw money at a guy like that, Bo or Bethel Thompson, get that name down there, so something they can advertise, right? Grey Cup champion Bethel Thompson now in the XFL, but until that actually happens, they don't have anything, right? They just got a bunch of guys who aren't good enough for the CFL or the NFL trying to find a spot, right? So it'll be interesting to see, you know. There was talk, I think Chris Jones said he found it tough, but I mean, Chris Jones is going to say crap anyway, right? So, but Mike or Ryan, you know, you got your first taste of NFL this year, really, you know, being a fan. Ryan, what do you think about these spring leagues, you know, and more 4-down football for you to not watch?
Well, I don't know. I might check out a bit of it here and there, but I did actually check out a little bit of the USFL when it came back last season. I was intrigued by it. I like seeing leagues where the guys aren't making $100 million, where they're actually playing hard for their jobs and stuff like that. So, more football is better football, right? The more football there is, it'll mean some of the talent is dispersed, but there means there could be an influx of talent from the USFL or XFL coming to the CFL one of these days as well. So I am very excited. I'm excited to see how it all works out. And you know what? They've tried so many times. I'll be positive here. I hope they succeed one of these times with bringing back the XFL here. Adults, I know we're almost out of time here with you today. We got to let you go here shortly. So thanks for taking the time to join us here. I guess quickly, what are you watching next coming forward here in CFL Free Agency? What's the big name you're looking to see where they go? And then also tell everybody where they can find your podcast and everything else you've got going on.
Yeah, if we want to keep this bomber related, I think they really need to get that defensive tackle position solidified. Maybe get a big name. When I say a big name, the name of Tim Bonner, the name of Mike Moore, who was just released by Montreal last week or a couple of days ago. Those are names that I kind of expect to be added to Kyle Walters' speed dial anytime soon. The biggest name that really stands out there, and I'm really surprised that we haven't really heard anything, is Darnell Sankey, who's eventually going to leave Saskatchewan. The team I kind of hear is Calgary, going back to Calgary, as it kind of makes sense. They have the holes there. They have the money available. That makes sense, and possibly maybe even Montreal. They might have that option available for Darnell Sankey, but that's my prediction. But as far as where you can find me, obviously, if you see me now, you probably know where you can find myself on Twitter. That's at Rouge Doll's podcast at Rouge Radio. Tony and I are going to get dust off the old mic next week to go through all the free agent frenzy signings, talk about possibly the USFL and the XFL. The podcast is available through any of your podcast applications. TuneIn, iHeartRadio, Google Play, Apple, as well as on YouTube, as we're doing the same thing you guys are doing. We're doing everything through video and having everything on live screen on YouTube. And as well as I've got a couple more trade trees to come up with that should be released on YouTube, even a couple of old ones that I'm going to redo because I've been fact checked. So that'll be due in a couple of days.
Yes, make sure to check that out, everybody. And final super quick question for you, probably the most important one here today. It's currently 1 degree Celsius in Winnipeg. You're outside. I see a toque on. I see a jacket. Are the jorts on display?
I knew you were going to ask that. No, the jorts are put away until it's consistent plus degree territory in Winnipeg. I saw the weather forecast for Thursday. It's going to be a low of minus 19 and a high of minus 12. So I think it's safe to say that the jorts will be in storage until mid-March.
Right on. Well, of course, most important time of the year when you break those out. So we look forward to that. We look forward to everything you've got going on with your podcast. Thanks again for taking the time to join us. We'll let you go here and enjoy the rest of your day and enjoy the rest of the CFL Free Agency.
Will do. Thanks for having me on, guys.
All right, as we say goodbye to Robert Dalton from Rouge Radio, we have another guest waiting in the wing here, ready to go with us for the next hour. I believe he's here to join us. So let's bring him in from the Turf District over in Edmonton. It's the great Andrew Hoskins is here. Andrew, how are you doing today?
Hello. Thanks for having me on, guys. I appreciate it.
Yes.
I'm doing okay. I'm actually super excited for free agency. I know, right? Like it's, I have a reason to be excited. This is we don't always get that here. So right now we're excited. Yeah.
It's the most exciting time in the CFL season.
Yeah, exactly. Like what's a salary cap? We're fine. Let's just forget it. Let's bring everybody in and make it all happen. I mean, hey, we've had a couple of years where we haven't been able to cheer it all. So I'll take all the good things that are happening today.
Yes, well, we'll get into it here in a second. I'll pull up the free agency tracker. I'm just sorting something out here with it. But the Elks have been pretty busy here, and we expected that much after how things ended last season for them. Most notably, it seems like they're overhauling the entire wide receiver core. Eugene Lewis, Kyron Moore, Stephen Dunbar, the biggest names coming in there. What do you think of what the Elks have done so far at the position?
Well, so far I'm pretty happy. Originally, when we heard that Kenny Lawler would be headed back to Winnipeg, which is great for you guys, and an amazing receiver, right? But arguably, when you talk about Kenny Lawler going, you're thinking, okay, he's number 1 or 2 in the league as far as the receiver is concerned. I know Dalton Schoen obviously is up there as well, but the other one that you would come to mind is Eugene Lewis. So originally, when we thought he was leaving and it was only Stephen Dunbar coming in, we are thinking, okay, well, they're gonna put some money somewhere else, and then Eugene Lewis comes up, and if you're replacing Lawler and what looks probably like Darrell Walker with Eugene Lewis and Stephen Dunbar, that's a pretty good trade-off. I'm not really upset about that. I think they're trying new things, and another year of Corn Dog getting some practice and getting to where he needs to be. I think those are good steps.
Well,
Yeah.
you mentioned Corn Dog, and are you content with the receiving core or the quarterbacks in that room right now?
I am at this moment. And the reason that I am is because we saw, especially near the end of last season, Taylor Cornelius taking some steps forward, and he wasn't throwing the fourth quarter interception like he was before, which was, I mean, for the first probably 10 games he played, it was almost a guarantee. You'd be like, late third quarter, beginning of fourth quarter, there's going to be some horrible interception that is going to destroy the team. And as we got into the latter 9 games of last year, that really seemed to clean up. And he started to use his feet a lot more, which we didn't really know he could run like that. But the guy runs like a gazelle. Might as well let him run out the ball. So I think he's shown some really good development under Jarius Jackson. And I can see where they felt comfortable enough to give him the extension. So I'm okay with that. And of course, we have Trey Ford waiting in the wings, who's still learning, who had moments, flashes of brilliance last year too. So I'm okay with where it is right now. I understand we're still growing. I don't want to go so far as to be like, yeah, well, that was, Eugene Lewis is the last piece we needed, and we'll see you all suckers. Like, that's not going to happen. But I feel like we're taking the steps in the right way forward from where we were 2-3 years ago, where it looked like we had all the talent on the team and they couldn't do anything. Right. So I'm quite happy with that.
Was it last year that the Elks in free agency, they had focused on the wide receiver slot also, but wasn't it last year where they had brought in the likes of Manny Arsenault, Caleb Hawley, and Darius Bowman, right? And we looked at it on free agency as what is the Chris Jones madhouse we're looking at here?
Yeah, which when, of course, a bunch of those didn't even get to camp, right? Like Darius Bowman never got there. He retired as an Elk, which is great. And obviously Manny played a role. The other part that I really like with, and Manny being back this year, is you look at that leadership style, right? I think Manny is now another coach on the field and off the field, which had a big impact last year. When you look at guys like Dylan Mitchell, and how he really kind of came out and had a bit of a coming out party at the end of last year. He's taking another step forward. He's still got the coaching on the sidelines, but we know with the coaching cap, you kind of got to have those guys that can be player coaches on and off the field. That's where Manny fits in. And so I think that there's a really big help for them right now to have those guys to help them through. Obviously, Eugene Lewis has been in the league for a bit now. So I believe this is his 4th year. Is that right? You probably know more than I do, Ryan. So he's got some experience. Kyron Moore has had a bit of experience, and he's had experience in the Chris Jones system. Stephen Dunbar has only been in for a couple of years. So they have that balance of guys that know what they're doing, guys that can be kind of those coaches, and then guys that are your speedster guys that have been showing up and doing new things. So I think that's a really good balance. And I know we'll talk about other parts of the team, but right now I quite like what they've done with the receiving core, and being that you can have Cornelius on a smaller contract as far as a quarterback is concerned, and Trey Ford, who is a legitimate backup at a rookie contract, you have the dollars to spend. So I think it's probably a good move to get that sorted out.
I mean, we have some time here with you. We have you for the full hour here, I believe, so we can go through it with the Elks a little more methodically than we can in a shorter time span. So I think it makes sense to start off with taking a look at the guys they brought back from last season. I'll scroll through it here on the screen here. And I want to know who jumps out to you as a key piece that they managed to bring back for another season here. I mean, a couple of guys at the running back position, rookies on the practice roster there. Manny Arsenault, you already touched on him a little bit, being brought back at wide receiver. A couple of guys in the offensive line. Defensive line.
Before we go too far on the offensive line there, I think Martez Ivy is one that is a sneaky good re-signing. And I only say that because he was getting better as the season went on as well at that tackle position. And especially with Tony Washington retiring, and we're always trying to find those young offensive tackles, American offensive tackles. I think he could play a role this year. So I did actually like that re-signing. The other guys don't know as much about, of course, but for sure, Ivy does have a little bit of a role there for sure.
Then we move on to the defensive side here. Jake Ceresna, Christian Rector, the big two on the defensive line. A defensive back, you've got Ed Gainey, Aaron Grimes, Raphael Leonard being brought back there as well. And on special teams, Sergio Castillo, the big name, being brought back at kicker there. Anybody on the defense or special teams side that's back for another season that's really key here to you?
Well, you cannot talk about the Elks without talking about the job that they've done, without talking about getting Jake Ceresna back. He's a monster in the middle of the line. I was so excited to see him back on the team, and he wants to be here and make a difference, and he excels in Chris Jones' system. So I thought that's massive. It's nice to have the re-signings with like Ed Gainey and Grimes, because again, then you've got that leadership, that veteran guy in the defensive backfield. I'll be curious to see how Grimes is this year, because he basically was off the entirety of last year with an injury, and he is another year older. So not that, I mean, older football terms, I understand, says I, being way older than him, but I do think that he could, if nothing else, he does provide that leadership in the background, but we'll see how he does when he's on the field and having to keep up with some of these younger dudes.
Yeah, for sure. One of those interesting players that's been, didn't play last season due to injury, much like a Kwaku Boateng, who you're very familiar with over in Edmonton, going from Ottawa to Hamilton.
I think that's a huge signing for Hamilton. Now, I understand I am completely biased in the fact that I do love Kwaku, and he's a great guy in the community. But I still, to this day, will say he has one of the quickest off the line moves that I have seen, and I've seen a lot of defensive linemen play. And you get him paired with a guy like Teddy Laurent or Dylan Wynn, boy, that's going to open up some channels for him, and I think he's going to have a big year, and a Canadian at that. So I think that's a great signing for Hamilton.
I want to ask a quick question here about Ante Milanovic-Litres. Gets re-signed, then gets cut. What's your thoughts on the move there by Chris Jones and the running back?
Yeah, not my favorite move when you have a re-sign and then cut. Now, the one thing I guess I will say is that I appreciate the fact that at least they cut him right before free agency. So it wasn't like he got to camp and then got cut. He does have an ability to get onto another team earlier. It was a bit of a surprise, but what I think is happening is, and my guess, I don't know this for sure, my guess is that they have some young American running back that they want to bring into the system. And we already know we've got Kevin Brown, and we already know that he's going to likely be the starter on day one. You have to think that they're bringing in somebody else, and they also released Malik Tyne at the same time. So it's it's like they just moved away from the Canadian at the running back position, and they're just going to go American there. And I think that was the big indicator for me that that's what they have in the plan. But I don't know who that is yet. But I'm guessing that that's what the deal is. They can probably get cheaper that way with an American running back.
James Wilder is also still under contract, it seems, at the running back position. He missed most of the last season due to injury, was the starter there for a couple of years before that. I mean, it seems like Kevin Brown's the guy going forward here. I would hope so after the way we saw him play down the stretch last season. But where do you think Wilder factors into things here at the running back spot?
Yeah, all of our fantasy rosters want Kevin Brown to play again. That's that's
Yep.
that's a guaranteed point right there. But you know, James Wilder, he was dealing with a neck injury last year, and we don't know where he is in the recovery from that. I don't know. I don't know where he actually ends up. I have a feeling that he either leaves the game or is on long-term injury reserve, because the last I had talked to him, he was still, they had to wait for different swelling to go down and all those types of things before he could even see a doctor to try and make some plans. And so there isn't really there wasn't a short-term solution to this issue. So, and of course the danger would be if he decided to play and then got hit the wrong way, that would really be bad. So my guess is that we don't see James Wilder this year, which is unfortunate. I'd love to have him in the community because he's an amazing, energetic dude in the community. But I also don't want him to jump on a field and get hurt. So I'm guessing that he is not a factor once we get to training camp.
That's kind of what I was expecting as well. You know, a guy that's still under contract, but at the same time, will he be by the time we hit the field when the season starts there for them? Let's go over to the subtraction side here for next and see who the Elks are going to be without that was under contract from last season. But first, a couple of breaking news signings to mention here. The BC Lions have signed offensive lineman Chris Schluger. Spent the last couple of years with the Montreal Alouettes. And speaking of the Alouettes, looks like they've restructured the contract of quarterback Davis Alexander to sign him to a one-year contract extension. The quarterback who, as of 12 hours ago, was the only one on the roster for the team before they brought in Cody Fajardo and Caleb Evans there as well. So he'll be under contract through 2024. But
what do you guys actually think? Can we just talk about that for just a second? What do you guys think of that combo in Montreal? I was I can't say I was surprised. On the other hand, when it was those two together, I thought, you know what, that's actually kind of an interesting combo of Fajardo and Evans. If you use them the right way in the right situations, I think that could be a decent combo, especially with Fajardo actually more likely to have a better O-line in Montreal.
We've touched on Fajardo a bit already, I think, but I don't know if we've had your take on Caleb Evans coming in as a backup, Trey. What do you think of this dynamic duo, if you can call it that, in Montreal?
Man, at this point, I don't know. I just hope the off-field stuff doesn't affect the on-field stuff more than it already has. And actually, when we had Stephen on from Stefan on, he made a point that like maybe Fajardo getting out of the light in Saskatchewan, where the only thing in Regina is the Rough Riders. Now he goes to Montreal, where you got the Habs, you got a soccer team, you got a bunch of stuff other going on. He's not going to be the main focal point. I think that might be good for him. I just interested in to know how him and Moss are going to get along. But now adding Caleb Evans into that, you need more than the quarterbacks, and unfortunately, I don't know what else they have. You got two decent guys. I'm sure they'll have passing yards, but outside of that, a lot of players are leaving, and they're the one team that hasn't been able to keep up to like the other three teams in the East. So, oh man, I was so high on Montreal going into last year, and then VA's gone, and everything else is gone, and Gary Stern looked like the owner of the future, and everything seemed to be going right. And now if you told me that everything would blow up within a calendar year, I wouldn't have believed you, right? It's ridiculous, but I hope that they put something together, that duo. Like, I don't know. Like, I made the joke last week before it was official. Who do you hate more, Dane Evans or Fajardo? Because that's whoever you hate more, you send them to Montreal, right? You know, and poor Fajardo is the one ended up there. And I actually thought Dane might end up there too, but I don't know with Caleb Evans there now. You're not going to. Where does that throws now? Where does Dane Evans go? That's my bigger question, because I only had him maybe backup for Montreal. Now, where the heck does he go? Toronto, if Bethel Thompson goes down south or retires? Like, I have no idea, right? That's the bigger question I have about the East.
I agree. Is Dane? Yeah, does Dane end up in Toronto, or does Dane even is he backing up Harris in Saskatchewan? Maybe, like, I mean, it's all high inflection question mark. I have no idea, but I do know that you were talking about with Montreal and Caleb Evans coming in there. I'm not throwing Caleb Evans in there to throw 50-yard bombs. Like, that's not what he's really good at. But you have to line up at the 2 and push it over the line. Fajardo might be really good at getting them down to the 5-yard line, and then Caleb Evans can take over and get it in there, like they were doing with Dominic Davis before, right? So I don't know. I'm curious how that combo, and at least they still have Stanback too, right? So they do have some threat of running on a number of levels. So I think it could be an interesting combo. I agree with you. I'm not sure. Obviously, it wasn't as bad with Jason Moss as we thought, because he's still joining a team where Moss is. But yeah, it's an interesting combo. Sorry to derail the Elks talk, but I just, as you're talking about Montreal, that kind of raised that question for me.
No, we're bouncing around all day long here. I mean, as things come in, we bounce around back and forth. We're trying to cover everything as it goes around. So good to jump in and chat about that as well. It also gave me some time to update our free agent tracker. Jordan in the chat pointing out I had a couple running backs listed as Canadian there for the Elks, Trayon Gray and Lexington Thomas, who are actually Americans. So like you were saying earlier, maybe that's position the team's going American. So we will get that corrected on the chart, put it back up here, and go back to taking a look at the subtractions for the team. I mean, Milanovic-Litre, we discussed that one already. At wide receiver, there's some big pieces on the way in that we've talked about, and we'll discuss more, but there's also a couple big pieces on the way out. Kenny Lawler on the way out, and Darrell Walker also. This is a guy who is been synonymous with wide receivers in Edmonton. I know he went to Toronto for a bit there, but Darrell Walker, you think of him, you think of Edmonton wide receiver. Are you surprised they couldn't get it done to bring either of these guys back here? Or do you think it's a case where the team maybe didn't want to bring them back for another season here?
Well, I think with Kenny Lawler that they did want to get him back. And I know they did have lots of conversations with him. So I know that was, that was on their list. And I think when they thought, well, it doesn't look like we can get this done the way we want, then they were talking to Gino. So my guess is that's kind of how that fell down. As far as Darrell Walker is concerned, I think the biggest thing is, and you can look on the chart there, he's age 32. And is he that much different than Stephen Dunbar Jr., who probably comes at about the same cost, maybe a little less, depending on what Walker is asking for, and younger, right? So I think that might have been a bit of the direction, is can we get somebody who is similar? And Walker the last 2 years has not been the Walker of 2015, 2016. Mm-hmm. So can we find a guy that fills that same role and maybe does it a bit better? Maybe a younger guy who's learning a little bit, maybe a guy who can come in and learn from Manny and kind of, expand. I think they might have actually made that decision beforehand to be like, let's see if we can find that younger guy. And I think they did in Dunbar.
Another signing to announce that just came in, defensive back Jamal Roll, going from the Hamilton Tiger Cats to the Montreal Alouettes. So we've talked a lot about the ownership situation there for Montreal and, the focus on the offense, but they're making a couple of key moves on the defensive side there also. So I don't know who in the boardroom is the one signing off on these moves necessarily right now. Maybe it's Randy Ambrosie himself. Probably not, but Another move there for the Alouettes. We'll take another look here at some more of the subtractions for the Edmonton Elks. Tony Washington, he's been in the league since 2011, officially retiring from the CFL. Pretty good career there for him.
Absolutely.
Along the defensive line here, Tim Bonner's a free agent. McKenna Henry, these are S.A. Marabre. These are all guys that have played, meaningful pieces over the past little bit here. Linebacker, Dion Lacey, Toby Antigua, seemingly two of the biggest names on that list, I would say. Defensive back, your favorite guy here, Trey, Deron Carter, subtraction. Do we see him landing anywhere, or is the football career officially over?
Oh, I think the football career is over. I think he's going to coach somewhere or carry on in another role somewhere. But he was always nice to us on the sidelines as fans, like when we were, you'd hey Deron and he'd chat with you or whatever. But I mean, yeah, he's not a safety. And so I mean, we have Scott Hutter, who's Canadian, and he's an amazing safety. So I wasn't upset by that move. Let's just put it that way. As going back a little bit though, you were talking like linebacker as well. It's like, well, Dion Lacey didn't really play that much. Trey Watson actually didn't play that much. The only one on there that was a little bit of a surprise to me was Brady Sheldon. Now, he only had played a few games, but I thought he did make an impact on that linebacking core. But the hope there is that Niles Morgan is healthy for the year, and he makes a huge difference in the linebackers. And on the offensive line, Steven Nielsen was a bit of a surprise for me. So I'm kind of curious as to where we're going to have our global player from. So, because right now we only have a kicker. So I don't know if there's some plan in that for when the global draft comes, because we don't have much in the way of a global player. So that should be rather interesting for this year. Just something of note.
Yeah, that's, we talked about free agency. There's still the Canadian draft. There's still the global draft. There's the supplemental draft, whatever that is to come yet. I never really understand the ins and outs of that, if I'm being honest.
That's fair. Yeah, I don't either. It's like, oh, we got another guy. Great. Okay.
Someone's great grandmother was Canadian, so they're fine now. That's what it seems to be.
Yeah, it's like a side note or something, but you have to give up a draft pick to get them, and that's why we have guys like Jamin Pelly, right? We picked him up in the supplemental draft last year, and that guy is set up. Now, granted, he did declare himself for the NFL draft, but if he's still here, that guy's set up to have a monster year in his second year, because he's a big dude. So they're promoting him like crazy. The team is, so I sure hope that means he's going to be here, and then have him and as a Canadian and Serezna up the middle, with now AC Leonard on one wing for sure. Yeah, that could be a lot of oomph coming in through the back file, through this defensive line. I mean, yeah.
No, because I believe the Waller-Toski from the Bombers was a supplement draft pickup too, and it's only because his mom's Canadian or something, so they give it. So it's a weird thing, but whatever expands the game. Actually, I was going to talk about AC Leonard because I feel like just our previous show before him going from signing in Edmonton, I said that's a guy I would tell Winnipeg to go get into the fold. What's your thoughts on him now going from one green team to the other?
Sorry, you're talking about Kyron Moore? I was reading something.
AC Leonard. Sorry,
AC Leonard. Yeah. AC Leonard, I mean, one of the things that we needed to improve this year was the rush ends. Like we needed to get some improvement in there. I think that was kind of a surprise that he came free, and we already know he excels in Jones's defensive system. So I was very happy to get him here. I just hope that he has learned to not get upset when they tell him to do a drug test. That's my only thing I would be worried about. But other than that, I mean, hey, he can, ever since they turned him from a fullback / slot receiver to a defensive end, the guy's been a monster. So I'm not upset about that at all.
I have one more. Sorry, I have one more, because I'm a lifelong Bomber fan, and I enjoyed the years of Chris Jones being in Saskatchewan and always getting fined for cheating and, this and that, and, the whole thing. How is it to have your fan or your team be a Chris Jones team? Like, how is it actually being a fan of that?
Well, okay, so here's the thing is that I was a fan of it when he was here in 2014 and 15, right? And then he left, and I hated his guts because he left. I don't think he left the right way. I don't think he did it properly by the team and by the fans. And I get it for himself, makes sense. But for me, that was a little upsetting. And then I was quite happy for him to tank Saskatchewan. You keep having all these issues, and that's great, and that type of thing. I think one of the differences here this time around, and now when they hired him, it wasn't my favorite choice because I understood the reasoning that he could do head coach and GM. And my worry was that, another offer comes up and away he goes. But having G-Roy here as the assistant GM makes that a little bit better. Having Victor as the president makes it a little bit better because there is no room for any of those. Don't make that move that's going to make us look bad. Do you know what I mean? I think they've actually there's a good balance there. So you don't get those issues as much. And last year we really didn't see any of the main issue that people had with Chris Jones last year was, man, can you just have a lineup? Because it just every guy comes in and goes out and comes in and goes out. But they were using last year, and we knew this at the beginning, as basically a full year training camp to find those guys and stick them in place. And then they had more injuries than we have seen in a long time in one team. And so I remember talking to him about that as we were getting to the Labor Day game. And even Coach Jones was like, yeah, like I've never seen injuries like this. Like I don't, he goes, I want to have a stable lineup and I think we have the guys, but they keep getting hurt. Like there's just nothing like, how do we do that? So I think he kind of has turned the corner on that where you're not getting as much of the off field stuff that is or, the poor decisions for how you manage people on the field. And so now I'm a little more of a believer and especially after talking to him a couple of times, you're like, okay, yeah, you do have a plan. And I may not like everything that you do, but any head coach, you're not going to like everything he does. You'd be like, yeah, okay, that's good. And this is just the way you manage it. And as long as we get towards having some success, great.
And the turtleneck is legendary, right?
Absolutely. Well, yeah. I mean, we all want the black turtleneck. I mean, that's I gotta try and get one of those.
Yeah, you gotta get some branded ones with the logo on it. Come
right?
On,
yeah, I know. I gotta really work on. Actually, that's a great idea. I should do that. Just get the turf district and then have a black like that stretchy turtleneck. It'll be perfect. Okay.
I'll send you my mailing address for all royalty fees at this point.
Afterwards. I'll happily give you the royalty fee of whatever the percentage of zero is. I'm happy to give it to you. That's not a problem. Yeah.
We're going to take a break in a couple of minutes here just to reset things near the top of the hour. But let's close out the Elks talk, and then when we come back, we'll take a look at some of the stuff from around the league as well. Some big name signings. We talked about the three at wide receiver, Eugene Lewis, Stephen Dunbar, Kyron Moore. Talked about AC Leonard coming in on the defensive line. At linebacker, Eli Menser, Kevin Francis seemed to be additions. Luches Purifoy was let go by the BC Lions. That, to me, is a massive one at defensive back. And Ken in the YouTube chat letting us know the Elks just announced the signing of Josiah St. John on the offensive line that we have not updated the free agent tracker with here. I guess, what are you happy with what the Elks have done so far overall in free agency, and kind of what do you see as their focus being moving forward throughout the rest of the day and the coming weeks here?
I'm happy with the positions that they've worked on. They've worked on getting some DB help a little bit with when you talk about Luches Purifoy, big name. They've worked on some of the rush ends like AC Leonard, which is what they needed. They've obviously overhauled the receiving core, but tried to match, level for guys coming in. So I'm okay with that. if there was one question mark that I had, it was a global player, and B, and probably more importantly, who else is coming in on the offensive line? Because it, although getting better, it was still weak, and I don't think Josiah St. John is a guy that's going to bump out any of our starters on the offensive line at this particular moment. We really need to see Tomas Jack Cardilla have a move forward year. Is he ready to take on that starting guard role? I think those are the things that I have a bit of question mark on. So I'll be curious to know what they do as far as bringing in somebody on that side. That would be where I'd hope the next bit of work would be, is in that area. I did see in the chat too, they were talking about adding a linebacker because we have Morgan McConzo Francis. But we also on the linebacker side, I mean, we can't forget Adam Konar, and he had a big year last year. Like, he was all over the field. So Konar is still in there. Apollon is still around, who played some games last year, and Matthew Thomas is there, who was almost like they for a while there, they played a bit of a 3-4 defense, and Matthew Thomas was that outside linebacker, and he definitely disturbed in the backfield. So I don't know that they need a ton more, depending on how they're going to set up on, if they're going to do that balance of 4-3 and 3-4. But I don't think they need a ton more on the linebacker side of things.
All right, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break here. You'll see the "We'll be right back" screen pop up. We will put some music on, be back in about 3 minutes here. Then we'll get to your take, Andrew, on some of the other things going on around the CFL, because we have you here for about another 20 minutes or so, correct? Or
fantastic. Yes, we're all good to go.
Awesome. As we kick off hour number 6 here on Canadian Football Countdown, CFL Free Agent Frenzy. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Stay tuned. And we are back for hour number 6 here on the Canadian Football Countdown, CFL Free Agent Frenzy 2023. We've been live all day here since 9 a.m. Covering the opening of CFL Free Agency. Lots of news coming in throughout the day. Lots of names still left on the board. I'm Ryan Coop. Trey Colbeck is still here as well. I know you got to run at some point in the near future, Trey, but we've been having a lot of fun here today together. And we're still joined by Andrew from the Turf District. We just finished talking a lot about where the Elks are at, what moves they've made. I figure it's been a while since we've taken a look at the free agent tracker and the options still available out there on the free agent market. So I think we'll take a gander at some of that as well. Let's go to the offensive line position. One of the most important on the field, one of the ones I feel like we talk about the least from a stats perspective, because there isn't a whole lot of stats to talk about. But you mentioned, potentially wanting to see an upgrade on the O-line there, Andrew. Of the options still out here on the free agent chart, are there any that jump out to you? I guess we got to take Josiah St. John off the list there now, as he is going to the Elks. Anybody here that jumps to mind as a key addition for a team?
Some of my friend circles and things, we were talking about the possibility of Sirocco coming over this way, and just because, of course, he's been in the league a little bit. He's Canadian. We've got some good balance there. That might be something that we might, we would like to. But I thought he was tied to BC at some point. Do I have that right? I thought I read that somewhere, but I would like to see, I wouldn't be upset about that one. Let's just put it that way. And the one that is on there that a little bit of a surprise for me, just in how that he didn't really play last year, was Jamal Campbell, because he was so big in Toronto the year before. And I kind of thought that he might be getting a little more traction, but he didn't play much last year. So I don't know if there's something in the background that we don't really know about, but those are a couple of names that kind of stand out to me on guys that are like, well, they're not older dudes. They're able to play a bit. They've had a bit of experience, and could help with some upgrades on the offensive line.
Trey, what about you? Anybody sticking out still that you're surprised is still on the board here? Or and if not, is there another position you've got your eyes on, still waiting for some pieces to drop?
Sorry, what are we looking at here? Just O-line in general? Sorry, I kind of zoned out for a second. It's been a long 6 hours.
You've been at this for 5 hours. That's completely understandable. I'm so tired.
I was a dummy, and I bought a new video game recently, and I just stayed up till about 2 a.m. playing it, and then forgetting that we have a podcast at 9 a.m. And I have a 1-year-old, and I got to go pick my 2 other kids up in about an hour here. I forgot. I'm a bad person. But anyway, we're looking at O-line, or
yes,
or
whichever position you'd like to look at.
You know what? No, you know what? I'm there's a lot of receivers that seem to be unsigned, and I don't know. Maybe that's just a position that will come later, like Bailey, Jordan, Walker, Adams. Just to name some of them at the top, right? My boy. Duron Carter, he's still unsigned. No, to be all honest, he's probably, I could see him going to the XFL, USFL. That's a guy for a year and then realizes he can't even play there, and then he'll maybe retire or go coach. I don't even know if you want him as a coach, do you? I don't know.
Well,
anyway,
tough to say. Yeah, tough to say. Yeah,
but I think those receivers, there's a lot of those guys who I wouldn't say they're number one guys, but they could definitely be 2-3 guys, depth guys, could be your number one guy for a game or two if there's injury still available, guys that make a difference. Shea Ross, is that not the dude that did a backflip while lifting weights? How's he a free agent? Like, to me, that should just guarantee him a lifelong contract for something,
just solely for the clicks. I mean, that's worth the contract.
Yeah, pretty much. So, that's kind of where I'm looking at, is when are these receivers going to start coming off? Probably, I think the market for receivers is just unreal right now. Guys getting 200,000-300,000. If you look at the Blue Bombers, I know none of this stuff is technically public, but it's hard to imagine that the receiving core isn't close to $1 million, like with Dembski, Lawler
on its own. Yeah.
and and who am I missing now? Schoen's on the rookie deal, but he could get paid in a year or two whenever his contract's up. Waller Tarski's probably getting decent dollars. Then the Bombers have 3 decent Canadian starters. So right there, they're paying $1 million, and they pay over $500,000 to Collaros. Geez, you only got 3. I'm bad at math here. I'm a writing major. 3 million, $3.5 million, whatever the salary cap is. We had a debate about it earlier today, what it actually is. So that's kind of where I'm probably why these guys aren't getting signed, because they're thinking, well, I'm worth 300,000 if that guy is, but they're not, right? So they're going to sit and wait until training camp, and then maybe not that long, but wait till the draft and here and there, and then these guys will start getting picked off one by one.
And you have some of these guys that have had those big contracts in the past. Like Darrell Walker was one of the highest paid receivers in the CFL, right? And so Kamar Jordan, has historically in his career been one of the top receivers in the CFL. So you start looking at some of these guys of is it a bittersweet moment you're still trying to hold on to those paychecks you made one day, but you're kind of on the decline a little bit? I mean, they're still very good receivers, right? But where you're probably not hitting that top dollar anymore, but you may not just want to admit it,
Yeah, I agree with you. But there's a couple on there that you look and go, like Rashid Bailey. You'd think he would have landed somewhere after his last 2 years. Like that one surprises me a little bit. So does Richie Sindani, because he has that big game for you as that second, third guy. So those are ones that I'm a little surprised we haven't heard a little bit more about as of yet.
To me, some of the interesting names here, I mean, the guys at the top of the list for sure, but RJ Harris, former 1,000-yard receiver in Ottawa, ended up injured, kind of got, shoved out by some of those other new options coming in for the Red Blacks. He only played 5 games last year. Could somebody take a shot at him on a bounce back year? Eric Rogers took the league by storm, but just cannot stay healthy ever since he tried to go to the NFL. Only 1 game played for him last season. Does anybody look to try to bring him in and hope he stays healthy there? Lamar Durant, a similar option at Canadian, when he was with Calgary and then went off to BC, one of the top Canadian receivers in the game, and now he goes over to Hamilton, hardly utilized in the 11 games he played there last season. So I feel like that most positions, there seems to be some of these guys that are we know they're capable of playing at this upper echelon because we've seen it before. They've either had those injuries or, they had one down year. Now it's, okay, well, what are we going to get from them this year? And, it's the CFL. It's, there's so much roster overhaul every season. If I can make it work contract wise, I don't necessarily have a problem taking a shot at one of these guys, knowing that, most contracts aren't guaranteed. And if it doesn't work out, I can bring them into camp and cut them. What do you guys think, Trey?
Oh man, it's getting hard to find this unmute button too. I'm losing my mind. Dude, you're gonna have to refocus that, because I'm just fuming about the TSN thing where they tagged the wrong things. I don't know if so I was kind of just looking at that. So TSN.
I missed that.
Oh, so they on their Twitter account and their Facebook, they went and they tagged that it was the CFL PA taking over, not the Montreal Alouettes, but their soccer team, whatever. CF Montreal. They made 2 wrong tags in one post.
Okay.
And it's just thank you, TSN. This is why you shouldn't have just one brand or one company do it all. The fact it's been up for an hour and they can't edit it or delete it, you know what I mean? How do you not? Whatever.
And this is why we're live for 8 hours on CFL Free Agency.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
That was an excellent plug. That was really good. Yeah.
And I hate. I mean, I do it a lot, but I always hate comparing it, the CFL to the NFL, because there are so many differences. But the NFL also has 5 companies now that have broadcasting rights. If you count YouTube, Amazon, Fox, CBS, NBC, ESPN, 6. You know what I mean? You got so many options, but then in Canada, it's now you just got TSN. It's okay, cool. But what was your question again? If we're going to go back to what we're really talking about here.
just in general with the lack of guaranteed contracts, I know you can guarantee some of it now in the CFL. When we're talking about these aging veterans or these guys that missed a lot of time due to injury, it's kind of worth taking a chance on them, at least in training camp early in the season. If you find the right price, see if they still have it in them to produce, right?
You know, I'm gonna look at this. There was this problem in the MLB over the last few years too, where these not top tier, but that lower level guy who could give you production, give you good innings out of the bullpen, could come up in the clutch hit, good guys over 30 weren't getting contracts right up until spring training or almost the regular season. And again, I think it's because we're hitting this time where the market is all over. And yes, I see what you're saying, but do these guys want to sign non-guaranteed contracts? Do these guys want to sign cheaper deals? Because Rasheed Bailey knows his worth. I'm sure Darvin Adams knows his worth. All these guys on this list, they have their own worth in their head. We have our own worth. You know what I mean? Would we want to go work for whatever minimum wage is when we know what our worth is? You know what I mean? Like, everyone knows their worth, and I think athletes are some of the most proud people on the planet, right? So I see why these guys are unsigned. I don't know. I agree. I'm surprised Rasheed Bailey's not signed. I thought that one would be coming in right at 11 kind of thing, if not already before the tampering window had ended. So I see what you're saying, Ryan. I just don't know who would take the deal off the top 10 guys that are up on the list right now, you know?
That's fair. I want to move to the defensive back position because Mike Graham from Potsky Wee Wee is in the YouTube chat here saying, looks like the Ticats aren't planning on fielding a secondary this season. Bold move. Yeah, they've lost a couple pieces. I mean, Jamal Roll is gone. Deontay Evans is gone. Cariel Brooks, they released him. He's gone off to Ottawa. Let's take a look at the options available at defensive back. There's still a couple big names on the list, so stay tuned, Mike. Maybe there's some signings coming if they have money left that they haven't spent on the D line or on offense. Andrew, what do you think of the names we see here at defensive back still available? Anybody jump out to you that a team like the Ticats may look to bring in?
Well, there's a couple on there as you kind of look. Brandon Dozier had a good season in Calgary last year. I thought that he, mixed some things up when he was healthy, obviously, because he only played the 7 games. But I know that he did mix it up a bit. Now, if you scroll down just a wee bit on that list, there was like Greg Reed. How is he still available? I mean, unless there's still an injury issue, because I know that he did obviously come off that massive injury in game 1 of last year, but like that guy's a monster. So that one surprises me a little bit. I would think that you would see somebody getting on a guy like that. Other than that, like I kind of go through the list. And I'm like, well, that's a name that I used to know. That's a name that I used to know. Like, I all of a sudden I feel like I'm going through a Gautier song, but it's but I wonder if now, I mean, there's Mike Jones, the receiver, and then there's Mike Jones, the DB, and as we say, who? But maybe maybe there's another guy that could find a landing spot. But other than that, like the field that you already talked about, Jamal Roll is gone, Deontay Evans is gone. Like some of those bigger guys are already off the table. So
well, I think
right?
I think these guys are Jamal Roll. We had going over to, was it Montreal?
Montreal, I believe. Yeah,
so
I thought that was official. Maybe not, but I thought it was.
Let me refresh the free agent tracker here and take a look. Jamal Roll is now off the board. There we go.
There we go. Yep.
To refresh that. So yes, he has gone. Deontay Evans still out there on the board. I think one of the big talking points in general today with free agency is everything the Hamilton Tiger Cats are doing. They landed the big fish at quarterback in Bo Levi Mitchell. They've been making all the moves to try to set him up for success there. What do you think, Andrew, on what Hamilton's done so far today to try to end that Grey Cup drought at home?
It's a tough one. Yes, they've made some upgrades on their offense. I mean, when in control, Duke Williams is a great receiver. He's going to cost you a penalty or two during the season, so you got to be aware of that. But he can absolutely produce when he has the time. They've done some good things along their defensive line. We talked about Kwaku earlier, bringing in Jagara Davis. So that means they're going to the Grey Cup, right? That doesn't mean they'll win it, but it means they're going there.
All you got to do is get there, and then
that's right. Yeah,
best.
Maybe that's why they don't need a secondary. They have Jagara Davis, so that's fine. Don't worry, we'll get there. We're going to get to the Grey Cup. It's perfect. So I mean, that's good. I'm not sold on them putting it all under Bo. And I mean, and trust me, I've seen a lot of Bo. I hate him, but no, I've seen more than enough of what he can do that is good. But I've also seen in the past few years, ever since that shoulder surgery, that he's not the same Bo. Now, with the offensive line the way it is, he is that guy that can go 1-2 and throw the ball and get it out of there, which is great. And he's got some receivers that can absolutely, pick up that ball as it's coming out of there. I just don't know that he's going to be able to play a full season and B, have a ton of success. So I don't know if they've put all their chips into a different spot that I'm not sure is the greatest. I do like the fact they're bringing in Butler. If Tommy Condell decides to actually use a running game, then great. But I just saw Mike's comment. Yeah, exactly. And we'd probably say the same thing if he was coming up here, right? It'd be like, I hate Bo. Well, he's not so bad once he's playing in your team colors. I'm not convinced that that's as huge a move as some people are making it out to be. Let's just put it that way for Bo. Now they've made some other great moves. Like I said, I like Butler. I like Thurman. That's a great pickup on in your linebacking core. Have they improved everywhere? I don't know that I completely agree with that. Do I think they'll be better than they were last year? Yes. Do I think it's enough to absolutely get them there? I'm not sure yet, but they're going to have a scary defensive line. That's for sure.
We've got another big signing coming in here. A guy you were just talking about on the offensive line as potential option for the Elks. Yeah, he looks like he's off the board. Farhan Lalji reporting Darius Siracco signing with the Toronto Argonauts. So they lose Justin Lawrence over to the Montreal Alouettes. You have to think that's another big piece coming in for the Argos on the O-line there. So take him off the board at the offensive line position. What are you looking forward? We kind of, we're running out of time here with you, Andrew. I see we have our next guest waiting in the wing. We'll bring him in shortly. Okay. We've got, we talked about what you're looking for from the Elks going forward here. What across the CFL, what's the major thing you're watching still to fall here with free agency over the next couple of days?
I think the big thing is, there's three things that I can think of. The first thing, and everybody is talking about it, obviously, is what happens in Montreal, right? They are signing some people now, which is great. We hadn't heard very much over the last couple of weeks, but how does that continue to play out with the CFL having to make the announcement of taking over this morning? And how does that play out for both the team and their fan base? Like, I think you want to see some signings so that the fan base is still excited to come, but they lost a lot too. So how is that going to play out? I'm curious to see how that goes. I'm curious to see what happens in Calgary, just because, again, they have had some guys move out. They've brought in some pieces for sure. And Dickinson is always good at making the team play well. So I'm not obviously discounting them by any stretch of the imagination. I also know who the guest is in the wing who is going to agree with me, but I do.
Let's just bring them in here because I think having the two of you interact will be the entertainment for the afternoon. The great Ryan Valentine.
There he is.
CFL Horseman Radio is joining us here live from Sequester for Big Brother Canada 11, right?
If I was, I wouldn't be allowed to tell you. I can assure you that they did not allow me that many monopolies in Sequester. No.
It's fair. It's fair. anyway, I'm curious, Ryan, actually on your take on what Calgary has done, and I'm going to listen to that in a second. But I think that's a team that I'm kind of watching to see what happens there. And then the last one that I'm watching more so, I guess, is that I really like some of the stuff that Ottawa has done so far and what they've done to try and improve their game. So those are the three spots that I'm kind of focused in to see, okay, what else happens with those teams over free agency, and then what their fan base reaction is to it. So, but Ryan, what do you think of Calgary so far? Because I want to know what you're thinking.
Well,
We
we'll get his
somebody.
take on Calgary here in just a second. I know, Trey, you have to run right away, right?
I want to listen to Ryan for about 5 minutes and then I can go.
Okay.
That's about all people can normally listen to me anyway.
I gotta say, the last season of Big Brother Canada I watched was your season, so thank you for that. So,
well, I mean, I appreciate it, but you should get back and watch season 10. It was phenomenal.
It was.
Oh, man, I love the drama, but yeah.
I only
Also
like it when
bring Mike
there's
back
somebody
in
I
here
know
as well.
there. When I know somebody, I watch it. Otherwise, yeah.
All right.
Hey, Mike.
Hey guys, I go away for a few hours and it seems like a lot happens. How are we doing?
We're doing good. Everybody's good. Busy day so far. Let's talk about the big, Calgary Stampeders, what they've been up to today, because that's what Andrew wants to know. So, Ryan, take us away with what you've heard so far today.
Well, free agency day is a lot in Calgary. In camp, if you're a fan of the Bible, that's the book of Genesis. That's where where God makes the team and he creates it in 6 days, and then all of a sudden and it was good. And God looks down upon it and it is good. Free agency day is when we move to the next book of the Bible, and that's Exodus. That's where we see all the players of talent leave Calgary for other locations and bigger paychecks and head the way of the Torontos. And you're welcome for the Grey Cup, Toronto fans. I hope you appreciate what Calgary was able to do for you in getting you that Grey Cup. I also, you see them going to Hamilton. There's a lot of guys going to Hamilton this year. Pretty much what the Stampeders do is they act, like they say like the AHL is the feeder league for the NHL. The Stampeders are the feeder league for the CFL. What we do is we bring in all the talent, then we spread it out over all the teams to make everybody better and make our game more effective and more beautiful to watch. So to everybody out there in the CFL, I just want to say you're welcome and enjoy your new Thurmans or Oramalades, or I hear Javian Elliott's going to be gone next. I just want you to appreciate what you're getting because Calgary is the gift that keeps on giving on free agency day.
Wow. Just as a quick follow-up, if I can, that might have been the most.
How do you follow that?
Ever to a podcast appearance, so well done. Ryan, how do things change now that Dave Dittington is in the chair? Do they change anything? Do they change a little bit? Do they change at all as far as roster construction?
Well, as far as roster construction goes, I don't know that they changed that much. I mean, Huff is still here as the president. He even said on the day that he handed over the general manager duties to Dave, I'm still the guy that has to sign all the checks. So, the general manager doesn't get complete autonomy to get out there and get things done. And I don't think they do in hardly any city. You still need the president of the team to finally sign off on things. So Dave is doing a little bit of negotiating now. I have heard colloquially through sources that there are players who believe that Dave is focused on the offense first here and not necessarily as focused on the defense from a financial commitment standpoint. And that comes from him being a quarterback. He was the O coordinator. So he focuses, I don't want to say on his guys first because they're all his guys as the head coach, but as the guy that runs a lot of the offense, he focuses maybe a little more of the dollars on the offensive side of the ball than on the defensive side of the ball. I think some of that comes from the success, though, of the team of finding defensive stalwarts. You know, they keep bringing up guys that, you know, they're DBs that are, you know, amazing for a year or two here before going on to find another home. And you know, the success of the American scouting team is probably why that's allowed to happen.
Well, we'll keep talking Stampeders here in a second, but I know we got to let some of our folks go here. So, Andrew, you've joined us for the past hour to talk everything else and around the CFL. We appreciate you making time for us here today. Where can people find your podcast and everything else you've got going on these days?
Yeah, well, thanks for having me, and I'm always glad to overlap with Ryan and get a few laughs. That Bible one is pretty good. I'll give you that. That's pretty good reference. Yeah, you can find the Turf District everywhere you find your podcasts, but you can find us on our YouTube channel, usually on Tuesday nights. Coming up to the season, we're just kind of once a month, but then we'll be weekly as the season goes. We do record live, and you can join in the chat just like you can here and chat with us about what's going on with the Elks and the CFL. And we'll have lots of fun over there. And we should have a couple of shows here coming up. Our big free agency show will actually be next week, so we give a little time for things to settle, and hoping that we get one of those free agents that we just signed on the show to chat with us.
Ooh.
So yeah, so that's a little teaser for next week.
Well, make sure you check that out, everybody. And thanks again, Andrew, for joining us here today. Enjoy the rest of the day. Enjoy the rest of CFL Free Agency and all the fun to come.
Thanks, you guys too, and thanks again for having me.
As we say.
And he's tolerable after. It'll be fine. It's always worth a laugh. Don't get him started talking about Marvel Snap though, because it'll never end.
I was about to say, Andrew, if you want to go back to plotting the demise of Superman, you can.
I'm gonna work on that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, as soon as you're done, you're going out to chop more wood, right? Is that what?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Trey's gonna get started first, but I'm gonna join him.
Good. I'm glad you guys have a plan. That's good. Yeah.
I should have just booked you two for an overlapping segment and the rest of us just walk out of the studio.
Next year, we're on. Yeah, you can have your bathroom breaks and Ryan and I'll just carry on. Yeah, it'll be fun. Yeah, we're on.
Take a nap or something. Yeah. All right, Andrew, we'll let you go here. And Trey, I know you got to run here as well, right?
Screw the kids. They can walk home. I got a couple more minutes, man. It's okay. Like it's fine. I can't. It's good. I really am interested to hear what Ryan has to say about the Stampeders.
Right.
I'm good for a little bit. I'll go and then I'll just go black. It's fine. Everyone knows where they can find me. Nobody cares. So it's fun.
5.5 hours into this.
You have to have the two gingers with the big beards, and you have.
Yeah, I mean we're missing Josh Smith. That's who we're missing. Yeah. I think you put Josh Smith in a window, and all of a sudden there would be very much confusion as to what had happened to get us all in the same place at the same time.
I love it. The jokes keep the day moving along when we're 5.5 hours into this and overtired and having fun though. It's been a lot of fun, a lot of great content, a lot of great things to talk about around the CFL. Great comments in our live chat joining us here as well. So let's pull up the Calgary Stampeders on the free agent tracker. I just finished fixing a bug with it that somehow put Craig Ellingson on the team when that did not actually happen. So
I mean, I wouldn't be upset about it. Oh, look at that. I talked about JV and Elliott 3 minutes ago, and now it's officially announced. JV and Elliott to Hamilton.
That Hamilton Tiger Cats. So we'll add that to the free agent tracker here in a second. But let's talk Stampeders. They're generally quiet on free agency day. Not very many additions. The biggest one, really, since the 2022 season is Julian Hauser along the defensive line there. What does he bring to the Stampeders this upcoming year?
Well, after losing Flair and Ormalade, obviously you needed someone to replace him. The thought was that the team had gone with James Vaughters, returning from the NFL, in that spot for Ormalade. I know there's bigger numbers getting thrown around here right now, but if I'm not mistaken, Ormalade is currently the highest paid defensive end in the league. And that's not going to happen if you're in Calgary. It's been a long time philosophy here that if you want to be the highest paid in the league at your position, you're going to end up getting that money somewhere else, because the Stamps want to spread the money around a little bit. So when you look at the D-line, Hauser was an all-star last year coming in, I believe. He had, as you can see there, 30 tackles, 2 interceptions, and 7 sacks. When you take those numbers and you put them right against Oramolade head-to-head, they're pretty similar. Oramolade had similar numbers last year. I believe he had a touchdown off an interception of Nathan Rourke, but he was in that kind of 7-8 sack range as well. For tackles, the numbers are close. So Calgary is just effectively trying to replace a guy with similar statistics and get him in for a cheaper price. And with Hauser and Mike Rose and those guys, and you got Vaughters on the other side, this could be a very dangerous defensive line here in Calgary. Calgary, most of the last 10 to 12 years, have led the league in sacks. And so it wouldn't surprise me to see them do the same with the defensive scheme that they have here. It does kind of allow for D linemen to pin their ears back a little more than some other clubs permit.
Yeah, they've got a couple pieces going out at the defensive line. Remilade, you talked about him. Sean Lemon's still out there on the free agent list. He's the biggest name left there with 14 sacks last season. Seems he's due for a pay raise there as well. How close is he to completing the bingo card? Anybody know? He's got to be real close.
If I did my math correctly, he's an interesting case because, of course, he's played for a ton of teams, but he's played for a bunch of them multiple times. So I think he's still missing a couple different squads from his bingo card. But I think if you look at just his CFL career, he's packed his locker 11 times in his CFL career. Now, he's gone to Toronto, I think 3 times or 4 times. He was in BC 2 or 3 times. He was in Saskatchewan twice. So he's been in a lot of places, but he's never been there long. I think in Toronto was his longest stint, was 33 consecutive games, or 33 games over the course of 3 seasons. And that is as long as he's ever played in a place. And with a guy over 100 games, that's kind of a surprise that the guy continues to be this effective. He continues to be this productive. And yet, here we are, the guy that was the Western MODP nominee still can't get much in the way of traction. You're not even hearing other people say, oh, yeah, this team's in on Sean Lemon or that team's in on Sean Lemon. I think that it's not, you've got him on subtractions, and I think he wanted to go to free agency. I don't know that he doesn't still wind up here on, maybe not as friendly a deal as he got last year, because he was only playing for, I think, 75 last year. So it definitely won't be that team-friendly a deal, but he'll be on a relatively team-friendly deal, I think, wherever he lands, just because of his age. 34 years old isn't the time where guys sign big money contracts. GMs are afraid of guys, as they push that number back.
Which is crazy, but I mean, I get it to some extent, but crazy when you see how productive he was still supposed to be, or was able to be last season at the age he was at there. But still, solid pieces on the defensive line, even though missing some of these other pieces here. Trey, what do you think of the Stampeders? They haven't done much so far. How are you feeling about the team coming into next year at this point? Bo Levi Mitchell out, Jake Mayer, the starter. On offense there, some changing the guard with guys like Kamar Jordan likely on the way out. How are you feeling about the Stampeders?
I never want to bet against them still, and it's turning into the, like I think I've said 10 times, at least if not more, it's Brady Belichick. What's going to happen in Calgary, right? Was it Bo that did it all? Was it the whole organization that did it all? And I think we'll find out. But I guess that's my question for Ryan. What Bible reference do you have for Bo going to Hamilton, and how do you think that's going to be the, post-Bo era in Calgary? Do you think, I don't know how much NFL do you watch, you guys going to be better than the Pats were after Tom Brady left probably, but how much better?
I mean, I think they'll definitely be better than the Pats were after Brady left. I think that was I think they
Low bar.
didn't win many games out there, if I remember correctly.
8 or somewhere, 6 and 9.
Yeah, I mean, the idea that Hamilton has brought Methuselah into the fold there. No, I won't say that about Bo. That's unkind. Bo is still an incredible quarterback. I don't know whether, a 3-year contract seemed like a lot to me. I figured Bo, in maybe a 2-year, incentive laden contract. There's a reason he was replaced in Calgary. The targets weren't on. The aim wasn't quite there in the early going, and now granted they did have to find other spots for receivers, and they had a lot of turnover and everything else. But at the end of the day, I think Bo may be able to do well in Hamilton. They've certainly got him some weapons. They've got some other weapons today. I mean, they're spending like crazy. Can Bo do well there? I think so. And I mean, as far as can Calgary succeed without Bo? I mean, Henry Burris, Drew Tate, Kevin Glenn, Bo Levi Mitchell would all tell you yes. They've all been over 500 here with the Calgary coaching staff. And so was Jake last year. Jake was well over 500 last year as a starter. So I don't see there being a problem in that transition. It's Calgary did change their offense to be a little less home run than it was under Bo Mitchell. It was always 30 yards, 40 yards downfield with Bo. And under them, they went under a much kind of smaller, 7-8 yard at a time dink and dunk down the field. But Calgary still scored more points than any other team last year. And that was changing quarterbacks. Find me a team that benched their starter and still led the league in points. I mean, that's the threshold for success in Calgary, is you have to be not just better than everybody else. You also have to be the best.
I mean, you make some excellent points there. All right, Trey, you should go pick the kids up from school. Make sure they're not late. Where can people find you on social media if they do want to see your takes on things?
At Trey MB Harness on Twitter. If you want to learn about annoying horse racing stuff or football or foot bombers or whatever, just find me there on Twitter, man, at Trey MB Harness.
Sounds good. A great 5 hours and 45 minutes. You've stuck here through it all. Appreciate you, Trey. Enjoy the rest of the day.
I'll probably be back. The kids will annoy me, and I'll just log back on. It's fine.
All right. We'll see you in a little while then. Thanks, Trey. All right. As we're in here, Mike and Ryan. And Ryan, it's Mike's in the middle. It's like a Mike sandwich on rye or in something like that. I don't know. Let's not think about the imagery there.
No, let's just, go with what we're... Let's just move on.
Yeah.
Right, if I can, I have a question for you, and that's in regards to the quarterback switch, Bo to Jake Mayer. Are you surprised that maybe they didn't? Maybe it's still to come. But are you surprised that they haven't brought in a kind of an insurance policy for Jake Mayer? Because it is a big step back up to starter. There could be hiccups. Because right now they have Tommy Stevens and another quarterback under contract. Are you as a fan comfortable with that arrangement, or would you like to see kind of a 1A, 1B type of scenario? Because, like, people might say from a distance, okay, yeah, Jake Mayer had a great season last year, but he had Bo Levi Mitchell on the bench to take over if there was a little bit of a hiccup. Now, I'd imagine Jake Mayer to Tommy Stevens is a little bit more of a drop-off from what we know anyway. Maybe they're higher on Tommy Stevens and they know a lot about Tommy Stevens, but that we know, or at least that we see here. I'm just wondering, is that a concern for you?
I mean, obviously, I think it's a concern as Tommy Stevens hasn't really had any, he's had moments within his time here where he's had a chance to kind of get out there, but his game seems primarily in the rush game. You haven't seen many pass attempts from Tommy Stevens over his time here so far. But again, I think if there's a room that you want to be in as a quarterback in the CFL, it's here. I think between Bo Levi Mitchell last year in combination with Dave Dickinson and Hufnagel still around, these guys have done wonders with quarterbacks over the years. And if Jake gets hurt, I think you might be able to see a trigger pulling move from the Stampeders. I'd be curious to see what the market is for Dane Evans if and when he shakes loose out of Hamilton, because I believe he will shake loose. It's just a matter of do they have a dance partner or not in the Dane Evans sweepstakes as a backup. I mean, who knows what Chase Litton can bring too. I know Dave mentioned him, Dickinson mentioned him at the press conference last week as being very high on his capability and his potential. And he said 2 years ago, if I had said Jake Maier was going to be the backup, everyone would have said, well, don't you want an experienced backup? And now we've committed to making him the starter. So, it's about finding talent from within, which is what Calgary's done almost, as long as Huff's been here.
Just one more from me, and then I'll pass it over to Ryan. If I were to put you in John Hufnagel and Dave Dickinson's office and say, Ryan, here's the roster, is there one area of concern for you?
My big area of concern heading into free agency was the receiver spot. I think, Malik Henry and Reggie Bagleton are both great. Jalen Philpott is, a heck of a receiver. But my issue with Philpott is I would have said that about Juwan Breskison. I would have said that about Lamar Durant. I would have said that about Anthony Parker going back. All of these guys had good rookie years to give you an indication that they were going to be great. And then they just kind of panned out to average Canadian receivers. So, I'm hesitant to kind of put a crown on Jalen Philpott's head. As much as he looked good last year, I think there might be some more steps to take. So for me, I would want Jake Maier to have a legitimate downfield, wide side target to be able to throw to, who will high point the ball and come down with it more often than not. I said before free agency, if I were the Stamps, I would have been all in on Geno Lewis or Kenny Lawler. Now, for the money they got, no, thank you. Turns out I'm not that interested. But, I'm interested in Geno Lewis, certainly at 250 or 260, a lot more than I am at 330. So I think in those kind of scenarios, I'd like to see another receiver. They did sign a receiver here in the offseason, Tommy Lee Lewis. And I know the team is very high on Tommy Lee Lewis, former NFLer, regular contributor in a high-paced offense when he was down in the NFL. So I think they're hoping that he can be the standout breakout talent for the team this year. With Philpott handling most of the return game, if you can get Tommy Lee Lewis to be any kind of regular contributor to the offense, I think the Stamps will be in a good place. But I think that third money receiver is what they're missing right now. And they've got Malik Henry, they've got Reggie Bagleton, and I think they need that extra target, because when you look across the West, I mean, almost every team seems like they have a deeper, deeper wide receiver kind of grouping than Calgary does. But that's, flip that with Calgary's got the best three running backs in the West. And I would say that without any hesitation. I don't know that I don't like any team's starter more than I like the third string running back in Calgary.
That's some high praise.
I think they've earned it. I think when you look at what you've got in Kadeem Carey, you've also got Dedrick Mills and Peyton Logan. I mean, all of them had phenomenal stats when you game that out. They were absolutely great in any occasion. All three of them were capable of doing damage whenever they got their hand on the ball. Kadeem Carey is the best running back in the league for my money, and Dedrick Mills just needs the chance. I mean, the only reason Mills isn't playing is because Logan is also handling some of the return duties. But if Mills were on the roster too, I mean, that guy, I don't know if you guys have watched The Boys on Amazon Prime, but there's a scene. So they're all superheroes. It's a superhero show. And in one of the opening scenes of the series, the guy with super speed runs through someone, and there's just a blood mist left behind because he's going so fast. Fantastic series if you're into that kind of like, oh, what would it be if superheroes were adult themed? This is your show. But there's just this blood mist behind. That's what Dedrick Mills feels like to me. When he hits guys, they disappear. They don't, it's not, and he seeks out contact too. He looks for guys to run through and guys to run over. And then you have Kadeem Carey and Peyton Logan who can make anybody miss on their good days. I think anybody in the league would be thrilled to have any of those three as their starter coming into the season.
With so much depth at the position, we really don't see trades too often in the CFL, but you look at the running back market out there and you look at a team like the BC Lions that are kind of left without a whole lot after James Butler is going over to Hamilton. Like, is that a situation where if you're Calgary, you have these three guys and maybe you're, seeing what you could get back for a guy like Dedrick Mills or Peyton Logan, knowing you have the other behind Kadeem Carey there still?
I think if they wanted to shop Dedrick Mills, they certainly could. But Kadeem Carey, to his credit, he played 14 games last year, was relatively healthy throughout. But on the flip side, he only played 14 games last year. And he's, since coming to Calgary, that's the most games he's played in a season. So do you risk losing the power running game that you've got by letting that guy go, especially when Mills and Logan are still on rookie deals? They're still going to be incredibly team-friendly contracts, incredibly productive for what they cost you. So at that point, I don't think that there's any reason to trade either of those guys. If one of those guys gets traded, I think either A, something bad happens somewhere else on the roster and you need to find value and bring in somebody with a bigger name, or B, we've gotten to the end of the season. I don't know that all three of these guys are still Stampeders on free agency day next year, because you can see from our handy dandy chart here that all three of their contracts expire after this season. So I would expect that, much like Bo Levi Mitchell was dealt in the offseason to Hamilton, that one of these running backs likely gets dealt for some sort of pick in the offseason next year.
Let's go back to looking at the Stampeders roster overall. We've talked about the few pieces they've added here already. Guys they've re-signed. I mean, they did bring back Kadeem Carey on a restructured contract for this year. I think he was already under contract. They may have just restructured it, if I'm remembering.
Yeah,
correctly.
if he did change his number, it was a restructure. He was under contract for this year.
Jake Mayer signed to that 2-year contract extension through 2024. At wide receiver, I mean, you get Bagleton back as the big one through 2024, 2 more years of him. Do you know what the numbers were on Bagleton's deal? I know last free agency was somewhere pretty cheap. They brought him in at like 175 when we were seeing contracts of 300. Do we know where he's at currently? Is he still on that lower end
If
contract?
I'm not mistaken, and I can't, I don't know for sure. My impression from what I've been told is that he's still under 200.
That's pretty good.
And again, when you look around, I mean, if Bagleton can come back to being what he was 2 years ago when he came back, or what he was before going to the NFL, I mean, that's a spectacular player. And that's to say something when you're looking again at 957 yards receiving, 6 touchdowns, to go, well, yeah, but that shows you what you think Reggie Bagleton is capable of. I know Hufnagel in the year-end conversation did say that he did not feel that Beggleton was involved in the offense nearly enough, and that could move down as something that they choose to fix in the future.
They had the best offensive line in the CFL last season. I think it was only 13 sacks, 17 sacks, something like that, given up far fewer than anybody else around the CFL. Yes. Looks like they brought back, a number of their major pieces here: Zach Williams, Derek Dennis, Sean McEwen. How huge is that to be able to bring a lot of these guys back at the position?
I mean, when you've got a rookie starter, as Jake Mayer was last year, and coming into a sophomore year as a starter, the more protection you can get, the better. It wasn't just protecting him, wasn't just protecting Mayer either. I mean, they were opening massive holes for these running backs to get through as well. The Stampeders do have the best offensive line in football right now, or in Canadian football. But they do have the best offensive line in the league, and should they stay healthy, there's no reason to believe they won't be successful again. I think Derek Dennis going down cost them in the playoffs last year because you lost that security of a guy that was just giving up nothing on that side. So Julian Good-Jones going to the NFL also hurts, but I believe that the Stamps believe that their O-line is still in a good place.
On the defensive side of the ball, I mean, James Vaughters being brought back here after a stint in the NFL there, that's a huge addition on that D-line, and I think we talked a little bit about that before. Cam Judge had such a fantastic season at the linebacker position. Canadian linebacker, 78 tackles, 5 sacks, interceptions, fumble recoveries. I mean, he did everything last season. That, to me, probably stands out as one of the biggest. And then you see the defensive back, Brad Muhammad, Nick Stats, Jonathan Moxey. Who do you stands out the most on the defensive side as guys they were able to lock up? Because, I feel like with Calgary, more than not, we always talk about the pieces they've lost, but to their credit, they managed to bring a lot of them back.
Yeah, Calgary plays 2 games. They play re-sign and wave goodbye. They don't really. The idea that they signed Hauser today is crazy to me. Like, the idea that they got a day 1 free agent is such a surprise. I've had the PR team from the Stamps on my podcast collectively on day 1 of free agency because they knew that they weren't signing anybody. So the idea that you bring back Cam Judge, that's huge for this team. He's a ratio breaker in the middle of that defense. You've got Titus Wall, who is still under his rookie contract. He's going to be a big piece. And again, you're getting him back after he came out of the lineup injured last year and was maybe on his way to battling Dalton Schoen for that Rookie of the Year title with Titus. The question is Silas Stewart the replacement for Jameer Thurman, or is there going to be more? I have seen Farhan Lalji today saying that he hears that the Stampeders are in on Darnell Sankey. If you can get Darnell Sankey back at a reasonable contract, I think you're doing very well if you're the Calgary Stampeders, because Wall and Judge are so good in coverage that you can then have Sankey just stack the box and take care of the run game. So they're looking very dangerous still in the linebacking core with respect to Jameer Thurman, who's a hell of a player, and everyone he plays next to that we've talked to talks about how much better a player they are as a result of him, as a result of playing with him. So I think the people in Hamilton will be very happy with what they're going to get out of Jameer Thurman. Frazier Sopik is gone.
He's a pending free agent.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm on the subtractions tab now.
I saw it under subtractions. I was like, what did I miss and why? At one time before the draft, where Sopik was drafted in that 2019 draft, we had Brent Monson on at the time, and he said that Sopik was the only linebacker in that entire draft that they were interested in. So it wouldn't surprise me to see Frazier Sopik come back. A lot of these guys that get to free agency with Calgary still, they circle for a couple of days. They see what deals are out there, and then they decide is leaving Calgary worth $5,000 or $10,000. Sometimes it's not for these guys. That it's easier to stay where you are, not have to move, not have to do all of that stuff. So some of these subtractions that are on this list, I think we could still see come back into the fold here in Calgary.
Yeah, and that's the thing with these guys as free agents. As of right now, they're subtractions because they're not under contract, but they may end up under the re-sign tab. I know we've got you here till about 3:30 Central. We want to get your takes on some of the things around the CFL. Before we do that, because we're at the top of the hour, we're going to take a quick reset for 2 minutes here in a second. But as we wrap up talking about the Stampeders specifically here, you say they're going to go 18-0 every preseason. Are they there with the current roster, or what needs to be done over the coming days, weeks, months by Dave Dickinson to get to that 18-0?
I don't know if you're familiar with the Ditka boys on SNL, the old sketch with Mike Myers and those guys having heart attacks. Or is that, I don't know if I'm aging myself there, but they used to say things like, okay, let's put the 72 Dolphins against just Mike Ditka on the field by himself, but he's been miniaturized and he's only 2 inches tall. Who's going to win? And they're like, well, Mini Ditka. Mini Ditka will win. That's how I'm going to feel about the Stampeders. Every week, I go into the week thinking they're going to win. I think they've got as good a chance as anybody else with the run game they've got, the offensive line they've got. If the receivers develop, I don't see any reason why they lose any game any week. I just don't. I think they're as good and as deep a team as any other. And I know that will frost some Bomber fans in the chat. I believe I already saw a Calgary is best at everything except winning the West. I appreciate Bomber fans just trying to ride high and mighty through this time. But, that 4 years ago time machine that they could get into and realize how bleak it's been, they're on a nice turnaround and come back to me when you've been at the top of the division for a decade or so. And then you can talk to me about how much better your team is than Calgary.
Can I ask you a question, Ryan, off of a follow-up on that?
Sure.
And not just to them. I'm generally curious, since we in Winnipeg are not used to being kind of at the top of the division, 3 straight Grey Cup finals appearances, 2 championships, etc. But
Just keep listing it, Mike.
Sorry. Yeah, but what are some of the cautionary tales that you could kind of not share, but like Calgary's been at the top of the division, but they've also undergone a lot of change during their recent run of success. What are some things in your mind that Calgary's been able to do so well to maintain that run of success, even though it's kind of been, the last couple of years a step back by Calgary standards? And maybe what can teams like the Bombers guard against to prevent that from happening in your experience? Because it's been a truly dominated run for the Stamps, and the last couple of years it's kind of been a step back by their standards. I'm just wondering, what do you see as sort of things to guard against, right? Because we see the Bombers attempting to try to run it back with the same group, hoping that, they don't all age at the same time and you have this tremendous drop-off. In your experience, what's been able to make that run of, the last decade, like you speak about, so consistent despite the turnover, and what lessons could a team like Winnipeg learn from that?
Well, I think Winnipeg's doing a pretty good job of having learned that lesson, but they do still have a lot of very team-friendly contracts and guys performing in those rookie contracts. I think, it's Dalton Schoen's up at the end of this year, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
He's not going to be there next year, or Kenny Lawler's not going to be there next year. One of those two guys will be gone. And you have to accept the idea that those guys will be gone. Calgary turns over, give it anywhere between kind of 25 to 35% of its roster every season. And so guys don't have long careers as Stampeders. Those guys are very few and far between. So what Calgary's been very good at is scouting and getting guys under team-friendly deals so that the guys who are here for a long time can afford to pay them. Would I be? It's a very interesting game you have to play, because now do you say, with Zach Caleros, he's making what, $550 something?
Yep.
He's and now you got Kenny Lawler making 300 something. So are you looking at those two guys and saying, okay, is Kenny Lawler worth a Jake Mayer, Reggie Bagleton, and Cameron Judge? Because those three guys are making less than your two, right? So sometimes you can't be getting the flashiest guys and having guys be the highest paid, because eventually it'll run out.
That's to me, Ryan, what makes this Kenny Lawler deal such a eye popper for me. Like, if you would have told me last week Kenny Lawler was coming to bomb it, I would have said, where would you get the money from?
Yeah.
But I'm just as surprised as everybody else. Honestly, I didn't even think we needed Kenny Lawler, but that's a great example in that. And I think that's just the scouting aspect of a lot of what Calgary does so well. And, the record that they had last year, if that's your step back, that's pretty remarkable.
Well, yeah, the idea that Calgary's version of a failure is that we didn't make the West Final for 3 seasons, or 2 seasons. That's not so bad. I always, I sometimes feel like you have to measure things when you're talking to fans from other teams. You can't be like, oh, hey, Red Blacks fan, I'm feeling really bad about my team because they're only making the playoffs every year and they're not getting wins. And that is something from Calgary's perspective that's not really acceptable either. They know that it's not acceptable to make the West semifinal and not win, or to not host the West final. They're well aware of it. They just need to get back at it. And there's been, I think they were so close last year to being the top of the West again. When you look back at their games, there were some really weird finishes to Calgary games. You look at Nathan Rourke coming back on Calgary and putting 25 or 30 on them in the fourth quarter, after getting dominated for 3 quarters to win by 1. And it was like there was some weird stuff happening in that game too. And you have the Kamar Jordan touchdown catch that's in his hand, then somehow goes off his bicep and turns into an interception that would have tied that game against Winnipeg.
And then I think 2 of the 3 or all 3 games against the Bombers were 1-score games in either direction. So, one of those flips, you get a win here, a win there, that's 4 more points. Now you're looking at potentially challenging for first in the West.
Yeah, so it's Calgary's backslide season is an average season, is an okay season for most teams. If most teams said, hey, we're going to change our quarterback, a bunch of our receivers are going to be injured, we're going to lose our left tackle, or our right tackle, we're going to lose, all of these players, and by the way, we're still going to make the playoffs. That's, I think most fans in most cities would be perfectly fine with that. And I admit to being spoiled. I've covered this team since 1990. I'm 44, and I can remember 4 bad years. And that's it. There was the Dunnigan mistake, and then the Federic overlap there. But from Wally to Huff, if you look at the end of Wally to the beginning of Huff, there's some down years in the middle. That's it. The rest of it has been great.
I remember one of them. I think it was 2001. You guys beat us in the Grey Cup at 8-10.
Yes, yeah, that was a bad time.
Right? So that's kind of my memory of the low point of
the low point for the Stampeders was a Grey Cup.
I
think Winnipeg 15-3 that year or something.
Remarkable.
Yeah. And you guys were, I think you were dominant that year, but Glenn got injured in the playoffs, didn't he?
That was 07.
Oh, that was 07.
There were many years of misery.
We were 14-4 in 2001.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
And then, but here's the thing: Calgary won that Grey Cup, and it set the franchise back a couple seasons because they were like, Marcus Crandall can be good. And no, he just wasn't capable of doing what they wanted him to do.
And the funny thing is, I remember something to the effect of we had a chance to eliminate the Stampeders in the final week of the season and didn't do it. So they wind up making the playoffs and then beating us in the Grey Cup. Well, if 8-10, I just the short of my point is, if 8-10 is the worst record in my recollection that you didn't have since 2001, you've done more than a few things right.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. I think every year under Huffnagel but one has been double-digit wins. And I think if the 2 years he hasn't, or the 1 year he didn't have double-digit wins was the COVID-shortened season, and they started that year like 1-6, but finished it 8-7 or something. Like if that season had continued, they would have gotten to double-digit wins if it were an 18-game season based on what they did with a rebuild here. The rebuild normally goes very, very quick, and it's crazy. And Trey jumping back in to say the Stamps have been top tier for so long, that's not untrue. We're looking at 3.5 decades of fans that can go, those darn Stampeders, they're never down for long.
There's a reason there's an anyone but Calgary is the slogan passed around. Right?
They sold those T-shirts at the 2014 Grey Cup. The CFL sold anybody but Calgary T-shirts in the Grey Cup merchandise stands in 2014. Like that's how bad this has been for other teams looking around at Calgary. And I know it sounds cocky. I'm aware. But the problem is that it's still true. It's not, like Winnipeg can stand on their championships and they can stand on their dominance in the West over the last couple of years. Absolutely. Absolutely. Since Caleros got there, he's been phenomenal. The team has been phenomenal. He is the straw that stirs the drink out there. But I mean, without him, are you any good? Is that a team that dominates without Zach Caleros being slipperier than Pam? Like the dude, anytime anybody gets near him, all of a sudden he's just gone. And he's incredibly difficult to get sacked, even though your O-line out there was not good last year. Stanley Bryant won most outstanding lineman in defiance of tape. I
don't think he should have either.
He was getting blown up on a pretty regular basis. The only difference is Zach would escape and it would turn into a 20-yard gain. Well, now that 20-yard gain doesn't matter that Bryant blew his coverage. It was Zach getting away. He wasn't getting protected last year.
Yeah, and Derek Dennis should have gotten the award there for most outstanding offensive lineman would be my argument, or somebody on the Stampeders, given how well they did on the O-line there. I want to get your takes here, Ryan. I know we've got a bit more time left with you here. Just take one quick moment. I just have to reset something. You'll see the "We'll Be Right Back" screen popping up, folks. We'll be back in about a minute here on Free Agent Frenzy 2023 here on the Canadian Football Countdown. Then we'll bring Ryan back, and we got another guest joining us shortly as well. And we are back here on CFL Free Agent Frenzy 2023 in halfway through almost hour number 7. We've got an hour and about 40 minutes left to go here on the opening day of CFL Free Agency. Ryan Coop here, Michael Garrell is here. We're currently joined by Ryan Ballantyne from the CFL Horseman Radio podcast. We just finished talking all things Calgary Stampeders. Great chat about where they're at currently in free agency and what we may see them do or need to do going forward. Ryan, we've got you here for a little bit longer still. I want to check in with you on what else is going on around the CFL. What do you want to talk about here? I'll open it up to you. What stands out to you from the other 8 teams around the league as big news coming today?
I think Hamilton's just complete disregard for a salary cap. I don't know. I'm not aware of what they're paying everybody, but it seems like they're paying everybody. So they're bringing in everybody. I think when you look at Bo's contract, that was a healthy amount of money. And then they go out and as you can see there, Duke Williams and Joel Figueroa, they bring back Jagarrett Davis. So it'll be great to see the Ticats in the Grey Cup again.
You're the third person to make that joke today.
Yeah, I know. But if you're a general manager and Jagarrett Davis calls you and goes, hey, what are you offering? Anything, because you're a guaranteed trip to the Grey Cup. Kwaku going there as well. That's big for them. I know he didn't get in there. So it just seems like there's a lot of big names and they're all ending up on the Tiger Cats, but they've got the Grey Cup at home this year. So what are they willing to give up? I mean, let's not forget that this is a salary management system with a luxury tax. This isn't a hard cap. So it wouldn't surprise me to find out after the fact that Hamilton's just like, you know what, screw it. We'll give up a draft pick to go over the cap and sign everybody if it gets us to a Grey Cup win after so long. Right. If it gets us to a Grey Cup win at home. I mean, personally, as a football, give up every draft pick. Spend $10 million. I don't care. Get me a Grey Cup championship. I don't care what it costs. I don't care if you cheat. I mean, it's not even cheating because you've got the mechanism in place to specifically address what happens if you go over. So might as well go over. Go all in. Get what you can. Get a Grey Cup. Caretaker Bob has waited long enough. Get the man a ring.
You've seen Bo Levi Mitchell play a ton, obviously, over in Calgary, one of the top quarterbacks in the CFL of all time, and especially in the past decade, future Hall of Famer there. He's going over to Hamilton this season. You mentioned some of the other pieces they brought in there. How do you think Bo's going to do here in Hamilton, and what do you make of a 3-year contract for him with the Ticats?
I'd be very curious to know the structure of that deal. And how that deal is put together. I think, I want to be wrong that Bo's got I don't believe Bo's got 3 years left. But there's nothing saying that they can't sign him. And if he's good, he's good. And if he's not good, then, we all know football. I don't know about the structure of the contract and whether or not there's any guaranteed money there, which I don't think there can be on a new contract anyway.
Yeah, I think that was a stipulation in the CBA because he did not play with them in 2022. No guaranteed contract there.
So what does it matter? Give him a 10-year deal. You can still cut him after 1 year. It doesn't length and term in football doesn't mean anything. Bo made believe he's going to play until he's 36, and I hope he does. I hope he plays incredibly well. If the Stampeders are not in the Grey Cup this year and Hamilton is, you will find me to be the biggest Hamilton fan in the room. Mostly because I'll also be cheering hard against the other West team as I do whenever Calgary's not in because, I'm not letting the Western team win the Cup. That's gross. The only Western team that should win the Cup is Calgary. But I think with Bo, let's hope he's good. I think the CFL's better when he's good. I think the CFL is better when Bo is out there slinging it and just, and walking around with that big chip on his shoulder and everything else. I think the CFL needs guys like that. The CFL needs personalities, and Bo certainly is that. And as soon as he's done, he's just a quick trip up the highway to the TSN studio where he will retire comfortably and replace some of those sad sacks that they've got on the panel now.
Ouch, a little bit of a shot there. But hey, Bo was on the panel in the playoffs, right? And he did a pretty good job there. I want to jump over to the Toronto Argonauts, or the Toronto Stampeders of the East, or whatever you want to call them. There's a bunch of familiar faces to you on this team as well, as they seem to always bring in new Calgary Stampeders every offseason. Grey Cup chance in 2022. What have they done so far in free agency? We haven't chatted a ton about them yet today. Darius Sirocco, a big addition on the offensive line. On the D line for Fullerno Rimolade over from the Stampeders, Thomas Costigan there. They make that trade for Jordan Williams at linebacker with the BC Lions. Looks to be replacing Hinoc Mwamba, who still don't know what's happening with him, whether he's retiring or just going to go elsewhere in free agency. And re-signing a number of guys already earlier in the offseason as well. What do you think of what Toronto has done thus far as they look to run it back for another year?
Well, obviously they're looking to keep it together. The question is, do they get McLeod Bethel-Thompson back or not? If not, can Chad Kelly be the guy for the Argos? I think they've got I think they've got too many Stampeders to suck. So I think that will be just fine. Andrew Harris, I imagine, will be long-term injury reserved for most of the season and come out for the playoffs. They're running a little bit of the it seems like they're running a little bit of the Tampa Bay Lightning game.
Where that's how we won back-to-back cups. I'm a Lightning fan.
Yeah, where guys are just suddenly injured for the entire season, and then they're healthy come the playoffs. What a surprise! I can't believe the work they put in to be healthy at this time. It's crazy to me watching what these guys do. But I mean, good for them. I hope it draws. Yeah, I hope it draws attention. Like I went out to watch an Argos game in Toronto, and but for the travel to get there, which I described as a nightmare because it was, the actual game in the stadium, it's nice. It's good. I don't like the idea that the players have to walk through the concourse after the game. That's kind of ridiculous.
Leads to some troublesome moments.
Not just troublesome moments, but also like if you don't get over to that side of the stadium before the game is over, you're stuck and you can't get to where you need to go until all the players are off the field. Like it's not ideal. But I mean, the Jordan Williams, Wynton McManus and Pickett, I mean, that's solid. That's solid across that middle, from your linebacking core. That's a pretty desirable three to have there, I think. And so, yeah, I think they'll be good. I think it's an arms race between them and the Ticats right now. I think nobody's expecting Montreal to make it anywhere this season, especially having brought in Fajardo. But I don't, I don't like Montreal to go anywhere. Ottawa's not gotten any better. So I think that Toronto and Hamilton are just going to slug it out for the best in the East.
All right, Mike, you've got a couple quick questions here for Ryan before we let him
just
go.
a couple quick hitters on your way out, Ryan. Just as a quick follow up. Actually, one of them fits into a topic that you just finished talking about. Do you feel it's time for the CFL to go to one division?
Yes.
And do you believe that it is unfortunate that there is a Grey Cup rematch so late in the season? Bo doesn't come back to Calgary, and there was one other significant
Eugene Lewis doesn't go to Montreal. I think
Lewis doesn't go to Montreal. Like, I understand it's for rivalries and for all that little kind of travel sake, but isn't it about time in a 9-team league where everybody visits everybody's stadium once and you fill the rest with divisional games, just like it used to be?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think there should be it should be every team playing every other team twice. Once home, once on the road, and your other two games would be your Labor Day games. Your Labor Day games would be one of the games that you play an extra one against those teams, your Labor Day rivals, and then you find some other thing. I mean, as far as Gino Lewis doesn't go back to Montreal, well, the schedule was out before Gino Lewis signed. So, and the schedule was out before Bo Levi Mitchell signed. It's unfortunate that Hamilton's not coming here because that's a win for Calgary because Hamilton just doesn't win here. But the schedules were made before these players signed. So it's not like they're like, oh, I can't believe Bo Levi Mitchell's not going. It's that the Ticats aren't.
No, but is that a mistake?
Is
that a mistake in general? I understand you have to make schedules before for marketing purposes, but shouldn't everybody visit everybody's stadium at least once a year?
Ideally, yes. And I think if you ever get a 10th team, wherever that happens, I know it's not going to happen on the East Coast, but maybe you get someone somewhere. I heard rumblings at one point that Brett Wilson was talking about maybe doing a team in Saskatoon, and creating a cross-provincial rival like you have out here. That would bounce Winnipeg back where they belong in the East Division. And then you'd have your 10 teams. I think that might be that. That's when you go to 18 games and everybody plays one and home, and you have one division. That works out right now because you've got these uneven divisions. There's no way to do it unless you just start saying, hey, we're going to play every division game, and 1 year we're all going to go east, and 1 year you're all going to come west or something. That's fine. I mean, that either way, it's not that big a deal. And yes, I know Hamilton beat Calgary last year. It was the first time since the invention of the iPod. Just the iPod, not the iPhone, not like it was the iPod was newer than Calgary's last win or Hamilton's last win in Calgary.
Maybe the Ticats need to use some, if they have any free agency money left, to fly Trey out there anytime they play in Calgary.
Yeah, maybe that was the secret. Sign him to a 1-day deal. Run him out there with the other hogs on the O-line. Because with the beard, like a beard like Trey's and mine, you can't play anything but O-line. You're not allowed to really play. Like, this is not a receiver's beard.
AJ Ouellette, though, has the beard at running back.
Well, yeah, at running, yeah, he's kind of got that caveman thing going for him. But like, this isn't even a linebacker's beard. This is just, I feel like this goes on the O-line and nothing else.
I'd love to keep chatting with you, Ryan, but I know we got to let you go here.
Yeah, you got Cliffy coming in.
We got Cliffy coming in. Thanks so much for joining us over the past hour. It's been a blast. Always fun chatting with you here. Good luck on Big Brother Canada 11. And where can people check out everything? You might be. We don't know. We'll find out, I guess, in a couple of weeks. If you are, seriously, good luck. If not, too bad, unfortunately. But where can people find everything you've got going on these days, the Horseman Radio podcast and all that?
CFL_Horseman is where we are on Twitter for now. I think we've got a rebrand coming here in the next couple weeks, and we'll be changing up the name a little bit. But you can find me on all socials at BBCanRyan on Twitter and Instagram. If you follow my Instagram feed, you may see 1 or 2 posts every 6 months. But I am still loyal to the Twitter for now. Until it explodes and disappears. And then I'll have to find something else. So BBCanRyan on all your socials. That's where I am. That's where you can find me and yell at me and tell me about how much you love the Hamilton Tiger Cats or how that the Winnipeg Blue Bombers are the new dynasty of the CFL or any other such nonsense.
Always love having you here, Ryan. It's been fun. Enjoy the rest of the day. Enjoy the rest of CFL Free Agency and all the fun of the football season to come.
Pleasure as always, gents. Looking forward to talk to you again.
All right. Talk to you later, Ryan. As we say goodbye to Ryan from Horseman Radio Talking Stampeders, we bring in our final guest here of the day. He's one of the hosts of the Alouettes Flight Deck podcast. Looks like he's ready to go. Let's bring in the great Cliffy D. How are you doing today, sir?
Doing pretty well. How are you guys doing?
Doing okay. 6.5 hours into this, getting a little bit tired, but there's been a lot of good, fun news to talk about, interesting news to talk about, and it keeps us going throughout the day here, so we can't complain.
Well, as I say, it's a marathon, not a sprint, right?
Exactly. Yeah, I should have stretched beforehand though, but. We've been waiting all day to talk to you because the biggest news of the day arguably came out an hour before we started the show way back this morning, which is the Montreal Alouettes being taken over by the CFL. There were so many ownership question marks the last couple of weeks. The CFL is stepping in as they try to find a new owner for the team. What do you think of this bombshell dropping a couple hours before free agency?
Well, the funny thing is, actually, we were kind of given a little bit of a heads up from a couple of our sources saying that don't be surprised if this happens. And we tried to get confirmation, and we, all of a sudden, everybody is super silent, right? So I don't know if they were under
That's
a gag
what the
order.
tweets were about.
Yep. I can now say that's what it was. We were tipped off to it, and we tried to follow up with it, doing the responsible journalism thing, and all of a sudden, Montreal has always had a bit of a cone of silence around it, but even more so now is when it comes to the ownership transferring hands to the CFL and eventually to somebody else. Yeah, I can understand why people would be a little tight-lipped about it, or didn't want to say the wrong thing to maybe scare off potential investors or what have you. So I understand there was all of a sudden people that want to talk to us are all of a sudden very tight-lipped all of a sudden. So it happens, and we didn't want to run with it 100% until we got at least two sources saying, yeah, this is 100% a go. But yeah, we were kind of tipped off to it, and it was just a matter of when is this going to happen? Did we expect this to happen the day of free agency? Heck no. We were not expecting this at all. And it's unfortunate because it kind of cast a bit of a pall over the whole free agency thing for Alouettes fans, because there are certain players we wanted to keep. There are certain players that we felt had to be signed. And with the whole murkiness of the ownership situation, I can understand why certain players like Trevor Harris or Geno Lewis may just say, you know what, I'm out of here, guys. I need a little bit more stability in my life. I need to know what's going on. The fact that you don't have a president in place is very troublesome. And I got to get paid first and foremost, and nobody's going to fault any player for that. But the fact that you don't even know what the ownership situation is, it's just so up in the air. Yeah, I can understand why some players would want to go for a little bit more stability. Like, just at least for a fact that, okay, your team's going to be playing football this year, and you're going to get paid no matter what. That the check's going to clear no matter what happens. So, yeah, it made for a very interesting tampering period because you simply just didn't know what the heck was going on with Montreal.
Flippy, thanks for joining us. Obviously, speaking from a journalism perspective, which I'm in on a daily basis, when people stop talking, chances are there's stuff going on behind the scenes. But where does this team kind of go from here? Because I can't help but look at this as a big step backwards, at least on the field, considering all the momentum that has been gained in the last, 2 years with the former ownership, aided by Sid Spiegel, and then more recently by Jerry Stern. I can't help but think that this might be a step back, not necessarily on the field, but off the field, and perhaps the CFL is trying to prevent exactly what everybody else seems to be thinking, at least from the outside.
Yeah, it's understandable to feel that way. I mean, let's not forget in 2019, just when the Alouettes had finally found their form and had an incredible season, that was the year the CFL had taken over ownership from the Wettenhall family. And once again, these questions were being asked, like, are the bills going to be paid? Are contracts going to be honored? Like, what's going on here? Like, there was just no clear answer. And then it came down to, okay, well, is there a local group that's willing to step up and take care of the Alouettes that's going to ensure that this team is a viable option in the Canadian Football League for years to come, specifically in the province of Quebec and in Montreal itself? Then all of a sudden we were dropped with the Gary Stern, Sid Spiegel group coming in and buying the Alouettes out of Ontario. And we're like, okay, well, at least they're willing to invest in the Alouettes and give them full marks. I mean, they bought the team in early 2020, just before COVID hit, and pretty much the whole world grinded to a halt. And they accepted it. They understood, okay, this is completely out of our hands, and they were still very much willing and very much wanting to be a part of the scene. And then unfortunately, Sid Spiegel passes away. Never got a chance to see his team actually play a game. And now you're left with Gary Stern as the face of the franchise and the face of the ownership group. And obviously he's got bravado. He's full of piss and vinegar. He wants to say, yeah, the Alouettes are the best. They're going to win every game and everybody else sucks and all that stuff. And it was fun to have that. And it was fun to kind of get that sort of bravado going. But at the same time, you got to be able to back it up. And all of a sudden, all this bravado, everything like that just kind of went out the window when it turned out the estate of Sid Spiegel was wanting to take back control of the team. And even though they promised that the team was going to be taken care of, bills were going to be paid, you had nothing to worry about, everything was being run as per usual. Now, all of a sudden, whenever Gary would say something, you're just like, okay, I mean, yeah, it's your opinion now. Like, it's not fact. It's not something that you can necessarily put into place. Mm-hmm. And he'd have his comments and his opinions about how the team was being run, and that's all it really was. It felt like he was shouting into the echo chamber and nothing. So you're just kind of left wondering, okay, what if? But at the same time, you're like, okay, well, as long as the bills are being paid, as long as contracts are being signed, that's all we care about. We just want to see football being played here in Montreal, and that's all we've ever wanted. At the end of the day, is just to have some football being played and just some sort of semblance of stability. And once this free agency period got started, and once people saw, okay, the Alouettes aren't talking to any free agents during this tampering period, like when you're allowed to, minimal action had been done. From all reports, appeared like Gino Lewis was not even being spoken to, or just being offered like a bare minimum, just kind of like, yeah, we'll sign you if you want to stay kind of deal. Like that's the impression he seemed to have gotten from the Alouettes. And I'm just
if he wasn't going to get 8 other offers across the board.
Right. Like I guarantee you last Sunday when the tampering window opened, I guarantee his email was flooded with at least 8 emails saying, hey, Gino, how about this? Making like some sort of like, and, and then all the Alouettes could say is like, well, we can't really do anything because we don't know what's going on with ownership, and we don't have a president in place, so we can't sign off on bonuses and things like that. So now you're left going, what the hell's going on? Like and there's just no answers. That's the thing that was more frustrating than anything else, was there was no answers. Like silence, absolute radio silence from anyone associated with the Alouettes. Just like, well, things will be okay. Don't worry about it. You'll be fine. Like, no, you can't pay lip service like that. You got to let people know what's going on. And had the Alouettes been able to sign Gino Lewis and make a statement saying, you know what, things are going to be okay, nothing to worry about, folks, we're good. But instead, you get reports like that. You get reports of Trevor Harris, maybe not trusting ownership either, and deciding that he wants to be paid and he wants to go somewhere else and be a superstar that he knows he can be. I don't blame him. And now I won't go so far as to say a fire sale or a mass exodus, but because again, a lot of these are free agents, like they could just as easily sign even if there was no ownership issues or anything like that. But really what it comes down to is the instability that was being presented to these players. I'm sure was more than enough for them to say, you know what, I don't know if I want to take any chances. Especially Gino Lewis, who had been here since 2017. He's already been through this merry-go-round, and yeah, he came out of it okay, and the Alouettes were fine until the team got sold. But now to have to go through that again, that's a pretty big ask. And I'm pretty sure at the end of the day, he just wants to make money. He wants to play football. He wants to win. And I'll say kudos to him for doing what was best for Gino Lewis. That's really what it came down to. Would I have loved for him to stay here? 1,000%. I would have loved for Gino Lewis to retire at Montreal Alouette. As far as I was concerned, he was in that rarefied era of like an Anthony Calvillo or an SJ Green, guys that should have been lifers. And the fact that Gino is not going to be a part of that, he's going to be wearing another team's colors. I'm not going to lie, it's a pretty bitter pill to swallow.
Now they had there was a lot of concern, I think, from all of us when we found out they weren't negotiating during that legal tampering window, so to say, because you might miss out because half the contracts are in the drawer and ready to go at that point, it seems, for teams. And then to know, Trevor Harris, Jake Winicky, Eugene Lewis, these are three of the bigger names of guys that aren't going to come back. That seems like negotiations soured, and they are not coming back for the Alouettes. Had a lot of us concerned, and then the news earlier today, not knowing, will they be able to sign free agents? There was question marks around that. But they've actually still had a decent day in the free agent market. Let's pull it up here on our free agent tracker and take a look. At quarterback, they've got their duo coming into next year, Cody Fajardo, Caleb Evans. At running back, they bring in James Tuck. Wide receiver, Greg Ellingson, the big name addition there for the Owls. Offensive lineman, Justin Lawrence, a huge piece, one of the top linemen on the market. Avery Williams, 92 tackles, about as good of a linebacker as you can bring in. Jamal Roll, 16 games, great year for him last year with the Ticats. And they brought in Jose Maltos also for some kicking depth there. I believe that one was a little bit ago, but there are some still big additions here for the team. I want to get your thoughts on the quarterback position. Trevor Harris is out. The Alouettes were one of the teams. A lot of people were wondering where they'd land come free agency. Was it going to be Fajardo? Would they make a trade for Dane Evans, perhaps? What do you think of what they ended up doing here and not being able to get Trevor Harris back as part of that?
I'm not going to lie, and it's funny because when Trevor Harris first came to the Alouettes, I was less than impressed with what he brought to the table in 2021. In 2022, I felt Vernon Adams was kind of dealt a bad hand, and it was pretty clear that Danny Machocha wanted Trevor Harris to be the man in Montreal. And lo and behold, he became the man. And even though there was a bit of a shaky start, once he found his way, he ended up playing some pretty damn good football. And to the point where I said, okay, I'm actually glad, as much as I would have loved to have Vernon Adams as quarterback for this team, I'm very happy with the Trevor Harris that we had gotten. We had gotten the Trevor Harris we were promised initially back in 2021. So I got to give props for that. Would I have liked to have seen him stay put? Sure. I think he had proven himself worthy enough that, it was clear like he still has a lot left in the tank as far as I'm concerned. I'm a little concerned about him going to Saskatchewan because I know they've made some moves trying to shore up that O-line, because that was the big thing last year with Cody Fajardo was he was just getting eaten alive out there. Despite the defensive or the offensive schemes of Jason Moss and Fajardo, it just wasn't clicking because the O-line just wasn't giving Cody a chance to really do his thing. Now he's coming to a much improved O-line, back with Jason Moss, who he does have familiarity with. Is this a recipe for success? I got to admit, when I said on the podcast last week that I was not sure I really wanted to be that science, that experiment, if you will, to see if that really was the case. Was Cody Fajardo really that bad, or was it just a matter of the O-line being bad and Jason Moss and Cody are actually a pretty good combo? So I guess we'll see. I guess now whether you want it or not, I guess we'll see. And adding on Caleb Evans to effectively replace Dominique Davis, there's a lot of talent there. I think there's a lot of talent with Caleb Evans. I think he was kind of thrown into a really lousy situation because Ottawa's quarterbacking situation in 2021 was not great. 2022 had promise with Jeremiah Masoli, but then he got hurt. And then once again, Evans was kind of thrown into the mix, had to deal with Nick Arbuckle as well. So there's just instability in that position. I don't know if Evans was ever able to truly find his rhythm. Will he be able to get that with Anthony Calvillo as his quarterback's coach now? Possible. I definitely think he's the kind of quarterback that may just need a little bit more seasoning, a little bit more grooming. And in that case, I mean, who better to be showing you the ropes than the one and only Anthony Calvillo? So I think Cody's going to benefit from that. Caleb Evans is going to benefit from that tremendously. And I'm very happy that the Alouettes were able to extend also Davis Alexander, who was the third string quarterback coming into the season last year. Showed out very well in training camp. I was very impressed with the mechanics. Definitely think there's a lot of talent there. It was just a matter of getting him some honest to goodness reps. And I got a feeling once training camp opens in late May, I think we're going to see a real battle here. I can't say 100% that Cody Fajardo will be the undisputed starter, simply because I see the talent that's there with Davis Alexander. I definitely see potential with Caleb Evans. I think Cody's got his work cut out for him. I don't think it's just going to be gift wrapped and handed to him necessarily. I think he's going to have to work for it. But I think also, too, Cody is now going to have a bit of a chip on his shoulder. Like, he wants to prove that what you saw of him in Saskatchewan towards the end is not that guy. And no matter what, he's going to have to prove himself to everybody. And I think he's up to the challenge. And I sincerely hope for Alouettes fans that he is, for their sake, I really hope he is up to the challenge of proving that, hey, I am not that guy you saw in Saskatchewan towards the end. I can be that guy. I can be the leader, and I'm going to show it here in Montreal.
All right, Trey is back here from picking up the kids from school. Trey, everybody made it home safely and back to free agency talk now?
Oh, yeah, man. You might hear some screams in the background. 7 boys, 7 and under, so it's a good time in this house, man.
Oh,
7 boys.
Oh, sorry, 3 boys. 3 boys under 7.
Okay.
Sometimes it sounds like 7. It does.
I'm like, man, you weren't gone that long.
Yeah, I found 4 other kids on the way home. But, yeah.
Just collect them like Pokemon cards.
Exactly. I want to make my own baseball team at this point. So.
Of course, we're talking about the Alouettes and the moves they've made here. We touched on the quarterback position. Of the other guys that they've brought in here, who stands out the most to you? Either, we can talk about a player they've brought in that's new or a guy they've managed to bring back and re-sign from last season. Which names are most notable to you here, Cliffy?
The one I'm definitely thinking about more than anything else is Justin Lawrence. Definitely, as I said, I think the offensive line as it sits is pretty darn good. The one thing I was kind of concerned about, though, is Christian Matt is not a young man anymore. And I kind of see him sort of in a bit of a coaching role at this point, kind of like a player coach, if you will. Like, I could see him coming in to mentor guys like Pierre-Olivier Lestage and even a Sean Jameson or Patrick Davis, who are also young, hungry guys that I think will be impact players for this offensive line in the years to come. It's just simply a matter now of giving those guys the reps. And with Lawrence coming in, that's just going to help shore things up even more, and definitely is going to help Cody Fajardo sleep a little bit better at night, knowing that he's got experienced guys in front of him, not just a ragtag group. I mean, I think this offensive line as it stands before was definitely a very solid line. Gave Trevor Harris the opportunity to do what he does very well, and now they're going to give the opportunity to Cody Fajardo, as far as I'm concerned. So adding Lawrence to that mix definitely helps a lot. That's a move I'm definitely a big fan of, and I'm eager to see how that's going to work out, because ultimately it's going to mean that probably Jameson or even Lestage are going to have to swing out to tackle at some point, because Lawrence is a natural center. I don't see him switching positions anytime soon. So in which case then Jameson, who had been the starting center for the Alouettes, does he bump down to guard? Does he swing over to tackle? Does Lestage go to the tackle now? I guess we'll see when training camp starts, but these are some of the moves that we're going to have to consider, and I'm really curious to see how it all lines up when it's all said and done.
Now, take us through the defense here also for the Alouettes. They did release Mike Moore, a bit of a surprise move in the last couple of days as well. Darius Pickett, he's going off to the Toronto Argonauts, I believe. I think that's finalized now. They've got some pending free agents like Mike Ahway, Mike Jones, Greg Reed, guys that you could see them bring back here. Of course, they haven't signed anywhere yet, but they could also be on the way out. Jamal Roll, Avery Williams, the 2 biggest additions there, and then a number of guys they've signed back. Are you feeling good about the defensive side of the ball, or where do you think they're at currently going into 2023?
I'm definitely encouraged by the addition of Roll. I think he's one of those playmakers that, as I said, the secondary has been, I won't say hit or miss necessarily. There's been a lot of hits. There's a lot of moves that they made in addition to keeping Wesley Sutton and Raheem Wilson and Nafis Lyon. Those are guys you can definitely build a team around, and I definitely think those are the stars of the secondary. Adding Roll to that as well is just tremendous, which leads me to think that maybe Mike Jones might be on his way out. I sincerely hope not, because he was an absolute beast, and I definitely think has a spot on this team as far as I'm concerned. I think that's the kind of guy you definitely want to not necessarily break the bank for, but if you can find a way to keep him here. I mean, he was just a bona fide playmaker for the Alouettes in 2022, and I don't see that stopping anytime soon. Like, that's the kind of guy you definitely want to have in your secondary as far as a ball hawk goes, and making sure that he can get between receivers and make plays happen. That's the kind of guy you want to have on your team, and I sincerely hope the Alouettes do find a way to keep Mike Jones in the lineup. That being said, though, Jamal Roll, keeping him or having him on this team, I'm really curious to see how that's going to work, because I think he was an absolutely outstanding player, and I think given the opportunity, can definitely make a lot of noise here in Montreal.
Trey, what are you thinking on the Alouettes here? I mean, we talked with Cliffy already about the big question mark with the ownership situation, the CFL taking that over. We've talked about Cody Fajardo coming in, Trevor Harris coming out. It seems like the Alouettes have still been busy today, but I think when we were chatting earlier, we all still kind of had them as kind of the lower seed in the East Division. So, are you expecting or hoping for them to make some more big moves here?
I hope so, but at the same time, like they were my beginning of last year, they were my number one team in the East. I thought VA could go out and have a heck of a year. They had like promising talent and Philpott and other things, and now who would have thought Cody Fajardo might be the starting or most likely will be the starting quarterback heading into 2023. It's a whole different situation, and Uncle Gary's not there anymore. There's a whole different thing going on in Montreal, and I just hope the on-field product, doesn't get too affected by it. Obviously it does, but hopefully not too much affected by it. But other than that, they seemingly, did okay for only getting the green light to really do stuff today or not too long ago, right? So, and it's a CFL, they could finish with a 6-12 record and finish second in the East and still find their way into the Grey Cup, right? It is what it is. But sorry, I really didn't hear much of this conversation. I was I got a little bit of Ryan at the end, and then I was like, oh, I guess I should get off my phone. I have to drive home now. Yeah, I'm really just more interested to listen back to what you guys were talking about and about how an insider from Montreal really feels about, now Fajardo's your guy.
So that's going to be the key. I mean, there's going to be weapons around him. I mean, the addition of Greg Ellingson, I definitely think has the potential to be interesting. I mean, the guy is a DPI machine. I mean, he just manages to draw opposing DBs off big time, and just that's one way to move the chains, as far as I'm concerned, is defensive pass interference. And if Greg Ellingson can just make players bite on him like that, that's going to be interesting to see. I would have actually liked to seen Ellingson here a few years ago, and I was sincerely hoping that he'd find his way here. In 2023, though, I mean, that's different. I mean, the fact is he is bringing a couple of Grey Cup rings to the table as well. So, I mean, it doesn't quite replace Geno Lewis, but you know what? As far as a decent substitution, I'm not mad at that at all. I think Keon Julian Grant, Tyson Philpott, those are two young Canadian receivers that are going to be now given a lot of attention. And if Ellingson's in the mix, just as I said, just doing what he does best. I mean, I don't consider him a burner by any stretch, but he's got great hands. He runs his routes pretty well. And as I said, he draws those penalties that can help move the ball downfield even better. So that could also, too, be a bit of a relief for Cody as well, as far as trying to find his way and trying to find his rhythm here in Montreal. I mean, offensively, I think this team definitely has the weapons to compete. I'm sincerely hoping that in addition to William Stanback, I definitely hope Walter Fletcher finds his way back here to Montreal. He was an outstanding add. When Stanback went down, they brought in Fletcher, and in a lot of ways, almost didn't skip a beat. I mean, you cannot easily replace what a William Stanback brings to the team, but Walter Fletcher and Jeshua Antwi, I think, did a very respectable job stepping up in his spot. And then when Stanback came back in time for the playoffs, you all of a sudden had that three-headed monster at running back. I mean, any sort of woes that Trevor Harris was having, at least he can go back to the ground game and say, you know what, I'll just hand the rock off to any of these guys, and they've got it. And you saw what Stanback did in the Eastern Final. Like, he had an outstanding run, which helped give the Alouettes life and just made this team, at least for a brief shining moment, gave fans hope that, okay, we got this. If we can get the rest of this all together, we could end up going to the Grey Cup. Let's not forget, the Alouettes were one game removed from going to the Grey Cup, despite all of the stuff that happened last year, all the extracurriculars, coaching changes, quarterback changes, all the other stuff that was going on. The Alouettes still found a way to win. And that's why, despite everything that's been going on this offseason, is it troublesome? Yes. Is it concerning? 100% it is. But when I look at what this team is capable of doing, when I see the way these guys have rallied together and made things happen, there's no reason why this team can't be competitive. And I think Danny Machocha is smart enough to make the right moves. I mean, say what you will about him as a coach, but as far as general manager goes, he's made some very solid moves. He's drafted pretty well the past couple of years. I think he's done the things that need to be done. Like he's proven that he definitely deserves to be general manager here. Jason Moss, as far as head coach goes, we'll see what happens. I can't say I'm excited about it. I'm not mad at the choice, but at the same time, there's a lot of reasons for concern, and I hope those concerns will be taken care of once we see how he runs a training camp. To me, that's what's going to come down to is, yeah, he's got credentials, he's got things, he's got his critics, he's got some moves that I'm not sure I would have agreed with as far as his coaching and clock management goes, but maybe this fresh start is exactly what he needed. So I'm going to hold all overall opinions until I see him in action this coming May at training camp.
Final quick.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I didn't realize the time, but real quick, maybe you touched on this, and I'm sorry if I missed it, but what's like the fans' thought in Montreal of Gary Stern? Like, what are the fans going to look back at this brief time? Did the fans there like him as much as it seemed other fans did? Are they as sour at him now as other fan bases are now? What was that like?
I think fans were wanting so badly to get on board, but at the same time, we get enough talk as far as I'm concerned. Like you talk about like the other sports teams in Montreal, there's so much talk, and we don't want talk. People want action. You know, you want to go on Twitter and spout off about how you're going to murder the Argos and you're going to do this, you're going to do that. And, you know, that's all well and good. And yeah, that's going to get you clicks, and Three Down Nation's going to write some very fun pieces about you. And that's all well and good. You know, there's a place for that. But at the same time, you got to have the results. If you're going to, don't sing it, bring it, is something I've always said. You know, you can talk all you want, but at the end of the day, when it comes time to show the receipts, we want to see wins. And you know what? As I said, they were one game away from going to the Grey Cup. So you could look back at the 2022 season and you can nitpick on certain things, but at the end of the day, they did end up a pretty darn good team. And now the fact that because of all this ownership situation, which quite frankly should have been settled a long time ago, well before free agency, now you've given these fans nothing but doubt. Now, unfortunately, I think Gary Stern is going to be looked at as just another charlatan, which is unfortunate because we've had him on the show and super great guy, but clearly not meant to be running a CFL football team. I think he just got caught up in it. I think he got caught up in the excitement of the whole thing. Like, it sounds cool being an owner of a football team and you get to do this, that, and the other. But I think it just got to be a bit too much. And the hype, everything else that was kind of surrounding it, I just don't think it was for him. I could be wrong. I mean, we could end up seeing him as the owner of the Atlantic Schooners if he can ever get the estate to sign off on it. And you know what? I'd say go for it. Do that.
Well, you know, Stern is a ship term, isn't it? So isn't the stern part of a ship? Or no, maybe not. I don't know.
Well, people smarter than me can figure that one out. But I mean, if he really wants to be an owner in this league, I think now he's kind of had a bit of a crash course. He's kind of had a chance to see what's doing with it. If he can get investors together and they want to start up the Atlantic Scooters, hey, have at it as far as I'm concerned. But as far as Montreal goes, I think realistically, you need local ownership. And there are at least a couple of groups that I've heard from that there is interest. There is definitely interest in Montreal itself, in the province of Quebec, that wants to ensure that this team is a steady, viable franchise for years to come in La Belle Province. So my hope now that the CFL is overseeing things, they're kind of making sure that everything stays the course, which is what they had said from the get-go was, our job is to ensure that the Alouettes field a team in 2023 and we choose the right owners this time around. And sincerely, I hope Randy Ambrosie kind of learned from this, kind of learned how not to grant a CFL franchise to somebody and just do the Alouettes right. I think that's really what it comes down to is this is a fun, exciting team. People want to get behind it. People want to get behind the Alouettes and support them. But if you keep taking it away and just pissing all over it, quite frankly, that's really what it came down to was the CFL has just so badly mishandled the Alouettes over the past, I'll say 10 years to the point where fans just don't care. You give them a little bit of hope and then you snatch it away and just drop them into another 4 or 5 years of doom and gloom and just uneasiness. I mean, it sucks. I mean, no wonder people are just like, you know what, the hell with it. You can't get your stuff figured out. I don't want to be a part of it. I'm not going to buy tickets. I'm not going to buy merch. I'm not going to do anything regarding this team. And who could blame them?
Yeah.
So I think it really behooves the CFL at this point to say, okay, we got to get the right people in place. We're not going to just throw anyone in there just because they have money, just because they want to own a CFL team. Ideally, you should want the best of the best. You look at the other owners and look at the people you've had out in BC and in Hamilton. I mean, like, these are people that care about their team. These are people that want the team to do well and are willing to make the investment into the team itself to make them a better place. You got places like Ottawa, Saskatchewan, like, even though like they've had their hard times as well, their fans still care about the team. Their fans still care about the product. They want to support a winner. And if you give them the opportunity, they're going to come out in droves again as well. That's all Montreal. That's what people want from Montreal. And that's what Montreal fans want as well. They want the opportunity to be able to do that. So you give them something to cheer about and they will cheer. You give them a steady, stable franchise, they will get behind it. So this really is, I really hope this was a wake-up call to the league to say, okay, we really got to get it together, choose the right ownership group, even if it takes some time, even if you got to run this team for the entire 2023 season, then so be it. Make sure you vet the right owners, make sure they're there for the long haul, make sure that they have the right people in place to run this team effectively. And I guarantee you, this Alouettes team can be right up there as far as like the top tier teams in this league, both on and off the field.
I did look it up. I mean, I couldn't have said it better than you, so I don't have much more to add on the situation there. But the Stern, according to Wikipedia, the most relevant source, is the back or aftmost part of a ship or boat. So Gary Stern to the Atlantic schooners in the future, or well, I guess the Argos are boatmen there as well. I don't know, but we'll forever remember the summer of Stern. That was 2022 with the Montreal Alouettes. I know we're running out of time here with you, Cliffy. I appreciate you joining us here on the program today. Talk everything about the Alouettes. We'll definitely be watching to see how the ownership situation resolves, what else they do in free agency going forward, and then into the draft, training camp, and all of that. Where can people find your podcast? Anything else you've got going on these days? And then you on social media?
Well, you can pretty much find us on all the major platforms as far as podcasts go, whether it's Apple Podcasts, Stitcher, Spotify, iHeartRadio. And you pretty much, if you can listen to a podcast, just type in Alouettes Flight Deck and you'll find us. Or just head over to www.alouettesflightdeck.ca. You can follow us on Twitter at AlouettesFLDeck. And we're even on YouTube as well. So you can go to youtube.com/AlouettesFlightDeck. You can find episodes there. It's audio only, but Tim Capper and myself, we are actually making plans this year to do the whole video podcast thing as well. So we're looking to grow this thing by leaps and bounds. I mean, we just had our season 8 debut last week, and we're raring to go. We like I said, we were hoping to have more positive to talk about, but we're taking things for what they are right now, and we're definitely looking forward to seeing what the Alouettes do in free agency, for the rest of free agency, I should say, going into the combine, so on and so forth, and then just let's get this season going. That's really what it is, because I mean, it's a whole different look for the Alouettes this year. So is it going to work? Only time's going to tell. But you know that Tim and I are going to be there to break it all down. We're going to offer up our opinions, good, bad, or other, and let's just see where this goes, because that, it's such an interesting dynamic with the Alouettes right now. You really don't know what to make of it, but man, you just can't turn away. It's almost like a car crash, really.
Yes, and entertainment at its finest, everything going on with the CFL, with the Montreal Alouettes right now. Well, we appreciate you taking time out of your day to join us here today. Always a pleasure to get to chat Montreal Alouettes with you, sir. And we will let you go here. Enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy the rest of free agency and the offseason yet to come here going forward.
All right. Always a pleasure. Thanks. Keep up the great work, guys. I was able to jump in a few times to see what you guys are up to. And as always, you're killing it. So keep up the good work.
I appreciate the compliments. All right. Take care. Have a good rest of your day there. We'll bring Mike back in here as well. We'll do our final reset because we're already into the final hour here. Take a quick 5-minute break here, or less, maybe 2 to 3 minute break. I got to get up and stretch for a few minutes here. We will be right back in a few minutes to finish wrapping up the rest of CFL Free Agent Frenzy 2023. So stay tuned. Join us again in a few minutes here. And we are back for the final home stretch CFL Free Agent Frenzy 2023 here on the Canadian Football Countdown. We've been live for 7 hours and counting here. We're wrapping it up around 8. CFL Free Agency officially opened at noon Eastern time today, about 5 hours ago. A lot of news has come in. We've had a lot of special guests come in and out throughout the afternoon to tell us about everything going on with the teams they cover. And now we're back for the final home stretch. Ryan Coop, Michael Garrell, Trey Colback, the three of us here to close things out here. And we're going to take a look at let's wrap things up. Let's do a wrap up for day one. CFL Free Agency does not end today, so surely players left on the board, teams that maybe haven't made a ton of moves yet, there's plenty of time for them to still do so before the season kicks off there. But we're going to have to wait to see how the rest of that plays out. But let's talk winners and losers based on what we've seen from day one. For each of you, who is the number one? Which team made the best moves from what we've seen here today? Let's go to you here first, Mike.
I am so glad you went to me first because you had this like a Major League Baseball pitcher giving me a fastball right down the middle to hit for a grand slam. That answers the Saskatchewan Roughriders is the big winner today. And so the Riders picking up Trevor Harris, a couple of other receivers today, pitching that offensive line. Pretty good for a winner on day one of free agency. I like Trevor Harris. Now we understand why Trevor Harris wanted out of Montreal. If he knew what we found out today, pretty good for me. The only, I believe they're returning most of their running backs too from last year. Jamal Morrow and
Frankie Hickson.
sorry, I'm having trouble reading that. Frankie Hickson. Pretty good. They fixed their offensive line. Still a little bit of a ways to go. I actually love their D line on paper as well. Even though it only shows right now a couple of guys. But again, Saskatchewan upgraded where they needed to upgrade. And again, I really see a massive turnaround here. They could win 2 or 3 more games than they did last year. And if they do that, that's good enough to get them in the playoffs.
Yeah, the Riders are a team that needed to come out today and improve the offensive line the most. And, Peter Godber and Philip Blake are 2 good additions to that crew there. I want to see, if they're going to make additional moves because they did let a lot of guys go through free agency, did rotate through a lot of guys here as well. But I do like those additions there. There weren't a ton of options available at quarterback for the Riders. So Trevor Harris is, I think, the best of the ones available to them. Getting Jake Winicki in, that could be a receiver that, Jake Winicki, Sean Bain, Jawan Breskison. I think their receiving core takes a step back from the likes of Shaq Evans, Kyron Moore, Duke Williams, etc. a little bit. But I think if those guys were on the way out, these are still decent pieces there that they've added as well. What do you think here, Trey, on what the Riders have done today? Would you consider them a winner of free agency as well?
If I'm going to go with Mike's baseball reference, I consider what Saskatchewan did maybe a single. Like, geez, man, you want to call that a grand slam? Well, Trevor Harris is a grand slam walk-off? No, man. I don't think there is a real clear winner today. I think a lot of moves have been made over the last month. If we want to look at that way, there's I call Hamilton the winner over the last month from locking up the best quarterback that was available this offseason. Saskatchewan, I guess, got the next best one in Trevor Harris, but I wouldn't call it a grand slam. Man, I don't know if I had to. Lawler coming to Winnipeg's pretty big and being able to fit him under salary cap. There's a lot of mini winners. I don't know if I can honestly say there's one big winner today, but the big loser, I really appreciate that our last guest was a Montreal guy. That's a good way to wrap it up. But I would have to say Montreal is just the big losers, man. For how everything's going, and it's sad to see. This was the team, the Calvillo team. You know what I mean? This was, the Montreal for a long time is what the Stampeders and Blue Bombers are now, right? And to see them now be, and when we're talking with Ryan earlier, you guys were talking about how the Stampeders have never really had a bad year, and if they did, they still found a way to win, right? So it's just sad to see Montreal this way. But free agency wise, I hope they pick it up. And like you also said, Ryan, this Ryan that we have now with us, not the big beard lumberjack one, it doesn't end today. It's the free agency isn't just the 8 hours that us idiots decided to have a podcast. It goes all the way until kickoff, and even after kickoff, you can still sign free agents, right? So there's a lot of work to do. We saw a lot of receivers. I kept seeing on Twitter that I guess Walters was talking a lot to Bailey. Him coming back to Winnipeg apparently isn't off the table. Or if I don't even want to know where the salary cap is coming from anymore in Winnipeg, man. Beers are going to be $30 this year to pay for those fines, man. I don't know, but yeah, the losers Montreal, and I'll say 5 teams share the win for me. It was a dead heat for me. If we're going to go horse racing, man.
You mentioned that it's interesting. The Bombers are a team that only has 2 new moves as of today, and one of them being one of the biggest, Kenny Lawler, with that that huge addition at wide receiver. They did bring in Jacob Janke on, I think, a couple weeks ago at the linebacker position there, also as a move. But for the Bombers, for the most part, bringing back pieces they already had. The Argos, a team much the same, that has re-signed a lot of their pieces from their run to the Grey Cup last season, but they did add in some key additions in Darius Siracco, Florian Arimilade, Jordan Williams. Focusing on the offensive line, the defense there for the Argos. You said Montreal's the loser of the day. Obviously, being taken over by the CFL is a big question mark for them going forward. Given all the concerns we had going in, I think they actually did an all right job today. I think bringing in Justin Lawrence on the O-line, Greg Ellingson at wide receiver, they made the most of what they was left basically at the quarterback position. I think the Alouettes actually did an all right job given all of the question marks around. Given what they had coming into today. For me, the big winner has to be the Hamilton Tiger Cats. James Butler, Duke Williams, Joel Figueroa, all of these great defensive linemen, Jameer Thurman. Like, those are some excellent pieces. They got Bo Levi Mitchell in at quarterback for this year as well. Seems like the Ticats are loading up, and I think they're the winner on paper for me in terms of the biggest flashing moves of the day. But we'll see how that plays out when they hit the field coming up, when the season starts there. Edmonton, I like what they did at wide receiver. Think they need to do a little bit more on the offensive line there. Mike, who's your loser for the day? Which team do you wish you would have seen more from here?
It's hard for me to define loser right now, but I would suggest if you're looking at day one, it's a tie right now between the Stampeders, I guess, and the Hamilton Tiger Cats, who I don't know if their PR staff is sleeping a little bit, but I've only seen one confirmed signing.
Well, the Ticats have brought in all of these major pieces here, Mike.
No, but I'm saying today. If you're saying on day one, because Bo Levi Mitchell, was before, right?
Bo was before, but James, all the rest of these players are all players that have been signed today. They may not have been officially announced yet.
Yeah, none of them have been officially announced. So I'm saying in general, what has been officially announced. Okay, yeah, maybe, yeah, no, I'm just going by what's been announced, and I'm only looking, and there's only been one announced so far. So, I mean, I understand that Hamilton has what's coming, but again, as of right now, like on their actual roster, for me now, granted that's probably going to change in the next few days. But one thing, if I could add, would be I'm a little bit surprised that Rasheed Bailey hasn't signed yet. To my knowledge, I'm looking up here as we're talking. It's kind of been quiet on that front, which I find a little bit interesting.
Yeah,
I wonder if the talks with Winnipeg, are they trying everything to do to keep him here? You know what I mean? If it's true that he's talking to Walters late last night, is he trying everything to do because he wants to stay here, but it's just the money's not there,
I mean, do you guys not find that a little bit funny?
Normally, yeah.
To me, the thing I see at wide receiver is all the biggest names have been taken off the board. Teams were looking to make that big splash. Maybe they're comparing some of these other pieces to what they have under contract right now and thinking, I need to focus on one of these other spots, like shoring up the O-line, some spots on the defense there. So it's not too shocking to me to see a name like that not sign on day one. He wants to explore his options, and maybe teams need some time to settle based on other moves they've been making all day long. Or maybe we're just waiting for them to, come into the CFL offices, the transactions on the board there. If I were to give a loser free agency for today, I don't know. Would the BC Lions be considered a team we could talk about there? I mean, they haven't done much. They lost Nathan Rourke to to the NFL. They lost Brian Burnham to retirement. James Butler to free agency, going over to Hamilton. Joel Figueroa, Peter Godber, two mainstays on their O-line. Obam Gwacham, a free agent on the D-line. They had to trade Jordan Williams away because he wanted to go closer to home. Haven't, found a guy to come in and fill for him there. And a couple pieces going out at defensive back there as well. They really haven't brought much in. Sure, they got a backup QB in Dom Davis. Tavian Feaster could be a potential running back player for them there. Justin McInnes, I'd probably say the biggest moves. Justin McInnes, a Canadian wide receiver, but they've already got Javon Catoy, so I don't think he's a massive upgrade there. Michael Couture and Chris Schluger on the offensive line, potentially the biggest moves there. I think the Lions are a team that's lost more than they've gained so far in free agency, and in a very tight West division. I think they need to bring more pieces in to help set Vernon Adams Jr. up for success. What do you think on the Lions and what they've done today, Trey?
I'm content with what they've done. Okay. I don't think they've, again, it's tough to look at today because how many little things have we heard over the last week or two, but I think they're going to be okay. Again, this is a team I would have had faith because if not Dominic Davis, if the VA was the guy going into the West Finals last year, I think BC's game would have been. Rourke gives them a better chance, but I think the BC still had a chance in that game. I think VA is the guy there. I think they've given him a whole other year of training camp and everything, not coming in halfway through the season and playing to replace the guy who's the second coming of Canadian Jesus in the CFL. You know what I mean, kind of thing. Like if we want to get more on Bible talk from Ryan earlier. But I'm okay with them. I knew, and I think I said earlier too, is Rourke leaving might be that blessing in disguise because otherwise you'd have to sign him $500,000 plus to keep him. At VA, you're getting a guy for probably half that, if not, less. And you lost your running back. Yeah, you lost a receiver, but they still have pretty decent receiving core, right? I just was looking at it earlier. Rhymes, Hatcher, Whitehead, Catoy, McInnes. Now, that's still a pretty scary lineup there, and their running backs. That's a CFL. When there's a position open, how many Americans are going to come? They're going to have, each team's going to have at least 30 Americans come up that we've never heard of before. 30 Dalton Schoens, 30 guys. How many guys in the junior football league like Andrew Harris, might come into training camp this year? How many guys get cut in September from the NFL and come up? How many guys, get cut from the USFL and XFL and say, oh, maybe I should go back to Canada? There's a lot of things. So I'm not too worried about BC.
Another team we haven't really checked in or chatted about in a while is the Ottawa Red Blacks. So I want to take a look at them. And
can I ask you guys something? I might have misheard, but did Ryan from the Horsemen, did he say he didn't think they did a lot? I thought I heard him. Ryan, the other Ryan said, I thought he said Ottawa didn't do that much when I was listening earlier.
Ottawa hasn't been super active. The big one being Shaq Evans being brought in at wide receiver is probably one of their biggest moves of the day. Drew Desjardins, that was a week or two ago. If you want to lump that in here, that's huge. That's a huge addition for the O-line. Taron Vaughn, a good piece to add there. I do like what they've done on defense. I'll say that Cariel Brooks, great addition at defensive back. Can't believe the Ticats let him go after last season. Javon Santos Knox, one of the top linebackers in the CFL, Michael Wakefield, some good help on the defensive line there. So they've made some moves here and there of new pieces they're bringing in. What do you guys think? Based on what we've seen from Ottawa so far, they were basement dwellers in the East Division last year. Do you think they've made enough moves to, put a couple more wins in the category, especially at home?
Yep. Just yep. I don't know how much else to say. Yep. Yeah. I see them battling for playoffs and home field advantage, and that so beloved home field advantage. Ottawa will be fighting for it this fall. Mike?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to look up anything on Rasheed Bailey here as we're talking. It's quiet, which I actually wonder if he's talking to Winnipeg still, and really won't let that door close until the very last minute. But anyway, getting back to Ottawa, I cannot see how Ottawa is going to be better than Toronto and Hamilton this year. Granted, I hope their quarterbacks stay healthy, but to me, there's an awful lot of questions, especially on the defensive end after Anton Pernod retired. If there was a guy that I wish would have gotten more love for defensive MVP or something, it should be Antoine Pernod. The guy literally seemingly runs through a brick wall every single game. Seems to get up and just keep going. He's a player that I wish we had on our team, even though we have our fair share of entrepreneurs, I think. All the best to him in retirement, by the way. Um, yeah, I just think that, Ottawa would be fighting, just to keep that crossover spot from happening. Um, Now again, their running back situation, um, yeah, it's just there's a whole lot of unknown. Um, I mean, their running back is what is it, Williams, and then supposedly West Hills. Um, yeah, that's pretty good there, as well. But the team is, for me to kind of put a bow on this. The teams that did stuff today that we expected to do stuff did stuff today. Um, Most notably Saskatchewan. I just wonder if they're playing the long game in Ottawa, where it's, draft and develop, draft and develop, draft and develop, draft and develop. As much as their fans don't want to hear that, this is the roster that should finally win a home game this year. Same with the one that they built in Edmonton. Um, I'm also with you, Ryan. I have questions about their offensive line, but Ottawa as a whole, I mean, yeah, they lost, their backup in Caleb Evans, but Nick Arbuthnot, a pretty serviceable backup, and then they retained the starter Jeremiah Mazzoli, who, when healthy, is one of the best quarterbacks in the CFL. My question is the supporting cast around him enough? And we'll find out.
Arguably, could one argue maybe one of the biggest offseason additions for this Red Blacks offense isn't on the field but off the field, with Kahari Jones coming in on offensive coordinator, right? Like, yeah, they brought in some of these pieces, but he could have a whole new offensive game plan that takes a look at it, like a guy like Jackson Bennett, who's never fully been utilized by the Ticats or the Red Blacks in the run game, and potentially utilize him more effectively to improve things for the team there. Trey, you're our resident betting expert here on the podcast. Any fun made-up prop bets you want to throw out for us here, I guess, in the final half hour? Or I know you've been hard at work. We're still a couple months away from the season, but you got some fun set up for us for our betting content this coming year.
Yeah, I don't have any props off the top of my head. I'm looking foolish. I had a couple dollars left in my account a few weeks ago, and I put a Grey Cup futures bet on the Montreal Alouettes just for fun.
No.
And that one, if they win, I deserve triple odds. But I had an idea for our upcoming this season. And Mike, you need to send your picks in this year, man. We got to get you in there. I'm sure Adam will like to have another person that he can lose to this year. But like a true bettor, sometimes you're really sure about a pick, you know what I mean? And you want to quadruple down on it. So I'm going to introduce our Moneyball picks or mega picks. So I'm thinking each guy or each contestant should have a year. What did I say? A 10 times 1, 2 5s, and maybe like 4 2s. So if you win, you do your 10 times, you get 10 wins, as if it was like a real bet. If you're really confident, instead of putting $10 down, you're gonna put 100. But if you lose, you get 10 losses into the loss column. And I think it should make things a little bit more interesting, especially if some of us hold on to those near the end of the year. Maybe we're not so far out of the championship as it might look.
I like it. I like it. I like chaos. Big fan of Mario Party myself. I feel like this makes it a little bit more Mario Party. You throw the randomness into there a little bit, but you also throw some strategy into there.
I don't know Mario Party as much, but I know Mario Kart. It's like you get that bullet near the end and it just shoots you right to the front, and a blue shell, and you're just perfect. And maybe if Adam saved it, he could have beaten us because he had a pretty hot playoffs last year, right? So if he saved some of his mega picks, he might have been near the end. And like I said, we got to get Mike in on it. I know Mike's a degenerate gambler. He just doesn't talk about it enough, I see him around the rink. He's always taking bets on the hockey game. And he's the bookie at the Iceplex.
Yeah.
Everyone says, "Where's Mike? I need to make a bet."
I'm a little bit wired. The playoffs start tonight, so why not?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, may have not been the best idea scheduling an 8-hour show right before that, but you're powering through, Mike, as you always do here. Well, we got half an hour left in the show to wrap things up here.
I got a question for you guys. I got a football question, just for fun. Was that a hold on Sunday? Was that a defensive hold? What do you guys think?
In the Super Bowl, obviously.
Yeah, in the Super Bowl. We're going to go a little Super Bowl here. Was that a defensive hold?
I'm going to say yes, because the defender himself came out in interviews after the game and said, yeah, I held him. I deserved a penalty. Like, I saw you guys, dad duty. I didn't get a chance to, catch the end of the game there with the Super Bowl, but I saw you guys arguing about this. When the player comes out himself and says, yeah, I held him, like there's not, that's the end of the conversation. Why are we debating this?
Oh my goodness.
I give it to him. He owned it. He owned it. And I also felt for the Bengals. Was it a Bengals player who hit Mahomes late a few weeks ago that got them in the loss? I give them credit. But if that call was getting let go all game, and then you throw it there, and I benefited. I bet KC. I'm not going to complain about it, but I was like, ooh, man, you throw that there. Eesh. And it just, because that's illegal. For the CFL fans, defensive holdings, illegal contact, right? That's just the word change for you don't know. Same kind of penalty. That's brutal, man. Could you imagine that? And
my only problem is with the player coming out and saying that he's being too honest. And that is not well taken in his dressing room.
No.
But
did you see today, though, that Juju Smith-Schuster, whatever, he had a Valentine's Day card and he put the picture of that guy and said, I'll hold on to you forever or something.
Oh no.
And then AJ Brown from the Eagles was like, what are you doing, man? Like, that's awful, man. Like, he already said the NFL, man. But
what kind of fun thing does, but I was kind of thinking about here as we wrap up today. Just kind of on a lighter note, kind of on a more serious note, but we can kind of go around the room on this one. I don't want to spend the whole last 20 minutes discussing it, but since we're kind of in the mindset of changing betting segments around, and there's a lot of talk about the schedule today. Bull not going back to Calgary, Eugene not going back to Montreal, that kind of thing. Got me thinking, and maybe we can get a little bit of audience engagement on this one. But if you were CFL commissioner for one day and to change one rule without the consent of the Players Association or the governors, and you could make one move that said it's unilateral, you can make that decision anytime. Ryan, Trey, you have the power to change one thing about the CFL that doesn't need the consent of the PA and the owners. What is it?
I'll go first with the joke answer, and then Trey can weigh in, and then I'll think of an actual answer. I think dogs should be allowed on the field. Have you guys seen Airbud? He's quite the effective football player. I think a team could really use a guy like that out there on the field. So if I were commissioner, Airbud 2.0. We want to talk CFL 2.0, Airbud 2.0. Here we go. That's my joke answer there. Trey, do you have an actual answer of what you'd want to change?
Mike, I hate you because I got two, and now I'm trying to pick which one.
Just give us them both.
No, I got to follow the rule. He said one. I got to follow it.
Now you follow the rule.
Want me to go first?
No,
You need more time to paint?
Yeah, you go first, Mike.
Okay, they're kind of tied together, so it's kind of two, but I consider it to be one. A balanced schedule which leads to one division.
See, my two are both schedule related, and one was what you just said. I agree with that's my second one, that I really want a balanced schedule in one division. But I also will die on the hill the CFL should move up a little bit their schedule. And I'm debating what would be more beneficial. I guess since you said that one, Mike, I'll go with the schedule. Make kickoff May. You know what I mean? Like that, whatever that 30 days ahead is that is in the CBA, I would just say, screw you guys. We're doing 31 days right now earlier. Grey Cup could be late November, October.
To me, guys, that makes the most sense because when you're in Winnipeg, let's just say the Grey Cup hypothetically is 31 days earlier. You're looking at a Grey Cup that's probably the weekend of the West semifinal, maybe a little bit earlier than that. To me, you're in much more comfortable conditions for getting people out to a football game 30 days earlier on either side of this ledger. There's also the argument as well that it kind of takes away the home field element. You see BC coming to Winnipeg here in mid-November. So I kind of see both effects.
I would go with that because there's a rule. The NFL has a rule. A Super Bowl has to be in a dome or a city that has like an average temperature of something in February, right? So that's why we never see a Super Bowl in Lambeau, Chicago, Seattle.
Why not?
Because they don't follow that rule. It's not a dome and it's too cold. No, that's the rule in the NFL. It's like, and they ignored it to have New York have it for the 50th because New York's average temperature in February was under it and they don't have a dome, but they allowed it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's why it's always in Arizona, Tampa, LA.
No, I know.
And I get that. Because what my point is to this is because I understand we have the history of like the Ice Bowl and the Fog Bowl. I get that part, but it's 2023. I would rather see a final where we have Zach Caleros and Nathan Rourke, or pick your two quarterbacks, Bo, throw for 370 yards, spectacular touchdowns, unreal catches, because we're playing end of October where it's still decently weathered out. You can air it out. It doesn't. I feel like the game in November changes so drastically to the game in June, and that just. I feel like I want the finals to be the football we've watched for 20 weeks. You know what I mean? And even 22 weeks to count the playoffs, right? So that's why I'm moving up. But then I get we need the cold game because how is it?
To be honest, that's kind of why I was enamored by this year's Super Bowl more than anything. Was because it was inside and it was a controlled environment for both teams.
The turf sucked though, but other than that, yeah.
I think my big thing I would change if I was commissioner for a day, if I'm going to answer, actually here. And it's an interesting question because, if I'm the commissioner, well, I'm trying to do things in best interest of the league teams, but I'm going to go more towards, maybe I'll be the CFLPA president here pushing for this. I want to see fully guaranteed contracts in the CFL like we see in other leagues. I want to see a guy. I don't want to see a guy like Ante Milanovic-Litre signed 1 month and then released to the next because they've just changed their mind on something like that. I don't want to sit here and do an 8-hour show, on February 14th, and then by the time we get to the opening day of the season, half these signings we've talked about don't matter anymore because the team's over the cap and now they're trying to get back underneath it and they're cutting guys in training camp based on that, right? I'd like to see some consequences for the actions for a team. You got to be specific with where you spend your money and you got to get it done. I would also love to see an increased salary cap so that we can keep paying these guys, increasing amounts and make it a competitive league in that category. So that's kind of where I'm at, where I'm focused on there. And then the jersey sale aspect of it too, right? I want to be able to, and I think we're trending in that direction, go out, get a name on the back of the jersey and truly believe that guy's going to be here for a long time.
Would you guys be open to I'm not saying get rid of the soft cap, but lax the rules even more on it so a team could like baseball, you know what I mean? In basketball, there's these soft teams that can and will go over and it doesn't really, I don't think it affects anything because you look at baseball, there's a different team winning every year. You don't need to be the $400 million Dodgers, right? The teams do, the Tampa Bay Rays who spend less money over 10 years than some teams do in a season, still make it to deep in the playoffs, right? So I that's the one I think sports is literally the most capitalist thing we've invented in the Western world. So why don't we just allow it to be? Like
Yeah, I could see that. One of the things CFL does have going for it is parity, and I know the Bombers, 3 straight trips to Grey Cup. Hamilton's been there a couple of times. Calgary wasn't a lot as well. But in terms of Grey Cup champs, outside of the back-to-back for the Bombers, like there's been like most teams outside of the Ticats, like within the past decade or so, have won the Grey Cup. So if all of a sudden, you lax that and teams are able to start building super teams, well, then that I don't want to see quite as much.
I wonder though how much the disparity actually is from the number 1 team to the number 9 team too, right? Like, let's argument's sake, Winnipeg's the team that could spend the most right now. Could they go way over? Who knows? Like, they already are way over. Like, how much are they over?
Here's another thing that I would do if given another chance. 1 player up to a certain dollar amount is exempt from your salary cap.
Well, that's what they used to do back in the day, right? They used to make those contract exceptions. That's the reason the Argos could pay Rocket Ishmael $1 million contract to bring him in there. So, these are all good things here. We're getting into the final about 15 minutes here or so on the day. I want to take a quick look and just scroll through the free agent tracker, see who the top player available at each position is as we move forward from today. McLeod Bethel Thompson, the biggest name still available at quarterback. What will the Argos do? What will he do? Will the Argos be able to bring him back? Are they going with Chad Kelly? That's a big question going forward here. Walter Fletcher, William Powell, the 2 biggest names at running back that have not signed yet today on opening day of free agency. We've talked about a lot of the receivers, probably the biggest names: Darvin Adams, Darrell Walker, Markeith Ambles, Rasheed Bailey, and Kamar Jordan are your big names there. Offensive line, a number of veteran players here, Hunter Stewart, Colin Kelly, Dan Clark, Jamal Campbell among the top names. But the free agent market at offensive line seems to be drying up at this point in time. Sean Lemon led the league with 14 sacks and is still out on the market. No deal in place there. Leads the way on a number of defensive linemen still out on the board. Shockingly, Darnell Sankey, 120 tackles last year, still at the linebacker position. Simone Lawrence hasn't signed yet either. Seems like linebacker is one of the positions where none of the big guys necessarily have found new homes at this point. Defensive back, you got Nick Taylor, Abdul Kene, Mike Edom, Ciante Evans, guys like that are who we are seeing still out on the board. And not really much left at the kicker position with Michael Domagala, the only free agent there. Tanner Dahl, Louis Philippe Barassa, the options at long snapper. Cannot forget about them. So, and we're going to get into wrapping this up here shortly, but final segment here before we do that. Let's put you guys on the spot with no heads up here whatsoever. It's February. Lots is going to change over the next couple of months. But what are our East and West standings predictions in the CFL at this point on the day 1 of free agency after wrapping up free agent frenzy here? Let's start off with the East Division, the 4 teams out East. Mike, give us quick reactions, how you think the East is going to play out this year.
Hamilton, Toronto, Montreal, Ottawa.
So you still have Montreal over Ottawa. You're still low on Ottawa, hey?
I am low on Ottawa just because it's early in the offseason. I like some of the sneaky things that Montreal did. Not prepared for them to hit rock bottom just yet.
Trey, what about you out East?
Okay. Hamilton, number 1. Ottawa, Toronto, Montreal. I think Ottawa did more than people are giving them credit for. And this is a league where you can go 0-18 and go 18-0 in the year, right? Like, so I'm not too concerned about Ottawa.
I think I'm going to go Hamilton, Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal myself right now. I'd like to put the Argos at the top, but I don't know what they're doing at quarterback right now, and I'm not sold on Chad Kelly yet. I'm not sold on Bo Levi Mitchell at this point in his career necessarily either, but I do like the pieces the Ticats have brought in. I think it'll be close, but I'll put Hamilton at the top there. Montreal, again, some good moves today. I think they still have more work to do. Let's go out west here, and we'll start with you on this one, Trey. We'll put you on the spot here with the West Division. What do you have for your standings here out west?
Calgary, BC, Saskatchewan, Winnipeg, Edmonton.
Ooh.
Yeah. Little better than 7 and 11, but they won't be much better, I don't think. Mike, have at it.
All right, I got it as follows: Calgary, Winnipeg, Saskatchewan, BC. Sorry, wait. I'm trying again. Calgary, Winnipeg, Saskatchewan, BC, Edmonton.
All right, I'm going to go here on the board, and I'm going to say Winnipeg, Calgary, Edmonton, BC, Saskatchewan. I think Edmonton's going to surprise a lot of people this season. Chris Jones, year 2, is always successful. I think the Bombers have brought back enough pieces for this year that they'll be top team in the West. They've got the best quarterback, the only team without a question mark at quarterback. Calgary, I don't know. I put Calgary at number 2 because of their run game, but who did I have at 3? I had Edmonton at 3. Yeah, Calgary will find a way to get it done, probably despite losing a bunch of pieces here. So I'll put them at 2. I don't know. BC, I'm a little bit lower on right now, just based on some of the moves they've been made. I'm concerned about the running back position. So, and Riders, yeah, they fixed the O-line a little bit. I'm not a Trevor Harris believer at his current state in his career. I think he'll do okay. I don't think it'll be fantastic to turn things around for the Riders there. So when I predict the West Division, I mean, toss the names in the hat and separate them all by a win or 2, but that's kind of how I see it playing out.
That's why I put Winnipeg low, because I could see the West kind of looking like the East of past, like the division winner is only going to be like 10 and 8 maybe, only because they play each other so freaking much. You know what I mean? Like, I think there's going to be a lot of split series over the year, if you're looking at these lineups right now.
Yeah, and this is all on paper on day 1 of free agency. The rosters are going to change before the season starts. The rosters are going to change in week 1 when guys go down due to injury. And there's going to be a lot of turnover as things go along. And the teams that look good on paper may not gel on the field. That's a serious thing we have to consider with these teams we've talked about here as well, right? Is what is going to change out on the field, and can they build the chemistry they need to there. We've got 10 minutes left in the show here until we hit the 8-hour mark. Anybody got any other fun topics to discuss about the CFL before we wrap things up?
The big surprise for me is the Montreal ownership situation. The more I think about this, I personally believe it was a poorly timed announcement. I made this on the day of free agency. I hate to be critical of the CFL, but there had to be a better way to do this, probably long before free agency. It's very disappointing for me. And, my heart goes out to Cliffy. He seems so defeated. Seemed like they had so much momentum from a previous, ownership group, and now seems to be like one big giant step back, which is unfortunate. It's unfortunate. CFL needs to get out of its own way sometimes. One interesting note to watch is I'm curious why it's taking so long to announce a U.S. TV deal.
Genius Sports is still working on it, supposedly.
No, I know. Genius Sports and TSN partnered with specialty streams for the NFL playoffs for the brand new TSN Plus streaming service, which was interesting to see. I wonder if any of that stuff is maybe coming to the CFL. Yeah, I'm just wondering what the holdup is with the CFL US TV deal. Something we were told that the Grey Cup was close. Maybe in the next few weeks we'll get some clarity on it. I'm curious. My hunch is that it'll be partially linear television along with partially streaming. Um, it'll be curious, and I'm wondering also too as a third thing just on my way out. Curious how the XFL does on next weekend. They tip off on Saturday. I'm really curious about the product. Um, and then something else that really, really excites me, and I don't know if you guys have talked about this on previous shows or not, because I haven't been here the last little while, for which I take responsibility. The return of the Arena Football League is going to be fun. That's all I'd have to say.
Do you have anything on that, on the return of arena football, or anything else Mike touched on there, Trey? I have one more thing I want to talk about before we wrap up, but if you have anything on any of those.
No, everything he said was pretty spot on. I had one thing and then he threw me off. No, just go to your next thing. If I remember it, I'll bring it up.
Sounds good. Final question here before we do our final wrap up. We've seen a number of moves come in throughout the day-to-day across the board, different teams. What, in your opinions, is the single most impactful free agent addition that we've seen reported over the last week or made official today here? I've been looking across the board and I'm really not sure. I mean, I want to say it's a guy like Eugene Lewis over in Edmonton, but the biggest one I'm gonna say is Tim White re-signing with the Hamilton Tiger Cats. I am really high on what Tim White has did last season. He was one of the top receivers in the CFL, and I was very concerned about the wide receiver position for them. I know they brought in Duke Williams as well, which is a great addition there. But if they lost Tim White, I was going to be very concerned of who Bo was throwing the ball to. So I expected maybe he wasn't going to end up back there. They got the deal done. That's one that jumps out at the top of my head to me here. What about you guys? Who stands out as the most impactful free agent move? Let's go to you first, Trey.
You said impactful, so you know what? I'm gonna go from a negative impact way. Cody Fajardo in Montreal. I don't think it's gonna be good there. With Moss again and everything. I think it was more. I'm not saying he didn't have an O-line. He didn't get the 100% fair shake over the last few years in Regina, but I think there's more. And I talked up Cody all off season prior to last season, but he just disappointed me, and I think there's more than just the O-line wrong with his game. So I'll go negative impact on Fajardo.
Mike?
I liked what Edmonton did today. Had some money to spend, brought in Eugene Lewis. My question is, who's going to play quarterback? To me, I know Cornelius took a big step toward the end of last year, but they signed Benny Testaverde Jr. Ooh, I hope he's not a one-hit wonder. But no, seriously, I liked what Edmonton did today with money to spend. I was able to catch in on the final conversations with Andrew. But no, I liked what Edmonton did today with Eugene Lewis. They had some money to spend. Little curious about the Duke Williams situation. Doesn't really make a lot of sense to me why he would go where he did, but there's an off-season of debate for that, I'm assuming.
Yes, plenty of off-season content to come here as well on the Canadian Football Countdown. Yeah, it's hard to pick a single most impactful move. I'm going to say maybe it's one of the offensive linemen Saskatchewan side, and I'll bundle them together. Peter Godber, Philip Blake. If you looked across the board in the CFL, that was the most obvious hole across all the rosters for me was O-line. And bringing in those two players was an absolute must for the Riders here. Any final thoughts on Free Agent Frenzy, or should I do the usual wrap-up spiel?
I've been here too long, man. Let's wrap it up.
Yes, let's do it. I agree. Well, this has been CFL Free Agent Frenzy 2023. We've been live for 8 straight hours talking through all of the news and signings as they've come out. It's been a busy day. It's been a busy month leading up to this. and preparing everything for this. We hope you've enjoyed the show. We got a lot of great comments in the chat along the way as well. Great viewership throughout. We really appreciate everybody who's tuned in with us throughout the day, who's updated us on the signings as they've come in throughout the day here as well. It's been a really fun day. We enjoy putting this on every year. You know, it's a little bit crazy to think our little podcast is the ones doing the most extensive live video coverage of CFL Free Agency. But it's a pretty cool feeling to be able to do that here as well, especially that it lines up with episode number 200. So hope everybody enjoyed the content here today. Stay tuned. We'll have plenty of more content to come throughout the off season. Follow us on social media, Twitter at CF Countdown Pod. Same thing with Facebook.com/CF Countdown Pod to stay tuned for when our next show will be. I need to go into hibernation for like 2 weeks after this. So I don't know when quite the next one will be, but we will try to provide regular content throughout the off season here as well. Thanks to all of our guests who joined us earlier on in the show as well. You know, we had Joe from Rouge, White, and Blue with us. We had Steve from the Piffles podcast. We had Daltz from Rouge Radio. We had Andrew from the Turf District. We had Ryan from Horseman Radio, and then Cliffy D from the Alouettes Flight Deck. Really appreciate them taking time out of their day to join us here as well. Adam also able to hop in a little bit during a busy work day earlier, you know, still contribute to the show here. And thank you so much to the two of you, Mike and Trey, for being here pretty much all day long with us. You've put a lot of effort, a lot of time into here today. So appreciate all of that. As we get ready to wrap things up, where can people find you going forward here? Everything else you've got going on. Mike, let's start with you here.
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at MikeGERL on Twitter. You can find GameTimeTV.ca for those of you watching on the Game Time TV YouTube channel. Switch on over to the main network tonight. We got playoff hockey from 2 Winnipeg venues coming up. The puck will drop in 2.5 hours from Seven Oaks Arena to be the Admirals and the Pembina Valley Hawks in Game 1 of the quarterfinals. And at 8:30, myself and Eric Stewart will be at the Hockey for All Center bringing you Game 1 between the Interlake Lightning and the Winnipeg Ice. It's the best of 5 quarterfinals. It does not get any better than that. Playoff hockey is the best time of year, and I feel like playing this on the way out. It's the most wonderful time of the year because it really is.
Well said there, Mike. Trey, what about you? Where can people find what you've got coming up?
Oh man, at Trey and B Harness on Twitter. I don't know, man. I'm just tired. I got a lot of last semester of school. Horses season is dead right now. There's no football, man. No baseball. Scotties is up. I like the Scotties. I'm just tired, man. Just don't tweet me.
That's fair. It's been a long day. Boys, get some rest after this. If you enjoyed this content, do us a favor, help grow the show. You know, share the links out on social media. Go to your favorite podcast platform. Leave us a positive review there on that one there. So, like, comment, subscribe, rate, review, share the show with your friends. We always appreciate everything people do to help us out in that category. On behalf of all of our guests today, our panel this evening, all the wonderful people joining us in the live chat, thank you for tuning in to this special production of the Canadian Football Countdown, CFL Free Agent Frenzy 2023, officially in the books. Lots of free agency content to come on the podcast. Thank you for tuning in. Take care. Have a good one. Bye.